Hi everyone, I'm Emre from Survey Group Media and welcome to GeoSpatialNext. I'm really excited to having you all here. And this year, our theme is bringing global expertise to the local challenge. What does it mean? GeoSpatialNext bringing together international experts and regional leaders to explore how geospatial solutions can solve local challenges and make a real impact. So, before we dive in, I want to share with you today's schedule. For today, we have more than 30 amazing speakers who are shaping the future of geospatial technology from all over the world. And we will discuss the latest innovations and the real-world applications of Geo AI, digital twin, BIM GIS, and of course, reality capture and more. A quick reminder, the conference also is available on GeoSpatialNext event page and surveying group, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook channels. One more thing, all of the session has own Q&A part. It means we accept your questions. Please use the chat box to ask our panelists directly. So a huge thanks to you, our sponsors, for supporting this event and helping us bring to you. Yeah, thank you again all. Your support makes this possible. Thanks a lot. And now it's time's up. Grab your coffees and whatever you want to drink. And yeah, let's get started with the first panels. Let's get welcome to all.
In Dubai. Yeah.
So everybody's here now.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Good
morning, everyone.
Yeah. Let me introduce our panelists at first. Spandan Kar from Ignesa, CEO of Ignesa. Welcome. And Richard Esteban, Senior Director at the Open Geospatial Consortium. And VSS Kiran, CEO of Garudalytics. And Hala Ibrahim, Senior GeoAI Team Lead from Dubai Municipality. And Adel Bobo Fernandez, Public Sector and Smart Leads from Esri. Welcome all again. Good to see you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And now, Adel, it's yours. You may continue. And I will join again for the Q&A parts to take the question.
Thanks, Emery. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Welcome to the this great panel. It's a pleasure having you all, and thanks for turning up and sharing your expertise. Today, maybe the topic is a bit. It's a topic that everyone talks about. It's gone to a few higher levels in the past few years. I mean, the past year significantly as well. Today, the topic is AI or GeoAI, everything to do with the geospatial technologies in the context of artificial intelligence, and seeing how AI is affecting the geospatial industry. And obviously, we have here a great esteemed panel that kind of has different expertise from the government sector and the private sector and global international bodies as well. So I will kick it off. We're starting with a few. There are a few points that I would really like us to kind of steer the conversation around. And the first point is basically a general one on AI and how is AI today shaping the geospatial industry? What is the view of governments nowadays using AI and adopting it into different workflows that kind of shape this industry today? Now, I understand that obviously we come from different geospatial backgrounds. We kind of adopt geospatial and GIS or geographic information systems in different ways across the panel. So I'm gonna kick a start with a couple of sentences from each person and shape it as you go. So I'll start maybe with Spandan. If you can kick this conversation going with AI and the effect of it on geospatial industry.
Thank you. I believe that we just started to see the evolution of artificial intelligence and the true impact of AI into different workflows today. And the next decade is going to be very important because it will be driven by AI. We all know, we are from the same industry, we all know that location intelligence has never been more important than now. So we have been seeing some use cases where AI has been used for real-time analytics, for predictive analysis, for public safety and security, smart cities, you name, health sector, agriculture, business optimization, emergency response. So all this have been impacted by AI. And I believe that AI and Geo AI especially, having location intelligence can augment a smoother decision making, services for the public, and operational workflows. It can highly enhance operational workflows in a greater extent.
Great. I mean, yes, indeed, AI has had this great impact on all our jobs. To be honest, great points. And I'll just move it on to Richard, coming from the Open Geospatial Consortium side of things, or the OGC, the standardization body of geospatial sector. Richard, any thoughts on the effect of AI on the geospatial and how you create standards, shape standards nowadays?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, thank you for hosting us, Adel. So just quick introduction. Adel is used to be my colleague at Esri, so we worked very closely together. So yeah, actually we are living in a world of speed now. Everything needs to, everything is moving fast. Especially AI is helping in shaping and reshaping things and doing things differently. With that, what I mean by speed is that generating data used to require sending a big amount of resources on site, using equipments, and this might take months and sometimes years to do that, especially when you're planning, an agriculture, census, or you're planning a population census, or you're doing, a nationwide data collection. This requires a lot of time and effort and preparation. So AI is really helping speeding up things. And also saving a lot of cost on government and organization. And I think we're moving to a world also. Even AI will not only be something that us as a human will be training the models. Even AI will be generating and training the model to be available to extract features. So AI will be embedded from data training and machine learning. So yeah, that's all from my side.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, indeed. I mean, Gen AI is also kicking started, but I'm not going to get started on Gen AI and the effect of it yet. But yes, it's been accelerated massively. I'll move it quickly just in order to Kiran as well, from Guardiolytics. Can you also have a little brief about Guardiolytics?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And first of all, thank you for hosting us. So let's introduce the Guardiolytics and what we do actually. Guardiolytics is a geospatial AI startup and specialized to extract insights from location data to solve real-world problem using location intelligence and artificial intelligence. So as a trending today, like Gen AI and Geo AI, the trending technologies. So we introduced voice and large NLP powered geospatial platform such as Godalytics Smart Mapping are gaining more customer tractions. So the reason behind that, the remove the complete interim data preparation manual task, reduce the manual interventions, increase the faster and data accuracy, and easy to way operatable platform. We introduced this voice enabled platform. So here you can just to say hi Garuda, and immediately Garuda can also talk to you like hi Kiran, how can I assist you? And you can say okay, identify the how much crop yield we are getting of this particular cropland, or you can ask the question like okay, can you process this data and generate the dashboard for me, or you can ask system to okay, can you validate this data and let me know what are the properties are paid the tax or not. So if you see all the aspects, uh, people who don't know about the geospatial, because one of the lack of the skilled forces in AI geospatial AI side. So bridge that gap also, we introduce this voice and NLP enabled geospatial platform.
Lovely. Lovely. So lots of touches here on NLP, reducing manual interventions and using voice-enabled, basically voice to text and doing stuff with text afterwards. Great points, and we're going to touch on that as well, specifically on workflows in a minute. But I'll just move it on quickly to Hala. Last but not least, obviously, the team at Dubai Municipality. Obviously, Dubai Municipality has a big GIS center that does a lot of GIS-related workflows, kind of does lots of services for the rest of the government of Dubai. And there's a huge emphasis on GII and the way it transforms a lot of the workflows and and automates and updates base maps and all the kind of 2D and 3D data of Dubai as an emirate. So I'll move it on to Hala, to you. And again, the question is AI and how do you see it transforming GIS, or at least now we're talking from a government sector, how does it transform your workflows within the municipality?
Good morning. Thank you for hosting us. So, as everyone knows, the world is more connected than ever, and we have access a huge amount of geospatial data. But how do we make sense of all this information? That's where the GeoAI comes in. So, by combining the AI techniques like machine learning and deep learning with geospatial data, we can analyze patterns and predict outcomes that were previously impossible. That's all from my side.
Thanks, Hala. So it's indeed that geospatial data, as you all would know, is very complicated. It's complex data. It's not like tabular data. There's a lot of lots of details that goes into it. It's not just physical and geospatial. It's attributable as well, and not just that. Also works in space and time. So there are so many dimensions to geospatial data. Now, my next question is on how do you use this data, this geospatial data, apply GeoAI to it, kind of go into or delve deeper into your applications, into workflows, as you mean. So I will just go first to Spandan on the question of what is it? What's a typical workflow that has been transformed, and then that's a brief example of some specific workflow that you've seen, or a trend that you've seen being implemented in your domain before, that where GeoAI has come with specific algorithms, specific sort of intervention that kind of helped, again, reduce time, increase productivity, or automate a process that hasn't been automated before, or again, like Hala was saying, extract patterns and trends that weren't uncovered before, that helped kind of increase productivity and time. So Spandan, down to you.
Yeah. As we have all iterated that we are living in an interconnected world, and geospatial intelligence, it plays a very big role in this world. So what we have done, we have seen like geospatial data is huge, and how to make sense of it, how to process it in an effective way, and how to create an algorithm to make a predictive model. If we can understand the data, if we can understand the pattern, we can predict the future. So what we have done, we have a particular use case that has been done for Dubai Police, and Dubai Police have announced this, that they are using AI to reduce crime in Dubai. And we are proud that we were part of that journey. So we have a product called IntelPol, Intelligent Policing, which is a predictive analysis for crimes, and which we implemented in Dubai Police to identify the past pattern of the crimes and to predict the future. Uh, and we also suggest the patrol routes. We have integrated this system to the CCTV cameras that Dubai have. We have integrated the system to the 999 system that they have. We have integrated the system to the AVL, all the patrol cars that are moving. So that is one particular use case that has been implemented and that has been very successful. And having AI models, having machine learning models behind, the success rate has been growing. That's what we have seen. Apart from that, we also did a accident prediction solution where we can predict accidents, we can predict road segments where they're prone to accidents, and the reason for the accident, and what preventive countermeasures that the government can take to reduce accidents. So whether to put a speed camera, whether to put a petrol vehicle, whether to create a warning, if there is weather impacts, how to handle that. So we have created that solution too. The other one is a strategic foresight solution that we did. Like data is huge. So data is everywhere. So how to make sense of that data, how to make sense of the data that is publicly available and privately available to the government, and how the global incidents are going to impact UAE or Dubai in particular, because it's a cosmopolitan city, how it is going to impact socially, politically, and economically. So this is a strategic foresight solution that we created using NLP, LLM, and machine learning models for Dubai government. Dubai has been the forerunner into this. They have invested a lot in technology. They are initiating, or they are the front runners in technology. So we are very happy to be part of this journey. And as I see, we are just at the start of understanding how AI can impact daily life and how Geo AI can impact everybody's lives at this time.
Lovely. So public safety, we're saying public safety, and I would say congestion analysis and transportation analysis, predicting
Exactly.
traffic. Which, yeah, I mean, your this is the kind of stuff that kind of really changes a lot in our lives, because this is here saving lives. So with accident prediction and understanding the patterns and the space-time sort of movement of accidents, and understanding all the attributes behind it, what causes the accidents, all the elements that are factored in it. Working in the discriminant analysis side of things is very interesting, and obviously the kind of the Dubai police work that you've mentioned on predicting crime patterns. In the end of the day, incidents happen, and you're saying attributes and things that kind of impact that are kind of go into consideration to kind of come up with a model that maps those dependent variables to kind of identify that independent variable in the end. Great work. I'm very interested. Again, saving lives is the key here. Now, I'll just move it on to Richard on the standards side of things, because now everyone talks a lot about AI, about the I guess the all our big worries are movies like Terminator movies and iRobot movies, where AI is going to take over. But the idea here is how do we bring structure to this community? Understand, obviously, the work of OGC is kind of very focused on testing new technologies, bringing them up onto a standard form or format that people use it. How do you control that, and how, I mean, I'm talking here on your workflows in general as an organization, but how do you see that across government organizations you work with and people that come on your test beds to kind of contribute to your standards? Is that, again, your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Adel. So as we all know, AI rely on data, and the more you have data, the more you have historical data, and the more you have different sources of authoritative data. That's the most important keyword here, authoritative data, because everyone today is using ChatGPT. That the public available ChatGPT, it's definitely helping and streamlining the workflows and the work that we're doing today. But when you are a government entity, you need to have your own data and train your AI model on your own authoritative source of data. So because the public and the policymakers rely on your data. With that being said, OGC work is to build standards in order to increase interoperability and increase collaboration. So if you have the land administration department, you have the defense and intelligence, you have the census department, you have all the different government entities. How do they talk to each other? How they can collaborate? So OGC brings all these government and even bring private sector together, and we build working groups that they can sit and collaborate and work on standards to enhance such interoperability between different entities. By breaking this barrier between the different datas and having a secure way of sharing data and a standard format of sharing this data and a secure format, definitely, you'll break this barrier, and you'll have more data and more. You can enhance your AI model to have better prediction, and also to enhance better policy making, to enhance the livability of your citizens, and to enhance the increase education, to increase healthcare, and whatnot, reduce poverty. And we are all seeing now SDG. So SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, relies on different source of data. So our job as OGC is to bring all experts and break those barriers, even break those barriers by building standards so different systems can talk to each other. So that's all from my side.
Thanks, Richard. And indeed, standards are very important here. And maybe I'll jump very quickly to Hala and Dubai Municipality. How do you, Hala? Sorry, a question to you. How do you really regulate that with the use of standards, with your workflows? Again, I'm coming back to the workflows question. The kind of workflows that you do, maybe a specific workflow that you see very relevant to the work that you do. Adopting AI to kind of increase productivity again and save time.
So the biggest challenge in GIS is managing the large volume and complexity of the spatial data. So the GUI is improving the analysis, but ensuring the data accuracy and real-time integration remain tough. So the biggest progress is creating AI model that can handle the complexity and make decisions that are clear and reliable for users. So it helps us to create a new automating model. For example, we use the AI and GUI for detecting the violation, building violation, and for updating our base map. Also, as everyone know that we have the digital twin. So we use the AI to automate the process and feed our digital twin platform.
Amazing. So again, coming to the topic of digital twins, it's very interesting. You brought it up because again, Dubai Municipality obviously builds its big digital twin that encompasses everything 2D and 3D data with all different layers that go into it, but also feeding that or connecting that to all kind of types of streams, live data, and other types of data, but also reality captured data. Like you're saying, Hala, the detecting photos from the street and extracting things like you're saying, building violations, other things that are very of relevance and kind of are within the jurisdiction or workflows of Dubai Municipality. All right, so I'm gonna move it quickly on the challenges because I think Spandan, you've mentioned a lot about the work you're doing on the policing side of things and the transportation aspect as well. So what is really the challenges when you work? I mean, here the challenges could be technical. As in the technology is not really up there to kind of get things done. I think in the realm of what you're talking about or what you mentioned, there's a lot of I mean the technical abilities there. The technology is already up there. Processing power is already up there as well. So both of them are kind of the corner blocks for this technology for advancing quickly Also, this could be technical, could be also ethical. So in the sense of, you were mentioning a lot about the work to do with police and public safety, and understand there's lots of restrictions in terms of intrusion into people's privacy, into things of that sort. Without going into details, obviously, but the idea here is what are the challenges when you kind of trying to really work with entities, not specifically Dubai Police, but in general, those type of entities that kind of trying to help the public, ensure public safety, but also, draw the thin line where they want to implement technology in a way such as it kind of still keeps all these kind of restrictions into mind. So your thoughts, Pandan, on that?
Yeah. As one of our friends mentioned, speed is the key. The speed that or the pace that technology is growing, our regulations are not. But we are living in a world where Dubai and UAE has been the forerunner in this kind of initiative. So they have got regulations, UAE Charter for Development and Use of Artificial Intelligence. And we have seen recently that for the ethical use of AI, US government and European Union, they have also started regulations. But the major challenge that we saw during our development, during our journey, was access to reliable information. So sometimes the data accuracy is because everything depends on the accuracy of the data, right? And data accessibility and availability. And we have seen that government departments, they are very sensitive about sharing the data. So sharing the data means having it on the cloud. It is not possible. It has to be on premise, and sometimes data accessibility becomes a problem. Then the operational roadblock that we have seen is that embracing challenge changes is always a challenge. So people moving from their regular traditional or the conventional way to using AI, that is the mindset, and so that has also been a challenge.
Yeah, so it's more like you're saying, yes, those restrictions, but also the processes, which is the main point here, the processes that those kind of government entities kind of work with, and the making the work and procedures basically that need to change in order to adopt those new workflows that you introduce using AI.
Absolutely.
Very, very valid point. And maybe Kiran, while we missed you, the question was on the challenges again that you encounter while adopting AI. I think you have you work with a similar type of environment as Spandan. So can you elaborate on the main challenges? I would say, is it again speed? Is it technical ability? Is it the ethical restrictions? Is it operational restrictions, or what in your experience?
Fine, Errol. So, in terms of the challenges, when you say, we know like AI is completely transforming the geospatial intelligence now. And the challenges are ranging from the technical information to ethical concerns and operational hurdles. All three aspects we have. The key challenges, as Spandan mentioned, one is the data challenge, that's 100%. Everyone knows that. One is the data challenges.
I think we lost you, Kiran. Right. Shall I maybe move it again to you, Richard, because you mentioned, I mean, you touched on the topic a little bit when it had a little barrier on the I was saying, like, standardization side of things. Is OGC doing anything to help government organizations accelerate that, or bring more, let's say, less restrictions, but saying, well, if you adopt standard XXX, would that help you ensure that you have that out of the way? Because that's probably the way I would say, like, as a government organization, and maybe Hala can help afterwards with this point. As a government organization, just like data security, just like other things, if you adopt standard numbers, so and so and so, does that ensure that I can just adopt these kind of type of techniques and work with them, and with that kind of help or not? Is that something that you're looking to create in OGC?
Yeah, that's thank you. That's a good question. Actually, that's not something we will create. That's already an ongoing work. So as I said, the way we work as OGC, our members, we have more than 450 members, and as I said, the members comes from government, from private, from non-profit, and from academia. Decide to discuss a certain topic. Okay, so they start something called a domain work group. And this domain work group is that they say that there's a problem in data sharing or collaboration, or there's a problem in getting accurate data, and governments sharing data between each other. So they start a certain topic. Once this topic is well established, they present that to the committee of OGC, to us, to the Open Geospatial Committee, and to our board members. And it gets voted by the board member and by our technical committee. And once this been voted and there's a consensus on that, this domain working group moves to a standard working group. The standard working group job is to have all these government entities, the private sector, to work together on building a standard that comply with all the regulation, whether it's regulation like Spandan mentioned, regulation by the EU, regulation to comply with the US. So we build a standard on how data can be shared, on how data models can that what data models need to be utilized. Also focusing on creating standards for metadata, because I think that's an important point when you talk about AI, is the accuracy of your metadata, to trust your data, and to trust that this data that you're using is accurate, is relying a lot on the metadata. So we have built standards for also complying with our standards for metadata creation and whatnot. So all of that, all the standards will have a consensus, and once the committee and the working group come up with that standard and complete the work on that certain data format or standard or API to have the a secure way of sharing data, then this standard goes again for voting. And once we have 100% consensus that this ticks the box against everything, this standard then will be released and will be available for everyone, for technology company or private sector commercial company like Esri, like Google, like Oracle, to use those standards to build their technology, relying on those standards, and for government entity or open source community or developers to also take those standards and build their solution. And once you are OGC compliance, that means you are using a standard that has been agreed on between a big group of members coming from different backgrounds and different sectors and industries.
Yeah, it's good to note that with those working groups you get government organizations, you get private sector as well, and company and organizations that kind of blend things. You also get technology providers. You get everyone on the table to kind of discuss this. And this maybe takes me to Hala with the municipalities work. How helpful would standards be in the geospatial side of things for you? Would it kind of reduce those challenges, kind of will help you implement things faster, easier, and also the work that again Spandan and Kiran were mentioning on collaborating with government organizations. With Hala, would that make their lives easier and your life easier to kind of check boxes for them, or what exactly would be, you think, the fix to kind of accelerate how those companies that work in the AI side of things, like yourselves, kind of accelerate and make things easier and faster to work with the municipality? Hala, on to you.
As Panda mentioned before, the biggest challenges include the data quality and the availability of the data. Also, we have to follow the data policy, DM data policy. So when we follow the policy and the standard, and it will help us to speed the work. So this can be addressed by improving the data governance, establishing the ethical AI frameworks, and it will help us to and the AI specialists.
Right. Perfect. So again, touching on again the point again, Kiran's point on data quality, standards, governance, which are the kind of the main founding blocks, I would say, for this. And thanks for elaborating on that. Okay, so maybe moving sideways quickly to what basically what are the things that need to, what are the new applications, I would say, are areas where you think
Hello?
new tech. Hello, Hala. Hello. Okay, so what are the challenges for that? Let's say companies such as yourselves, kind of employing new recruits, people who studied computer science, have studied technology, and so on. Those kind of people are looking. There's so many people who are interested in AI, either in the extreme of data science or extreme of extreme of computing in general, and working with information technology. Those kind of people, where do you think you need to bring in those kind of type of talents or skill sets and place them to kind of solve things that you feel are still unresolved? There's still a big market and opportunity where not lots of people still have leveraged that. And maybe here is an area to talk a little bit about GenAI and the or OpenAI in general as a platform that kind of helps so many companies around the world kind of nowadays are kind of spinning up out of everywhere to start embracing this technology, doing different things with it. But in the geospatial domain, how does that help again, generative AI kind of do cutting edge stuff geospatially, and kind of again help with the workflows, but do different things. I think Spandan, I've seen that kind of work with the tourism sectors and other sectors as well. How does that affect your work really, or where are the areas? Sorry, where are the areas where you feel that if you bring in 2 recruits today that are fresh graduates, very well informed on generative AI, where would you put them, and what kind of projects would you try to go in the job market? Where would you try to go and hunt for opportunities and areas where you can again have progressive work and new added value?
You're right. AI talent has been a challenge, and I see that there is a gap between what universities are teaching students and what industries do. So there is a skill gap which we encounter or we see today. What these people need to learn is how to use AI ethically, and we also need some more data, open data from the government departments, so that they can research, they can play around with such kind of data, and they can do something constructive. Like the nuclear technology, it can be used very positively, it can be used extremely negatively, right? So AI is such a thing. So we have to use it in a way that improves public safety, that improves lives, that improves our processes, that improves the quality of our services, all the government and private sector. So this is a gap that I feel needs to be filled right now. People have to be taught how to use AI in a ethical way, and how to use it for the improvement of the processes and improvement of the. So it becomes a social responsibility. Anybody that is using AI and building solutions on top of it, it has to be used constructively.
Lovely. I mean, it's a very, very valid point. Open data is my takeaway. Open
Yeah.
data that enables research, enables government. I mean, I have a bit of an academic background, and I feel like this is the area where different places in the world have different maturity on providing open data. Governments providing open data to users. There's in Dubai. There's Dubai Pulse, for example, which is an open data initiative that kind of helps academia and others kind of tap into that data, do stuff with it. I think there could be more opportunity to kind of add more things to it, like you're saying, more variety in order to expand on that and do more work. Again, I'll just move it here to Kiran on same question exactly.
So fine. One of the important, as mentioned, lack of skilled resources. Okay. So one is we have to focus. For one, we have to ensure that there is a no code and low code GUI platform to be available. Okay. So anyone can access, because if you see, we may get a lot of computer science students and skilled resources, but when talk about AI side also still lot of colleges and universities have started. But when we talk about Gen AI, GeoAI, there is no academic curriculum available. So we should start and ensure that to develop no code, low code GeoAI platform to make AI accessible for non-experts, so anyone can access, including government officials or stakeholders or anyone. And second, we should invest in Geo AI education. So one is not only the AI education, we should also invest in Geo AI education by integrating AI and GIS curriculum and offering domain specific AI training for geospatial professionals. Like there's a lot of college and students, we know that masters in geoinformatics and bachelors in geoinformatics courses are there. So we should integrate the AI curriculum also inside that. And we should also promote the collaboration between AI researchers and GIS experts to help means develop indisciplinary solutions like the solution could be work on the multidisciplinary side. Like one of the example I could communicate, there's a land record department of the government we are working on. And what we tried, usually the surveyor took 6 to 7 days, okay, to create one land parcel map certificate automation way. So the entire task is to develop 6 days for one person can take the time, and if we are working around 1,000 experts also, so hardly in a 6 days we get the 1,000 maps. So what we tried, we integrated the complete Geo AI where the entire task and intermediate task to make the automation, and the task
Right.
reduced to 10 minutes. Task reduced to 10 minutes. So today the 200 plus 50 surveyors in every 6 minutes, 6 to 7 minutes, they're producing around 300 to 500 type of the land parcel maps. Another side, the challenge, how without skilled resource, how the farmers can also start utilizing the AI and Geo AI. So, as I mentioned, the voice enabled the mapping platform which we introduced. So today, farmer is talking to the system. Okay, hi Garuda, I am standing on my farmland. So can you tell me what type of the crop growth and crop classification, and also to help me to predict the yield? So it pick the data of the particular ground immediate and create the particular land parcel map, means the land parcel boundary extracted, seeing the data what type of crop is cropping cultivation is going on using the satellite image. Then after that it also giving the crop growth and yield prediction. So farmer is much practitioner today. They are
Yeah.
much happy that okay, without knowing the GIS knowledge anything, simple to talk to the system and they're getting the insights. So this we have to bridge this gap only the way to adopting the new and trending technology, and parallelly we also start training the existing geospatial resources to adopt the AI technology.
Hmm.
There's a lot
But
of no code, low code platforms are available. Using that, we could able to do that.
again, making it like the point taken, making it more accessible, generative AI in general, and integrating that into curriculum. And you've alluded here to a couple of examples on crop yield prediction and amongst other examples as well, surveyings and kind of reducing survey time as well. Very, very important bit where you've got many people, a lot of overheads, so reduce costs, kind of find the right things to survey. Also focus a lot on the again the kind of the things where you need to require big numbers of people to do things, reduce that, or you need a lot of machines to do things, reduce that into an easier way or a more effective way to run those operations using AI. I'll bring that to Hala maybe, and Hala in the municipality as a senior Geo AI team lead. You recruit new people, and a person coming out of university or has a few years experience working on AI or geospatial technologies, and a hybrid kind of side between both. What skill sets do you really require, or you feel you're missing at the moment, and you feel maybe that would help a lot by developing more things within your team, more capacities, but also will help you accelerate the municipality's work further?
As you know, every day there is a new trends, a new technology. So we have to follow these trends. So we face some lack in the resources. So we provide all the members or my colleagues a training to follow these trends and to match these technologies. Also, we have a GeoHub, which we bring students in the university, which led them to work with us and train them to use their skills in our work and enhance their skills also.
Okay. So and Hala, any specific let's say skills that you feel you would like to add to your current team?
A programmer, and the programming is very important, as you know, the Pythons.
Yeah, Python specifically as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so more in the high level programming languages, and yeah, because this is data science again. Coming back to the whole loop of data science, there's a lot of high level programming now required, specifically in this part. Development technology maybe, or the kind of the low level programming probably would be more interesting, more important for software companies, I would say, because I work for one. But on the other end, for applications, for things that Kiran, Spanda, and you're doing with the organizations, or Hala, the things that you're implementing on the municipality and Dubai's level, that probably is more on the high end of the programming. So I think we come in here to an end, and I think Emery has showed up, which means time is up.
Actually, it was really nice to watching you, and I can continue to 1 more hours, but we have to jump to another session. But before we close, we have a question, and if I get your quick answers, so I will giving the question to the screen. Yeah, actually about the AIs can do some errors to automate, and yeah, the question is how do we make sure it's actually improving accuracy instead of just automating errors? Yeah.
Okay. I can take the answer for that. So actually, as I said and alluded in one of the answers before, is that it's very important. There is the public-facing AI, the generative AI that we're all using. We cannot control what this AI is learning, and we cannot. It's the public-facing. The same Gen AI is now being implemented by governments on their authoritative data. So governments put a lot of effort and time to governing their data and making sure they have high accuracy, high quality data, making sure they have high accuracy and high quality metadata, and building a generative AI using this authoritative source of data should be your main source of of information. On top of that, the democratization of such systems, making it, what I mean by democratization by geospatial data and such system, is that the government have such an interface with the public facing for non-GIS, non-AI expert to be able, like ChatGPT today, but government have data behind their data behind that, and trained with their authoritative data, have it publicly available for non-experts to get access to that. I think this is the only way to reduce and automate those errors and have AI accurate.
Okay.
I would also say, Emery, just from the discussion that we just had, it's pretty much Richard summarized as well, but it's things from what Spanda and Richard, Kiran, and Hala were mentioning, and that's just summarizing the notes, is again the education side of things, on making sure that people have the right material for things, new emerging technologies, like Hala was saying, things come up every day. So that's part of the curriculum that needs to be integrated. Open data initiatives, again, you mentioned that, Richard, Kiran as well, on open data and availing data for people to test with, and new startups companies to kind of work with this data, develop models, reintroduce it back to government, help government accelerate the processes. Another thing as well is governance. Again, I think we all spoke about that, and it's good to have OGC as well on the call. So standards as well, making sure that, again, trash in, trash out when it comes to AI. So again, making sure the data is good, metadata is full, is full to the extreme to the right standards that organizations kind of like the Dubai municipality work in. I'm ensuring this data is filled correctly by RTA, by Dubai Police, by other organizations. And last but not least, again, making things easier. And like you're saying, like Kiran was mentioned as well, on low code and no code platforms to be used.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you again. If you don't have anything to add, because we have to jump to another session. Thanks for timing again to all, and great moderation to Adel. Thank you again.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back again. And now it's time to talk digital twin for real world challenge. And let me introduce our panelists at first. Barry Bassett, founder of RegPix. Ram Kumar, principal GIS system architect from Dubai Municipality. And Chris Simonton, global digital design director, HBA. And Mikhail Ukropek, CEO of Twinzo. Welcome all again.
Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, thank you,
Yeah,
everyone.
everybody can hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay. And just think, Barry, can you please change your camera rotation to horizontal? Yeah, I think it's
No.
better. No.
No,
Okay.
I can't. Yeah, I'm on my iPhone.
Okay, just if you can. Okay. So let's start. So Mikhail, it's yours. You can start to moderate.
So you mean about digital twins?
Sorry?
Should I start with the question what the digital twin is, or what are the?
Yeah, just we may start with a question. And I will join again with you with Q&A part and accept the followers' questions to the ask you. So yeah, yes, Mikhail, we can start.
Thank you so much for having me. So the first question is: digital twins are not now just a concept anymore, and they are actively changing the industry. But however, the definition of what a digital twin can be very, very diverse from simulations to predictions to data to real-time digital twins to whatever. So, gentlemen, here I would like to ask you your opinions on this topic. What the digital twin is, what it isn't, and how to tackle it, because we have to be practical. Barry, maybe?
Okay. A digital twin for me is a way of interacting with I think the key thing is the ability to interact with them. It's not just simply about a 3D model. A lot of people seem to think that I can scan something and turn it into a digital twin, and that for me is just like the very beginning. It's a part of the workflow you can use to actually put things in, but having a 3D model helps to put things into context, helps to share ideas and collaborate. I'm actually working right now. The reason I'm in this format is because I'm on site building a digital twin. So I'll probably give you an example of what it's being used for. So this is a paper mill, which we are producing a 3D model of. But the reason it's a 3D model is because it's being used by the maintenance manager. What they want to be able to do with this model is to paper mill has this paper mill has like 6,000 lubrication points where they have to put grease and oil in to keep everything rotating. And the problem is that it has like 10 or 15 different types of grease and oil. And so what we're doing is producing a digital twin, a spatial model, which will allow them to show engineers where to put the grease. It's really simple. And this to me is where digital twins come into their own. Because it takes a problem and helps people solve a particular problem to do with the operating of a facility. In this case, what they want to be able to do is just show and use it for training and to share the knowledge of what is the route to put the lubrication in, the correct route, because they had a big problem when they put the wrong grease in the wrong part of the mill and the machine broke down and it cost them many millions of pounds to fix it. So that's just one example. So for me, it's a way that we can.
Opla.
We lost him.
Okay, so before Barry joins again,
I'm happy to continue if you like.
yeah, maybe please.
Yeah, so to mirror what Barry was saying, my interpretation of a digital twin is very similar to what Barry was saying. It's about combining all of the data, all of the live feedback from an asset into one space that we can look at managing, that monitoring and doing predictive maintenance or predictive actions based on the way that that asset is operating. Now, I think you touched on a very valuable point just before, is there's a lot of misconceptions or a lot of theories around what digital twin is within the industry. And it also depends on what the client wants from that digital twin. And I think a lot of people urge more towards the 3D modeling because they're a lot more comfortable with that. And it's kind of right now with architecture and buildings getting involved, obviously they start with 3D modeling. So there's been a lot around the actual 3D aspect of a digital twin. But for me, it doesn't become a digital twin until we're starting to gather live data from the site and from the assets, and then being able to interact with that data to make decision making as we move forward. And that can be, simply monitoring energy use and then optimizing that energy use, or like it on site, as he was saying, with the manufacturing aspect, because manufacturing have been using some types of digital twins for years with different sensors and data and monitoring their assets as they go on around the project lifecycle.
Great. Ram, may I ask for your opinion on this?
Yes, I totally agree with my fellow panelists, Chris and Barry. It's not only the 3D models that we are looking at when it comes to digital twin, it goes much beyond that. So at Dubai Municipality, what we are trying to do is to build a digital twin for the whole of the Emirate of Dubai. So in this aspect, we are doing various things to bring that to life, which involves data capture, data processing, building an IoT infrastructure across the city, which will be able to provide us all the real-time insights into various aspects, which will allow us to build various use cases related to the digital twin. And it can be used by various government entities across Dubai. So some of the use cases like what we are planning and currently working on is flood management, traffic management, and air quality control, etc.
That's what I'm asking.
Yep. Great. Here we can see how diverse it can be, because Barry was saying it was more about a machine in a facility. Chris is talking about the whole plant, and Ram, you are talking about the whole city.
Yes.
And here is important to consider that that for some people, yesterday I had a call with such a team. For them, a digital twin is mainly about the data. They don't see the 3D aspect at all. Micha, the data is important. And I'm like, nah, that's a question, because maybe it's just 5% of the engineers who are interested in the data, because the, let's say, advanced user or the high level users on the C level, they don't have time to dig in and to check every single detail. No, they want to have a big screen.
Yes.
On one click, I want to see this. What is happening here?
Yes.
And to be that fast, because this is about the visibility of data, not about the technicalities the engineers wants to see.
Yeah, and that goes back to what the requirements are for the digital twin again, because like when you talk about digital twins as in leveraging data from site, we've been doing it for years. I've been working with clients from oil and gas and rail that have been using digital twins, if you consider it just as data, for many, many years. But you've got to look at what the use case is. What is the importance if we're going to bring in the 3D model, why it's coming in, what we're going to use it for, and then at what level do you need to see it? Because you'll come across this quite a bit as well, as I see a big discrepancy between some digital twins that are fully data driven with no 3D aspect, and then you get other digital twins that are almost like real-time rendering engines, which they're a great representation of an asset, but then they leverage no data at all.
Yes.
So there is a thin line between that. Now, I can see why the industry's moved towards that, because selling a lovely image is a lot easier than selling data to some of the C-suite levels. But we've really got to look at the use case and why it's being done, and that obviously goes into the challenge with using these high-end visualization tools. Is how do we update them and keep them up to date in a 3D sense, especially as we're looking at city modeling. How do we keep our cities up to date? Because all of our cities are ever evolving, and I think that's where BIM obviously will play, or should play, a huge role in the immersion of digital twins for cities as we move forward.
Ram, this is maybe something for you, because Dubai is still in huge development.
Yes.
And there are daily changes. So
yes,
how do you tackle this? Because you can't scan all the time the whole city. It's not doable. What do you prefer in your agenda when you do visualize the city or plan things? How do you solve it?
see, we have different ways of getting this up-to-date information into our systems. One is through the scanning and data capture process, what you mentioned. The other thing is we are also mandating the consultants and contractors to submit the information in BIM format. So what happens is when we get this data in the BIM format, we are able to ingest this into our digital twin platform, which will give us an easy way to bring in the up-to-date information into the platform, instead of we going and rescanning and recapturing all the information from the ground up. So this is one of the aspects what we are doing. We are also collaborating with other stakeholders, because we are building the digital twin for the whole city, and we don't own all the data at Dubai municipality. So we are collaborating with other entities like the Roads and Transport Authority, Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, and various other entities who are owning data related to their domains. And we are setting up standards to get this data from their systems into our systems through integrations.
Okay, and this raises another question, and that's because I want to touch still the scanning part, but how do you solve let's say, who owns the data in the end? Because if you talk to the Dubai municipalities and let's say the companies around the Emirate, the communication might be easier. But then you have also private companies, businesses. They have their own buildings, and they maybe sometimes don't want to share things because there are things you shouldn't see in the end.
There are different levels of details what we capture. So as part of digital twin. So we may not be able to get into private buildings where we can scan the indoor systems, what they have. So in these aspects, we will be going with the LOD3, where we will be having the external digital models on the platform. In the other cases where we have government buildings, we would be going into a more level, like we'll be going to the LOD4 and LOD5. So where we'll be capturing the indoor data and the assets within the building itself. Okay. And Dubai municipality is mainly a custodian of the data. They are not owning all the data which is in Dubai. So we have the mandate as GIS center to collect all this information from all the stakeholders and disseminate to all the relevant parties as required.
And I think if you look at like the UAE and Dubai especially, driving these initiatives and really bringing some governance around what data you have to supply at the end of your project is key to building these platforms as we move forward. Because what you touched on that just before, I've run against that before, where we go into a developer, we try to sell them obviously the digital twin and how they can leverage this, but some don't care because all they want to do is build the asset, sell it on, move on to the next project, and the asset management and everything will be captured by somebody else. So it's good to have these processes and mandates in place in the UAE that we can start to make sure that that data is not lost, and it's also considered right at the early stages of our projects.
Sorry guys, I disappeared, an internet failure. Back again. Sorry.
Hi, Barry, welcome back. We are touching the topic, so we moved from what a digital twin is or isn't We are now talking about the different approaches, because you discussed, or you talked about the, let's say, big machine level, then Chris was on the plant level, Ram is on the city level. And we moved now to the topic about, okay, how to capture the data, because there are many options. So here we have BI models, we have these scannings, and how to update all the stuff. And here I would, before you say your experiences with this, our experience, and this is quite funny, because we are not coming from the 3D world. Okay, we are IT guys, and this is just a coincidence that we are in digital twin field. And we thought at the beginning that the customers want to see the reality. But too often, and especially manufacturing, they don't want to see the scanned oil under the machine, because it says we had the problem at that time. And we don't want to see that we had the problem. We want to see the nice and shiny, almost reality. So we don't prefer the scanned version, yes, because, but we prefer the modeled version. It doesn't need to be super precise. For our purposes, this is perfectly fine. And here we see also this discrepancy, not just between the 3D world and the data world, but even at the same customer or end user of the technology, that the motivations can be very, very diverse. And we even had a customer who wanted a digital twin for his management, so he can prove that he can do better. Because they, of course, push them, you have to cut another 10%, another 10%. Okay, but I can't cut 10% every year. It makes no sense, because then I come to zero. And they needed to prove, okay, this is the level, here is the data, please tell me what I can improve, because I don't see the potential here. Barry?
No, I completely agree. I mean, we get a bit obsessed in my sector, or the geomatics sector, that everything has to be 3D. A digital twin has to be perfect. And you're absolutely right, Michael. I mean, people don't. One of the reasons I find that people don't want a visual twin is for exactly the reason you say, is that they don't want other disciplines to see what's going on. I'll give you an example of that. So a nuclear power plant had a visual 3D model, and it was going great. They were using it. In this particular case, it was a digital twin of knowledge, because the nuclear industry has a particular problem in the UK, and I'm sure worldwide, that the average age of a nuclear worker in the UK is 58. So suddenly all these people are going to disappear to their golf course or their fishing cabin or whatever, and take 25, 30 years worth of experience away. In this particular case, what we did was produce a visual twin. It was like a 360 tour on steroids, really, like Google Street View. But what it allowed the engineers to do is just walk around and tell the story of what had happened to their plant. So they could click on a particular item and say, this happened or that happened. Don't use that drawing, use this drawing. So it's capturing what we call the tacit knowledge, the knowledge that's not known, not documented, which is 80% of the knowledge and the intellectual property of a company or an organization. But the really interesting thing about the visual twin, the security department got involved and said, well, we don't want to have a twin out there that people can see all the security camera positions. So we had to go around and blur them all out, and which is crazy, because people just go, well, there's something that's blurred. There must be a security camera behind them. But my point is that visual representation doesn't always work. What we were asking, and before I got cut off, for me, a digital twin allows us to ask questions. What if we did this? What would happen?
Exactly.
And that is the beauty of a digital twin.
Yes.
And if that's the case, it doesn't necessarily need a 3D representation. It doesn't necessarily need something in context. It just asks the question, what if we were to change this particular lubrication, or change this, or change that? And that's the point of it. For me, digital twin is asking the what if question. It's a bit like BIM, the same thing. What if I changed a particular type of window, and how much would that cost my building, or performance and things? So for me, it's always asking the beautiful question: what if we did that? What would happen? What would be the impact? How could we save money, be more efficient, share knowledge more effectively, whatever it might be? So you don't necessarily have to have a 3D model
the 3D model does help put things into context.
Yes.
In the case of this digital twin for we're doing at the paper mill, the reason they need that is so the people who have been trained to put the oil in the right position and the right grease point, they need to have some spatial awareness of it.
Yeah.
But it's not 100% necessary. But no, it's one of those. I always call it. It's not necessarily my digital twin. It's my digital evil twin. It could come up with you could use it for lots and lots of different things, for good or evil as well. But anyway, that's something else. But I take your point about Michael, about the guy just wants to show his boss that he could be more efficient.
So this is
the question is, what have we got to do to improve the performance of this asset, to prolong the life of this asset?
So
Does that make sense?
what if is one of the cases?
Yes.
How to leverage it? Chris, your experiences?
No, it's quite a lot along the same line. We covered quite a lot of the topics just before, where it's a similar thing. Like, we get involved with digital twins, and it always, when I've dealt with clients, not always, but a lot of the time, goes back to the visualization aspect, and there's less effort put into the data that's going into these models. Like, I've worked with many different platforms and built my own with companies and used off-the-shelf ones, and there is so much time spent on the 3D model, where it can bring so little value to the digital twin. Now, in some cases, it brings a lot of value, depends on the client, but a lot of the time we want the data, and the 3D visualization is only there if it serves a certain purpose. It's like anything. Yeah, we don't need it. It's waste. If we're not using it for certain things, it could be wasteful to the process. And this is a barrier to entry for a lot of clients as well, because they try to get it perfect. So, they'll go out, they'll scan their entire facility at really high detail. They'll go and do a 3D model that 100% represents what they need or what they think they need. And that cost can be quite a lot. But when they look at what they actually use it for, it's only a tenth of what they should have been capturing. So we definitely need to look at that as an industry.
Can I just add something to what Chris is saying? I think for me that I've done dozens and dozens of digital twins the last 25 years. Before they were called digital twins, we were building them. The issue is really exactly about the data or the knowledge you're applying to it. It's critical. A digital twin is nothing without a subject matter expert. And it's the identification of the subject matter expert who's going to populate it with that knowledge. Yes. Otherwise, my metaphor is it looks like a beautiful atlas on a coffee table. It looks great, but unless you've got an index and some knowledge at the back, it's pretty useless. And one of the reasons that many digital twin projects fail, and lots do, is because no one is sat there with a subject matter expert sitting there twiddling their thumbs waiting just for the digital twin to arrive. The people who need to populate it are inevitably really busy.
Yeah.
So what I find is that quite often the client comes to us and say, can you populate it with specific information? Because they don't have the people to deliver and make it work for them. And they don't know where the data set is, and they don't know how to connect bits of information up. And the digital twin, the last thing, that the easy part of a digital twin is producing a 3D model.
Yes.
Ram, your experiences?
I would like to add on this, first of all, we need to identify the potential use cases, what you want to serve. So your digital twin should be driven based on these potential use cases. It doesn't make sense just to create a 3D model for the sake of it with a lot of level of details into it where it is not going to be used. So building the 3D model, maintaining it is a big effort. It takes a lot of resources and time. And if it is not going into a proper use case, then there is no point in building such a digital twin with a lot of details. So what we try to do is we approach the digital twin program in a use case perspective. We identify the use cases, what we want to handle, and then we try to bring in the data, what is required for that use case.
I totally agree with you there. I think a lot of people go into building a digital twin without actually considering the full potential of the use case or why they're actually doing it, other than the fact that they just want one. and I think that falls down. And what Barry was saying, a lot of time they don't have the experts needed to make it successful. Like the amount of times we've looked at doing digital twins for buildings without IoT experts or without data analytics within the teams. And I think that goes all the way down to consultants. We've had this conversation quite a lot of time. Well, I've had this conversation with consultants is, what are you trying to get out of it? Like, yes, you're an architect, you want to step into digital twin. Why? Why do you want to do that? And I think not a lot of people ask the question why, as well as your question before, Barry. But a lot of people don't ask why we're doing it. We just want to. It's cool technology, and we want to push forward with it. We really do need to bring the foundations, and I think BSI has done a lot of work, especially around the buildings aspect, in now categorizing what they believe a digital twin is at different stages, which should bring a little bit more knowledge to the industry of like goals and benchmarks to go. But I think there's still a lot of stuff we need to go through on the education of the industry of what a digital twin is and where we need to be.
I think you raised a massive point there. This migration from BIM to digital twin is a huge gap, which I'm afraid quite a lot of the BIM people just don't get.
Yes.
If I'm constructing a building and I'm writing the check for the building, I'm going to be managing that building for the next 25, 50 years. And I think this is one of the big discussion points in this move from BIM to asset information. Rather than a Revit model, how does the janitor, how does the facility manager use the data that is available in the BIM? Because I can tell you this, for nothing, no facilities manager is going to open the Revit model.
Yes.
They have no idea what COBie and IFC is. All they want to know is, I've got a warranty on this escalator, a service contract, where is it?
Yes.
I've got some cables, I've got some pipes that are leaking, I want to know where they are. It's really simple stuff, and we're getting overcomplicated. And I think the BIM community are waking up to this fact that the idea of an organization an OHM manual is absolutely critical to the project. But things are moving on. This whole idea of BIM to asset management, I'm working with a group at the moment where we're looking at how we can make this easier as a transition, so I can give the person who's written the check for this building, who is going to be using it for the next 25 years. And that's probably going to cost more than it cost to build in the first place. How are we going to use this information to look at different things, whether we change different things? How long is the asset going to last? And it's about asset life. What's the mean time between failure between these parts? How long is this lift going to work before I go replace the motor and the mechanism? How far is this boiler? Those sort of things. That's what the information for a digital twin and the connection with BIM is. But the BIM people generally speak about the construction process and clash detection. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine, perfectly legitimate. But I've got this building that's been built and I've paid good money for this. I want to be able to use it. And that's where there is a migration from the BIM to the digital twin. And it's getting a bit, that conversation is starting to get some real guts to it.
No, and most of the
really interesting point in where the digital.
Maybe I will take it from here.
Okay.
Because digital twins are not just about the construction or the run of new buildings, but guess what? Outside are mainly old buildings.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So the BIM model is actually not that big topic, because even in Europe, you don't have in many countries the obligation to have a BIM modeler before you start the construction. So they have just 2D layouts and that's it. And the information is spread in variety of management systems and whatever, 20 suppliers, 20 systems, just in one building. So our experience says that this is too far from the mental and mindset capacity of a typical facility manager or the developer. And this is also interesting to compare my world, for example, with Chris' world, because Chris has this issue that the customer comes and says, well, we want to have a digital twin. We don't know why we want to have it actually, but we want to have it. Our world is very, very different. Okay, our customer comes and says, Michal, prove me that we can leverage this thing. We feel that there might be a potential, but we don't know. And I need to convince those 20 stakeholders, because we are talking to the world's largest corporations. Everyone who has a mouth has to sign it. So we need to have a very clear business case, how to do it, who will do it, what. And the thing is suddenly very, very complicated, because if they want to bring this visibility of what the production is doing, logistics is doing, energy management, facility management, whatever, all these people have issues. And once you bring their data to the digital twin, the issues are visible.
Exposed.
And this is the problem. So this is not about the technicalities and this is blah, 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 blah. No, this is about the management, about the leadership. Am I able to convince my people to show me their daily agenda? Where is the money? Where is the money leaking out of the company? Because we are losing the money just because of no reason. And they have to have a very, very strong business case.
No, I think I think you're absolutely right there. To give you, going back to my oil lubrication thing, the real problem, and Michael, you've identified it, is this is such a big idea that the engineers and the different operation people all fight amongst themselves, like who's going to pay for the initial part of it. But generally speaking, I find a successful delivery is when it solves one problem.
Yes.
Start off, you figure one problem. This problem is the lubrication. But once you've built that model, then you can add other things to it, because the lubrication thing, the marketing people know, the training people have now come and said, we could use this as a training tool. Someone else has started to use it as for monitoring the fire systems. So my experience is the big idea rarely gets any traction because there's so much infighting about who's going to do what.
What I would like to hear from Ram.
Yeah, okay.
Where do you find the best business case in your, so not the use case, the business case? Where is the money? Saving, more revenues, whatever. Where do you see it now in Dubai?
See, it is better, we want to change Dubai into a smarter city. It is not about money. We are not looking for revenues at this point. We want to serve the people, give them a better quality of life through the digital twin. So we want to apply digital twin in areas like urban planning. We have a 2040 plan for Dubai, wherein we want to bring in more walkable cities, walkable neighborhood areas within Dubai. We want to solve the problems related to traffic management. We want to address the issues related to flooding. We had a big flood last year where there were a lot of issues.
I was in Dubai at that
yes.
I just heard the water here on the window. Open the curtain.
Yes.
The close.
So we are trying to address such use cases. Actually, it's not more of a revenue thing, but as a quality of life for the people who are living in Dubai.
Okay, and where? So if it's not about the money, where do you see the low-hanging fruit? So we give some inspiration for the people from municipalities. Maybe they will find something similar in their cities.
So it's all about the service to the people who are living. That is the main goal, what we are having. We want to make their life more comfortable. We want them to have a better way of life in Dubai.
Okay, so I will try. I don't let you go just so. Okay, so Sheikh Zayed Road. Okay.
Yes.
During the exhibitions, it's already stuck.
Yes.
How can you help with these traffic issues on Sheikh Zayed Road during those peaks? So
see, there is always like the what if analysis, as Barry mentioned, we would be able to do predictive analysis for the vehicles which will be going through these streets based on the historical data, which is available with the Roads and Transport Authority. So accordingly, we can plan alternate routes for the people who are trying to reach a venue, because there are a lot of events in Dubai all around the year.
Yep.
So this will allow the authorities to plan the routes accordingly based on historical data and doing a what-if analysis using this information, along with the 3D visual information, which will be part of the platform.
Okay, cool. Chris, where do you see the best business case with your customers?
So, well, for my customers or for me? So obviously I'm a consultant, so I'm the one who will go in and help build the digital twins and try and connect the data and the different specialists. So for my business, it's around that consultancy of stepping in and building out that expertise that we can offer to the client. That's where I make my money. Okay, but it really depends. It really depends on the clients we're working with. Some clients is around how we optimize their assets. On other clients, it's about safety. I mean, we built, I wouldn't say it's a full digital twin, but we built a platform in my previous business where we took a lot of crash analysis from the local government, and we were able to capture that and pinpoint the locations of the crashes with all of the data and everything else what needed. And that not only allows us to target areas which are hotspots, but also where to spend money. Okay, so where is the most critical part of the city that we need to spend money to enhance our road systems? Okay, so it goes back really again to as a consultant, it's providing those consultancy fees. But when it goes to a client, it can be very vast, depending from asset management all the way through to safety, energy usage, and also livable cities. Unlike especially in Dubai, where heat and shade is very important. So, trying to monitor that and monitor people movement to see how they actually use your city. So, because to touch on it a little bit as well, is some of the most successful digital twins that I've worked on never started out as a digital twin project. Okay, they started out as an asset management project where we went in to help the client just get an idea of what assets they've got, whether they're captured properly, what data's there, how to categorize it. And then we build upon that, because we had to go and do scanning, for instance, because we had to verify the assets were there. And on some clients, like just on critical assets, we're finding around 37% of those assets missing from their asset management system, which is huge when you're just considering critical assets. Because in the construction industry, a lot of that information disappears. Because
in Eastern Europe, there is a saying, who doesn't steal, steals his family. This says a lot about those 37%. Okay, we have, before we jump to the questions, we have a few more minutes, so please be very short, or try to be very short with the answers. Where to start, Barry?
Oh, good question. I wish I knew. My experience is very similar to Chris. I mean, I'm a cartographer, a map maker by trade, but what I find is I'm mapping that. And the key question is something that Ram mentioned, and most of us do, is what is the problem? Someone once said, in the land of the headache, the man with the aspirin is king. So you have to figure out, what is the real problem? What are you trying to do? Have I got it? And sometimes the client doesn't know. So what I do is generally start off with a workshop. I hate this idea. And I don't call myself a consultant. I'm more of a coach. Now I'm helping to improve your golf swing. I'm not teaching you what a golf club is.
Fully aligned.
I'm not using your golf clubs either.
They need to see the possibilities. And once they see it, okay, I can solve. Okay, but let me think where we can start the easiest.
I think my experience of successful deployments of digital twins is where you hold their hand gently and solve one problem really quickly. And people don't understand just how important this aspect can be. To give you an example, Gartner and McKinsey have done surveys to show how much time is spent by the average organization looking for information. It varies, okay? Rough time is 25% of any organization's time is spent looking for information.
Cool.
Now, if you went into a CEO or a CFO and said, you know, even if I could save 5% of your people's time, how much would that be in terms of productivity? And it's a no-brainer. I mean, the CFO should be giving you his checkbook, because the amount of money that you can save them is huge. But it's just, that's too big a concept. So you have to narrow it down and say a particular project or a particular problem.
Thank you very
Going
much.
back to this paper mill, the reason that they are looking at doing this is because it's cost them millions of pounds to fix this particular problem. And suddenly they've gone, we can't have this happen again.
Thank you, Barry. Ram, where to start for municipalities?
I'll just continue what Barry left, like identify the problem, what you want to solve. And you need to assess, do you have the necessary information to solve this problem? So when I talk about the digital twin for a city, we need a lot of information to visually represent that information. So we need to have the cooperation from all the stakeholders related to this problem, what we're trying to solve, because we cannot build a digital twin in isolation at a city level. So we need to have the collaboration and the cooperation of all the stakeholders. We need to onboard the stakeholders. That is one of the main important things we need to have in the early stages of the project when you're trying to build a digital twin.
Cool. Chris, where your customers or clients are starting with digital twins, or where they should start? Is it a workshop, as Barry is saying, or something else?
No, we would start with a workshop as well, because as much as you say, Barry, workshops are like, not everyone likes them, but, you need to get all of the stakeholders in a room. You need to discuss what challenges they're having, and you need to then prioritize those challenges that are going to bring benefit to the assets, to the buildings, and to the portfolio, short and long term. But you need to break it down, because I think with digital twinning, what tends to happen is they go to someone and say, I want a digital twin, and then they get an RFP, they get a response back, and they go, yes, we'll do one, it's going to cost you $10 million, and everyone falls over. Okay, so where we've had a lot of success is breaking it down into smaller segments, okay, with achievable goals that can change at each one of the engagements. So the clients aren't signing up for the entire thing all at once. They're signing up to tackle certain challenges as they go along the way, with the idea of having this fully functioning digital twin at the end of the project. And I think that is the most successful, because a lot of these projects get so far through, and then you start those whole arguments with, that's not in our scope, it is in our scope, it's out of budget, we were never asked to do that at the beginning. And it's trying to solve those problems as we're moving through. That is good for the client and also for the consultant, so that we can have an actual proper conversation about how to achieve this, rather than what we originally said in our contract and what we're finding out now. Because as you go through the journey of a digital twin, whether it's a building or a city, you're going to run into problems, and you're going to find information that you didn't take into consideration, or things that you're going to have to go out and recapture. To quickly touch on one point, because I saw a question by a BIM specialist, because obviously I work with a lot of BIM guys, to step into digital twinning, it's quite an easy aspect to step into to get a fundamental idea of what a digital twin is, okay? But you need to know about asset management, and you need to know about your clients, okay? You need to know what your clients are important, well, what's important to your client, and about asset management. But to get the fundamentals, what I normally get people to do is I get them to create a digital twin of their home, okay? Or a room. You can capture it on your iPad. You can put it into one of these 3D representations. You can connect a smart light, okay? That will give you a fundamental idea of some of the simplistic approaches you can get to achieving some of the aspects of a digital twin. But there is a lot involved in a digital twin, and it's more than just one person.
Yeah.
Cool. Our experience says that the easier it is, the better it is. So one issue, because if we want to solve 10 issues, we solve 0 issues in the end.
Yes.
So it has to be very, very simple and straightforward. And once we have this one check, also the motivation on the customer's side is much higher, because it says, okay, we made it. Okay, and they are beginning to be hungry. Because if we start with everything, yes, he's super excited, but in the end, the delivery is complicated. Okay, but we have here a few more questions, but really quickly, because we have like 5 minutes.
AI.
And it's the usage of AI. Okay, but one sentence. Did you see? Didn't you see? Is it a BS or Barry? One sentence, please.
Crikey. AI is an immensely powerful tool. And I think where it's going to come into its own is people working with the idea of smart cities. A smart city is only smart if the buildings are smart.
Yes.
So I'll give you a quick example. So we're working on a project at the moment with a big British city. They have no idea how much car parking they've got. How do they manage? So they're looking at extending the tram network and the public transport network. And they have no idea where the car parking areas, what's underneath a block of flats, how does it move? Because they can't do that from Google Street View. They can't do it because there's lots of covered places. So what they're using there is they're using AI to manage that particular set of data. So they've got a better idea of what public transport, car parking spaces, the price of car parking has massive impact on the mobilization of staff and people coming into work in the city. So I see AI as a major tool that we've all got to get used to. And it comes back to what I call digital twins are asking what I call the beautiful.
Sorry, Barry, we have to go.
Okay.
Your one sentence, please, about the AI.
Me? So we are using AI in our data capture process. Mainly, we do data capture using the latest imagery. For example, we extract all the swimming pools in the city using AI tools. We also use AI tools to do change detection. Like your earlier question, Michael, was how do you handle these situations where Dubai is growing on a daily basis? So we use AI tools to do change detection to identify the areas where there are new developments happening. And we work on those areas specifically to add them into the platform.
Very cool. Chris, your customers?
Well, very quickly, AI is touching everything, and you can see what a big impact it's making on various different aspects of what we do, from design to delivery to data management. And it will have a huge impact in how we leverage this data within the digital twins as we move forward. But I know that we're rushing to get off, so I'll not dive into the AI thing too much because you won't shut me up.
Okay, so
please go, Michael.
Yeah, so we use the AI in two topics. One of them is the BIM model simplification. Our platform is running mainly on mobile devices, so we can't have 2 GB big BIM model. It makes no sense even for the computer, not for a mobile device. So we have tools for that, so we can on server side simplify the things so they can run smoothly. And the other new thing we have is logistics optimization, because in large manufacturing companies, when you talk about AI, it's la, but in the end, it's just the large language model used for documentation. Please tell me what we have here, what we have there. But we were able to take the data, the logistics data, position-based things, and ask the AI, please tell me what is strange in the behavior of this guy here, because usually he does something, but I want to see what is happening differently. So something like anomaly detection or similar case. Okay, Emre.
Thank you again. It's really nice to hear you all. And now times to take questions. I have 2 questions now, and now is available. From LinkedIn, Islam Hashem, as BIM specialist, what should we prioritize to build a strong foundation for an accurate and scalable digital twin models? Should ensuring the accuracy of COBI data be a key focus in this process? Who want to take this question?
I think I'll take it because I touched on it before. I saw it on the questions, and I kind of spoke a little bit to it. So I mean, you look at COBI. It's a class of how we classify our assets moving forward. It's going to be a key aspect, but we need to speak to the client. because if the client doesn't use Colby or they can't integrate into the systems, then it's pretty useless. So it's around what they need to capture with asset management, and then making sure we can manage that data within our models as we're going through the construction process.
I think just to add to that, I think the issue really is that's great for new builds, but what about all the brownfield sites?
Yes.
I mean, digital twins are not just about, oh, I've just built this building and they're the only people who can have digital twins. It's not. We've got millions of buildings which do not have a 3D model or a Kobe asset register or whatever. So I think it's sort of, this question sort of exemplifies one of the issues. Everybody thinks it's about, you know, my Revit model and how we do. It's not. We've got cities that we can't Revitize, or we can't do that. But the point the point that you're making is absolutely valid. It's trying to make things it's about asset management in the future. It's not about the construction. The requirements of the asset owner completely different to those of the person who's building it. They have a completely different view of what they want that information to be. And it's an awareness of the constructors to understand what their asset owners are going to be asking for. And that's, for me personally, I see that as the big silo that BIM has to break out of.
Yes.
You have to start talking and imagining what this building is going to be doing in 20 years' time. Yeah. Not what the immediacy and the problems are of construction and procurement and commercial delivery. And I think that's the big thing to think about. Imagine what this building is going to be looking like, and I've got to look after this building in 20 years. What information would I need, and how can I format that?
Okay, another question from Dr. Kasi Ponapali. As AI rate previous data in deadlines, previously proved models can we call and use so that we can leverage with resources and time and money? Any use cases?
Well, I would say yes, as long as your data is well structured. Like the biggest problem with a lot of using AI and any data system, if the data is not structured in the way that it can be absorbed and used and verified, then AI is going to struggle to bring any benefits and costs. So, I mean, I don't know if Barry want to jump in there or someone else, but in my opinion, yes, if the data is there, it can be used, but you've got to make sure that the data is actually accurate and it's well structured, or else it's pretty useless.
I think the other thing I would ask, I focus on in digital twins, is this word I call findability. There's no point having all this information if you or somebody can't find it simply. And in many cases where AI works, so the major use of a digital twin is for prolonging asset life and managing the life of an asset. How long is that escalator going to last? Or when do I have to repaint something? And quite often the benefit and the management of a digital twin is just managing, as Ram pointed out, it's monitoring changes. What has changed? How long is that paint going to last without peeling? Potholes, and what condition of the roads? You know, when do I have to repair it? And that's where the real advantages come in. But at the same time, it's all about it's about findability. A digital twin without findability is, as I said about this metaphor, it's like an atlas on a coffee table. It looks beautiful, but it's completely useless unless you can find exactly the village or town or the river that you want to compare things to and see what has changed in that. So yeah, so that's sort of the key. That's what sort of my philosophy is all about, findability. That's the heart of it, because if you can't find the data, then it's lovely but useless.
Thank you again. So it was really nice to hear your insights and valuable experience. Thank you for again your sharings, Rom, Mikael, Chris, and Barry. Thank you all again. And we have to now jump to another session. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Guys, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So welcome again to GeoSpatialNext, and another session will available now. And it's time to talk BIM and GIS. At first, let me introduce our speakers. Rajanikant Tota, Executive Director, Innovations from iSpatial Techno Solutions, and Hussein Shalabi, Land Development Geoinformation Manager from NEOM, Marwan Ebubeid, Digital Construction Lead from Turner International, Dr. Ibrahim Fatah, Digital Transformation and BIM Expert from Dubai Municipality, and Dominic Mayer, CEO of Look AI. Welcome all again.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me right?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Nice to see you all. Thanks
Yes.
for having us.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to hear you. So now, Dominic, we may start with question, and also I will join again with Q&A session at the end of the session. So, okay, let's start.
Great. Thank you so much, Amer, for putting this together, and excited to have everyone here today. So we're going to be diving into a little bit into the world of BIM and GIS, right? I mean, that's the center point of a lot of what is in the new construction technology nowadays. And that brings me to the first question, right? Which is the integration of BIM and GIS is transforming the way we design and manage our infrastructure. From the smart cities to large infrastructure projects, what do you believe are the key trends driving the convergence of these technologies today?
Is it towards me?
Yeah, we can start as a round robin. So basically, if Raj, you want to jump in, and then we can go around.
If it is okay, I can start. You want
Please.
to answer? I see the main trend will be like the digital twins or smart cities are the key drivers, I see. And another driving force is AI, which is bringing a huge change and making some things which are not possible earlier feasible. That is a key driving factor. These two are the other areas. And we have now the IoT devices. The technology is improving the capacity through 5G technology, enabling things, data transfers at a much higher speed. These are all the driving factors I see towards this direction. And more and more digitalization will helps in our operations of asset lifecycle management and managing the assets efficiently.
Yes, I would like to add actually that recently we have seen better awareness from the clients and developers regarding the importance of integrating BIM and GIS. We initially started back in 2018 having this integration in Expo 2020 when we were building, and it's proved to be quite efficient, giving us an information on a district and neighborhood and city level, not only inside the buildings. Currently, one of the ambitious projects happening around in the region is the ambitious plan by Dubai municipality, making an entire digital twin for the whole city of Dubai. And that's possibly only through the integration of a GIS and digital twin. Now, on top of that, I would like to add to what Mr. Raj mentioned. One of the new features will be required for this integration is the importance of handling the data. Which data we would like to touch base, which data we want to reflect, which data we want to see. It's very important to have the data through the proper cycle, which starts from data collection, data segregation, data deployment, and then reflection of the final result. Because it's argued by IBM that only 5% of data around us is used for the final decision makes. Okay, and one of the critical components, because if we have GIS information and BIM models which are overloaded with unnecessary data, it's a waste of our efforts and energy and resources. That's why optimizing the data collected and used, this is, in my opinion, will be the next core essential, defining what kind of data we need, how we filter the necessary data only, and how we optimize the life update for this data.
If you allow me as well, I 100% agree with Mr. Raj and Mr. Marwan regarding the smart cities and digital twin. One of the key factors to managing or handling the asking for this BIM and GIS integration, but one of the main things as well, which helping us or driven this integration much easier with the cloud-based services, which make the collaboration between all the stakeholders much easier because the it's different communication, if different vocabulary from GIS and BIM people. They're talking about the data in different ways. So the cloud services, which make made this integration much easier, and this collaboration can be integrated or can talk to each other, that help the future cities or smart cities and digital twin become much easier because the real-time data enhancement or update, the designs always keep changing, the master plans keep changing, etc. So the real-time data, it's one of the main factors that take this integration next level. So I can consider the cloud-based services and the smart cities digital twin is one of the main key driven to take this further. Yeah.
Dr. Farah, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, yeah. Well, I think the trends already cover, but I just maybe emphasize again on the two most common trends, which is smart cities and digital twins. And basically, when we talk about BIM and GIS integration, in simple words, what we talk about is studying how the surrounding environments affect buildings when we design these buildings, and how the buildings in return affect the surrounding environments. And out of these, there are common use cases: improving urban planning, talk about smart city, optimizing energy use, enhancing sustainability, better decisions, real-time monitoring. So this kind of real usages, real use cases. So this is our the two most common use cases. Of course, there are sub branches of these common trends, but smart city and digital twins are the most common ones.
So I think you all touched on an essential point, right? Which is the connectivity, bringing together what is real-time feedback from the world, what is being updated into the models, back into action decision making, right? And that's driving this process. But if we're realistic about digital twins, about building these digital physical world models, is that they're not always easy to make, right? So, and that's something we face very much at Look, the company I'm building in the US here, is that having the feedback loop of accurate, aligned data, right? Fixing the technical issues, complying with different IT data requirements, are a few of many of the unexpected challenges that are still happening. In your eyes, what are some of the most common problems you face in this integration between GIS and BIM, essentially?
I would, in my opinion, actually, the data management setup. One of the challenges it's that how you make the balance between the necessity for information, but at the same time the privacy of the information, because not everybody want to share everything at all times. That's why there is a new mechanism which called provide at required only, or only need, or only know what need only. And that's basically something built on a blockchain setup, which ensures the maximum security. And the principle for that setup, just to know the information, it's like, for example, the bank want to know my credit record. Okay, they don't need to see my entire account or my full bank statements and everything information. They need only to know the relevant information only. And that's where the new technologies such as blockchains come to the ground to introduce the new Web 3.0, because in my opinion, this will be essential. Unfortunately, from commercial perspective, it's not very beneficial for commercial industries, for commercial or corporates. That's why it's not strongly driven. Okay, but it secures the more privacy of the information, and again, filter no, providing only what's need to be known, not unnecessary exposing too many informations. So the information privacy and security, in my opinion, this is one of the biggest challenges we have these days.
Just to add what Mr. Marwan is saying, there are another kind of challenges also we see. Like traditionally, BIM models are very detail oriented, and in your GIS systems, sometimes we may not need that kind of details, and also interoperability. The formats are different, the technology is different, and different level of positional accuracy details. So these kind of challenges create hurdles in the process of smooth integration. That's we see most of the time. On the BIM side, you have too many details. On the GIS side, the expected details are very different, and the format differences. So if we can solve this kind of issues with a standardization or some other mechanisms, and you are sitting with legacy data and mismatches between your GIS world and the BIM world, these are some of the challenges I see.
I totally agree with Raj. If I may jump in again, sorry, gentlemen, but actually, Raj just touched one of the painful points. Actually, it's an excellent point. And yes, we found that in some, not actually, recently we started to make two different versions of the models. One model, we call it lightweight model for the use of digital twin purpose solely. and we keep it light as much as possible, only the basic necessary information, and then the traditional as-built model. And yes, it's a very good point, Raj. I totally agree with you.
Yes, I may add to some of the common problems when it comes to BIM and the GIS integrations is the amount of data, the volume of data. If we talk, for example, talk about smart city, we're talking about a huge amount of data, especially if we need to do real-time monitoring. So for this, data need to be processed, stored, handled, maintained, updated, and this require infrastructure to deal with all this data. And not only that, you need people, skilled people. That's one of the issues also. What the point if you have technology and infrastructure, but you don't have the right people to drive this technology, the right processes, the right data format. So all of these things add up together as common of the problems when it comes to the integration between the two methodology, GIS and BIM. And also maybe add quickly, they are different backgrounds. You have the different experts. On the BIM side, you have architect, engineers, but on the GIS, you have GIS specialists, and sometimes they speak different languages. They have different background. So also bringing this collaboration between this, having some common ground, also sometimes it's a challenge.
I just can add as well. I 100% agree with the team here, because the size of the data, the infrastructure that's going behind the whole system to make all these running together, and still, as I mentioned before, the collaboration between these teams, etc. It's very challenging. The governance, as mentioned by Mr. Marwan, who's what can be shared, what cannot be shared, and what the level of details that be can be displayed to the for public or the other teams, etc. In addition, if we are talking about as we, huge cities or countries, etc., we are talking about different coordinate system, different projection of coordinate system, which that may take us to mismatching of coordinate system as well between the BIM and the GIS as well. Uh, all these factors, it make the life a little bit challenging to integrate the BIM and GIS. As mentioned by Mr. Marwan previously, that it's about 5-6 years ago when we start talking about BIM and GIS integration. So, and real-time data, the updating real-time data correction, etc. All these to be synchronized between all these teams. That's really challenging to build the right infrastructure to manage this size of data. It's terabyte, maybe petabyte as well. And yeah, if we're talking about small cities, it can reach easily petabytes, easily with level of details. We're talking about second level of details, not all the details that related to BIM. So the infrastructure, to build right infrastructure, can manage this size of data. It's very challenging, and to make the governance clear and obvious and easily to manage these data, it's really challenging as well.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're all in agreement that the different technologies we're putting together, the different software platforms, processes lead to what is inherently data silos, interoperability challenges. And these barriers are fundamentally there, right? If I ask you all count the number of different software tools you do use, I'm sure that we can, throughout this panel, come up with over 10 different software tools for each one of us on our projects where we're seeing. But that brings me to a little bit more of, I'm going to say, a regional aspect, right? So specifically to the UAE, what are the challenges that you see in the seamless integration, right? Are we seeing processes from governmental infrastructure policies, industry initiatives that are helping us standardize on these tools, approaches, data standards, communication protocol, visibility protocols that make our lives easier? Or are we seeing progress in that direction?
Actually, despite the good intentions, okay, of the government agencies and so on, in my opinion, there is a technical challenge because data filtering and security, it is challenging. I will give example. I mentioned the blockchain as one of the ideal solutions for handling the data management for security and privacy. But again, one of the problems for the blockchain, currently there are more than 16 mechanisms of confirmation of consensus for transaction. So the technology is not fully matured yet. This is one thing. The other thing, building a digital twin or a full smart city, this is a preceding. So we are touch base something very new. I mean, there is no like previous cases of a smart city anywhere else in the world. Yes, there are some initiatives on limited functions, like in Dubai, they are trying to make some neighborhood smart parking system, or some other cities smart traffic system, but nobody yet has a full holistic. I know there is currently some initiatives, especially the one when MIT institution and Boston, they are trying to make a full district as a smart city. That's why probably there is no clear framework with anybody in the world yet to tell, yes, you should do 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody who's working on smart city level or digital twin level, everybody still exploring. I don't think there's a full from end to end solution anywhere fully function yet in around the world.
Yeah, I think we talked about the challenges, but for regional challenges, I think it's all generic challenges everywhere. It's not only specific to Dubai or any. Maybe there are some specific regional challenges, but common challenges are interoperability things between different technology, different software, different data format, adoption barriers like using skills gap, for example, and company maybe don't have enough budget to implement technology or upgrade their technology stack. But I just want to pick up on one of the advantages here in Dubai, regional advantages, is the government initiatives. Dubai, for example, pushing for digital transformation. Like as an example, last year, in 2024, BIM became mandated for new buildings, for certain types of buildings. So traditionally, the consultant used to submit CAD drawings, but now they are required to submit BIM models. And one of the use cases for this will be integrating these BIM models in the digital twin of Dubai. So this is an example where government initiatives pushing toward this transformation and the integration in a positive way.
This is one of the important points raised actually by Dr. Ibrahim. What we see is cities like Dubai, Riyadh, or Abu Dhabi, the cities have grown quite fast in the last 20 years, or 20, 25 years, if you say precisely. And you can see two different worlds. All the modern infrastructure have detailed digital BIM models or CAD drawings. And when you go back in time, you have legacy data which is not maintained or not up to, not as per the as-built, or changes are not maintained. And the challenge comes when a citywide you want to do a digital twin or a smart city project where you want to have all these details. So you face a challenge of two different worlds, where some places you have very detailed, accurate information. On the other side, you have minimal information. So combining these two is a typical challenge, what we see commonly here. And finding a middle ground. Where is your optimal place to start? You can always go back and go back and look at the old buildings and invest more money onto it and get the accurate data. But to start today, what is a common ground? Which level of details are sufficient or enough to start? So this is one place the decision makers face today in this region. And as the other colleagues mentioned, projects like smart cities or Abu Dhabi SDI programs or federal programs are helping to at least start somewhere, start gathering, standardizing it. I see it as a positive sign despite having all these challenges. But anyway, this challenge need to be addressed.
I can just add, since, as we said, it's a little bit new requirements in general. I'm talking about the region. I'm not from UAE, but in general. So little bit, as mentioned by the team, that skills gap, lack of standardization during the data submission, etc. The legacy of the infrastructure. All these make the transformation, it's difficult, but in the end, the government in general all pushing for the digital transformation. They're pushing to enhance or to be technology leadership, let's say. So all these can leading that there is huge investment will happen in this to build this kind of data, to build this the foundation of the digital twin or the infrastructure for these technologies. So in coming years, this will be enhanced for sure.
Great. So it sounds like we are making progress towards standardizing this. Is it from a city perspective? Is it infrastructure? Is it from a government? We are pushing on that standardization, which is going to help everyone downstream make the process more efficient. So I want to take the opportunity to give you all a little bit more of a deep dive into your own companies and processes that you're evolving, and touch on a little bit on the BIM GIS integrations that you guys have done and would recommend to any new organizations, professionals looking to get into this for a newer practice. What are some processes that you recommend people follow to ensure the efficient and scalable adoption of these technologies? So I would love to hear how each one of you really has learned and implemented some very specific examples in the industry around those integrations.
Okay, so I can maybe say a few words on this one. Is first, I think everyone need to manage expectations. When you start implementing this BIM GIS integration, it's not overnight thing. It requires patience, training, preparation. And the best approach is to follow agile approach. What I mean by the agile approach is to start small, start with the basic use cases. And with time, this will grow to be including more other use cases. And you learn from mistakes in the previous use case or whatever you started with. So that's kind of a gradual incremental development, not trying to solve the whole problem at once. The whole problem, it's quite big, challenging. We talked about large amount of data, technology challenges, skills gap. So all of these cannot be solved at one go. So this is why it's essential to start small and learn from the experience, the lessons, and then build up on what you learned in the previous phase. The other point is adopting maybe open standards, open data formats that help integration. So you're not tied up or coupled with a specific commercial vendor. So the landscape, then it's bigger for you. You're not limited in one way. Like in Dubai municipality, when adopted BIM for new buildings permits, we ask the consultant to submit the format, the models, BIM models using IFC format, because it's open. It's not related or tied, coupled with any commercial format. That give us the freedom to develop our internal infrastructure to process this data, give us the freedom to use the technology we need, develop in-house solutions, digital solutions. So that's another advantage or recommendation if someone wants to do some development or services related to BIM and GIS integration.
Actually, Dr. Ibrahim highlighted very key aspects of it. Can I go? I'm sorry, I think I stopped someone.
Go ahead, Raj.
Okay. So what we see is when we are dealing with our customers, the key aspect or differentiate between the successful project or otherwise is identifying what is the end goal. What are the use cases we are targeting to achieve in BIM? You can get everything under the sky, but as Dr. Ibrahim highlighted, you have to start small, identify your real use cases or end use cases in near term and in the long term. So once you identify, as soon as we operationalize it or bring that process into operations, like issuing a permit or managing your asset operations, as long as you bring that data or a service or use case into your day-to-day workflow, the systems are thriving and maintained well. So we recommend from our experience, like see the end goal or end use cases in near term so that you can get management buy-in and systems continuously improve. That is one of the key takeaway from my experience, at least I can say.
I can add more. Yeah, one of the main factors when we are saying just focus on one aspect or understand where are you going, that to minimize the level of details or the size of the data that you're working on, that to enhance your system performance, for example, and to reduce not rubbish, let's say, to reduce the unneeded or unnecessary data that you're utilizing on your aspect or you're focusing on. Other things is the cloud services. It's one of the main factor or the main important part, which to enhance the collaboration. We are keep saying the people who are working on GIS, not the same people who are working on BIM. So the cloud services, it's make the collaboration between all the teams much easier, and even the integration with for example with other vendors or with the client, etc. This can make the life much easier to integrate the data, that submission, the life cycle of the data, the processes. So you have to identify the area that you are focusing on, identify the workflows, the processes that you have to be implemented, and it's better to be based on cloud services to make these processes, the workflow, the changes much easier, and focusing on automation, minimizing the manual effort or human effort that to enhance the accuracy, to reduce the errors, etc. This is what I can highlight in this challenges part. Yeah.
Great. Mr. Abu Ibib, do you want to add anything? Well, that brings us to probably my favorite question here, right? Which is where are we heading next as an industry, as a software development set of tools, as a set of projects, and we're going to see a lot of evolution across these platforms, across the cloud interoperability, but specifically on the integration piece. I want to ask you all to think about what are you expecting to see change in the next 1 year, 5 years, and 50 years, right? Are we going to see standards change massively? Are we going to see software platforms become so easily integratable that we don't even have to worry about this? Or are we going to see this as a continuous pain point that's going to evolve, right? From my perspective, it's always been a human challenge, right, to decide on who is responsible for the standardization and integration. And I'm excited to see progress in this. But what do you all think? Are we going to see change in how this integration takes place based on how the industry is moving forward?
If you allow me to jump here. So if we go 3 years ago, when the collaboration or the partnership started between Autodesk and Israel, which they are both main factors in this area, from BIM, Autodesk, and GIS, Israel from GIS perspective. And they start talking to each other through ArcGIS Online and Autodesk connectors. So when this happened, that made this communication much easier, which this is why we are recommending the cloud-based services. When that's happened, that gives you an indication where are we going. In future, maybe there is no GIS and BIM. It's a spatial engineering data. It's both in combination. It's both one area or something. the real-time data correction, real-time data update, the IoT, all these things can give you a huge indication that in future, most of the manual effort will be disappeared. For example, I remember maybe 10 years ago, there are companies, all the main area that work on digitizing satellite images and selling the data. Now we have AI and machine learning, etc., making this digitization, it's just a second. So you can understand that the size of the data or the level of detail that we're going to reach, it will be more deep, and the size of the data update or real-time data will be enhanced. We can manage traffic, we can manage the city in accurate way, precise. We are talking smart cities, so that means the IoT and real-time data will make huge difference in future.
Yes, I may add quickly. I mean, you ask about 50 years from now. I mean, it's difficult to predict tomorrow in a week what will happen, let alone say 50 years. Certainly, I don't think anyone can predict 50 years from now. But at least in the interim of the short term, we can predict that AI automation will have more role proactive. Maybe in the past is more reactive. But I would imagine with the boom of AI, different AI approaches, I'm not only specifically talking about large language model, we'll see more proactive roles of the AI agent, for example, in handling, processing data, and faster, much better quality than a human being. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is accessibility. I think nowadays the technology or people who can operate on technology related to GIS and BIM are skilled people, have niche experience, maybe programming experience. Maybe with time we'll have the technology is open for average, let's say, graduate from university, able to handle or operate systems like GIS and BIM systems. Also, we may see in the future standards that try to bring the two together, open standard. Currently, we have a standard for GIS, we have a standard, open standard like IFC for BIM, but maybe with time, we'll see more harmonization between these two standards to allow more seamless data integration between the two approaches or the two domains.
These are very interesting observations. And looking at at least near-term future, like long-term, we cannot predict anyway the way technologies change. But what I see is the technology like large language models, especially ChatGPT, like of tools, reducing the barrier of entry, and it will reduce the skill related challenges. I'm saying that technology introducing into BIM and GIS world will make non-technical user or non-GIS user able to navigate around these kind of tools or complex engineering systems, will make it more easier for a common users. So that will one of the trend I'm seeing. Another thing is more and more cloud native technologies will emerge, where you can put all your data and systems start interoperable more and more. So that is one of the trend we can see in near future. Formats obviously will get standardized, and big players like Microsoft, AWS, ESRI, Autodesk, these are coming together, started talking to each other. Everyone is offering one or other way spatial data. So this will force them to standardize and interoperate. As overall, I see these are the positive trends will make the technology more affordable and more easy to implement.
So I'm excited to see whether, in a few years, we're going to have language models and applications automate the construction side, the feedback, the operations of an asset, right? So whether or not we're going to go on WhatsApp and text someone, hey, we need to fix this pipe here, or whether we're going to have sensors that are going to be able to predict what is going to break, who needs to address it, and who needs to fix it. but that's a part for the future. And I think that brings us to a wrap, to a very exciting panel. And then we're going to open it up to a few Q&A questions. Emre, are we good to dive into that?
Yes, we have questions, and now I'm showing you. Yes, from the LinkedIn, Islam Hashem has a question regarding the integration between Autodesk and Esri products. Is this a better way for interoperability other than using open formats like IFC? So who want to jump to this
Yes,
question?
I would like to answer this actually. I personally, I am a strong advocate towards open sources and standardization. Okay, IFC file extension is critical and essential. Unfortunately, it's not driven enough for commercial reasons from the tech corporates, and that's why from business oriented perspective, direct integration, it works, it's smooth and easy for end user to use the Autodesk S3 integration. But on long term, in my opinion, this is not the ideal case. We must enforce open standards. It's critical because otherwise we will limit our efficiency to a certain corporate product, which is not the case. We should be efficient because the process is efficient and working. Now, I understand there is a need for competition between companies, each other, and so on. But I am one of the biggest advocates towards open standards, BIM standards especially.
Thank you. Actually, Islam has another question before that, so I would like to share with you. How can open data standards like IFC help address the interoperability changes between BIM and GIS system, ensuring smoother data exchange and integration?
If I can jump in here. So we're saying the automation, one of the key factors to minimize the effort and saving time, saving costs, etc. So it's better to utilize something like to enhance the automation process. So even FME, Python scripts, demo, or I don't remember the name of the other softwares that can help you to automate these processes. So you can just run a workbench or the script and you can do the integration. But the issue is with this data exchange, if it's not a real-time data, so you have to make it on a regular basis to make sure that you are having the accurate or the latest version of the data in both systems.
So, thank you. If you have anything to add before close? No, no, you don't have, I think.
Just re-emphasizing on the open data standards. Keeping always the data in these open formats may enable more possibilities of integration, even though it is a little painful, but it has benefits in the long term.
Yeah, another question and last one. Again, some asked, is the integration between Autodesk and Esri tools are a more suitable solution for real-time data synchronization between BIM and GIS, or do open formats like IFC offer better long-term scalability? Of course, it depends projects, but if you want to answer, or do you have anything?
Islam mentioned that the other software is Dynamo. Yes, it is. And regarding this, as Mr. Marwan mentioned, that open source, it can provide this infrastructure, but you're gonna utilize a lot of other. It's not one or two softwares. You're gonna build the whole infrastructure. So when we are saying Esri and Autodesk, yes, there are some limitations based on these product limits. but in the end, it can give you the foundation or the fastest way, let's say, to build your infrastructure to make this synchronization easily. But in the end, you can build your own infrastructure through a lot of other open sources. So they are open source for each element, from servers operation to GIS operation to BIM operation, etc. But to build the full infrastructure, that you can do it in open source, but this will take time and effort. Um, but it can be run officially or efficiency like Autodesk and Easy Tools.
So, yeah, thank you again. It was really nice to hear you all here, and thanks for sharing your insights and experience. And we have to now jump another session. So thank you again, Hussein, Raj, and Marwan, Dominic, and Dr. Ibrahim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you,
for
guys.
time. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to GeoSpatialNext, and it's time to talk digitalization of infrastructure. And let me introduce at first my speakers. Charles Jennings, Managing Director of Jennings Geomatics. Hasan Bora Yavuz, Product Sales Specialist from Autodesk. And Rabih Bu Rashid, founder and CEO of FETS Group. Welcome all again. Can you hear me correctly?
Hi, Emre. All good. Thanks.
I can hear perfect. Yes. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. So we start with question, and now it's time, your Robbie. And after that, I will back to you with Q&A part. If we have any question from the visitors. So, okay, let's start.
Okay, so thank you, Emre, and hello, everyone. I think the brief introduction was enough, so we'll jump straight to the topic at hand. And I think we're talking about digitizing. So the first question that we want to discuss is how the digitizing of infrastructure project is transforming the way we design, the way we build, and the way we manage smart and sustainable networks. So I want to address the question first to Charles and ask him from his perspective, what are the key trends driving this transformation today?
Yeah, so my experience with digital construction comes from working on High Speed 2 in the UK, so obviously largest civil engineering project in Europe, going for a BIM level 3 approach where everything is designed in 3D, set out in 3D, clashes and as-built are done in 3D, and then that is all added to the initial model, which is updated. And I think it was anything above 100 mil deviation, the actual design model was changed, and then that would be handed over to whoever the operator is, and then they can use that to manage through the full life cycle of that project. So the design, engineering, construction, management, maintenance, everything is done through the 3D modeling. And really important to that is having a centralized construction design environment, which all parties, all stakeholders can log into and work on the same documents, and make sure that any updates are done, everything is done through that central system. What you tend to see then is as you go to smaller and smaller projects, or projects with less and less capital, so less of a small amount of money of the entire budget that can be spent on that 3D environment. If you get to something, say 50 houses, they'll probably use a digital ground model for their earthworks. They may then still use 2D plans for designing and building the houses. But when you get down to individual buildings, it's very unlikely that they're going to be designed and managed and handed over in 3D. However, there's a big movement from architects to now design in Revit rather than in CAD, and so there's that push from the design side into the into the construction side. And then we have legacy infrastructure that needs to be laser scanned, which is expensive, and then 3D model, which is expensive. So it is transforming the way that we build, but to have sustainable networks and sustainable infrastructure, this additional cost has to be considered.
Okay, so you'd say the biggest trend driving this is the construction company or the project owner's appetite towards technology, or is it money driven, or is it like what's the biggest push? Because you said the larger projects are going through the things, but smaller aren't. Like, why aren't the smaller one just going there as well?
I think the best way to think about it is the economies of scale. So in vertical construction, in heavy civil construction, in large commercial projects, to design your project in 3D allows you to coordinate between a great number of different disciplines. So your HVAC, your MEP, your structural, all of these systems can be designed together. So if you have a very complex building, the efficiency you gain by designing in 3D and then having a digital asset you can hand over to the client at the end of the project manifest. Whereas the smaller the project gets, the fewer people are actually working on it, and the more the traditional systems will work, where you have paper plans and people having construction meetings and talking on site before they then go and do the job. So I think it's all about the economies of scale, the scale of efficiency you can get on large projects with having a high level of BIM.
Okay. All right, Bora.
Yeah, I agree at some points. So cost is a very, very well-known driver for the digitalization of the projects. But I'd like to address this question in terms of infrastructure projects. So when we talk about infrastructure projects, actually, what I see here in the region, especially in the Middle East region and Turkey, I would say the mostly focused on infrastructure projects are the network, road network, railways, and infrastructures like sewage systems and water distribution systems. So actually, they are large-scale projects, at least scale projects, and also country-scale projects. So what I see here in the region is a driver for this change, that how we design, how we build, and how we manage this information, is that actually the technological advancements in the cloud area. So the way we build and the way we design at the first stage, the way we design the infrastructure projects are very different than the 10 years or 20 years back, because we have multinational companies doing multinational work from different countries and in different places. So the designers are from different countries, and the builders and contractors are located in another country. So the important thing here is that I agree with Charles here, that we need to be in the same environment and single source of truth. So cloud technology here is actually driving this change as a leader of technological advancements.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to jump to the second question, mostly in the interest of time, and discuss a bit of innovation. So one of the things that is, I don't know, sexy or very used terms these days is VR, AR, all of these new tech. So they know they're having an influence in the construction infrastructure projects. They know, they have a lot of impact. But what I want to know, and what I want to ask you about this specifically, how wide is their use? How good are they? Are we there? Are they amazing? Are we facing challenges?
Yeah. Actually, it's a VR was a big hype recent years, right? So we have Oculus systems, we have Apple Vision, and all this stuff went in the market, and there was some expectancy. I mean, the expectancy of the audience shouldn't. I mean, wasn't met that much in the VR technology. But in the construction side, we actually use this VR technology to go over the design in the virtual environment and have our meetings on the virtual environment and see the design in the real so-called reality, virtual reality environment, and provide feedbacks on the designs. But of course, depending on some issues, this might be cost of the instrument. This might be, the way we see the virtual reality environment. It is in the baby steps, it is in the initial stages. But in some industries, not infrastructure, but some industries like petrochemical industry, plants industry, or navy, maritime industry, it's been used for training reasons for a couple of years back. So if the training environment is so risky and the newbie is not meant to go there before the initial training, so this is very useful. But to be honest, for infrastructures, VR needs for some time, I mean, to be ready for this kind of utilization. But in AR, I would say that many companies, especially many startups, build their own environment in AR, especially for building quality assurance, quality check, and snagging reasons. So now what we do in construction side is that we have this cloud environment. So the design is there, and we have the plans, 2D plans and shop drawings, and all the stuff are accumulated in under one common data environment. And what we do now is that we have our tablets and mobile phones. We get this information through cloud. We locate ourselves in the construction area, where the infrastructure is constructed, and then we are able to see what is there in the real time, and what would be the project, what would the project look like in the future, like 1 week or 2 weeks period. So it's very important for us to understand since the complexity of the projects are getting higher every day. So we needed to see what would be what's the real situation in the field. So AR has very good use of potential, and also we are seeing this potential is becoming real in the field nowadays.
Okay, so you see VR. I mean, Charles, from your point of view, your ground experience, how do you see these specifically VR and AR happening or not happening?
Yeah. So I think VR. So I mean, I'm only 43, but I remember VR being like the big thing in the 90s. We were going to use VR for everything, and now, 35 years later, we're saying, oh, we're going to use VR. And I do see that there's quite a lot of useful applications of VR in training, either in site-specific training, or if you're going to deploy to a confined space environment, you can be trained in VR, and then that is a way of knowing the environment with very little risk. You then have AR, and I think the augmented reality has more within engineering construction. And I particularly think, I personally think that like VR, AR headsets are a dead end because they're heavy, they maybe obscure your vision, they're not necessarily the best thing to have on a construction site, but using your mobile device or using a tablet to visualize what is in front of you, they are very useful because they can be used from a static position safely, and then you can visualize the design data in the real world. And then actually the difficulty that you have is that the digital world and the real world, whilst they're similar and one has been designed to match the other, they're not the same. So the digital world that you might have, say the complex IFC model of a whole hospital, if you try and visualize that on your smartphone, it's going to crash straight away. If you have got, say, just the ductwork for that area and you want to see that manifest in the real world, that would be really useful. But how do you get that if all you've got is the entire IFC model? I believe that Bora's got a solution for that. The other part of it is then how do you control it? So do you use QR codes? Do you use GNSS? Do you use some other system to place yourself? So if you're outside, you can use satellite positioning. If you're inside, you can maybe use QR codes. But getting that all to work when you don't have specialists, that's the difficulty, I think.
Yeah, thanks for addressing these formats, Charles. Actually, once we are talking about the web-based systems and the application-based systems on AR, we are actually not directly talking about the IFC, complicated IFC formats or any other 3D models, which is created by, I don't know, Revit, Allplan, or kind of stuff. So actually, web-based models are mostly GML and XML kind of formats to be transformed for that reason. So there is no level of detail compromised actually. So it depends what kind of visualization you want to see through the tablet. But what I would like to say also, localization is something that you mentioned, like GPS units could be utilized outside, and indoors we can use QR codes, etc. And also there are some, good advancements in the LiDAR technology, that we have tablets with LiDAR, we have tablets with high resolution cameras that we can also position ourselves by pointing out a known point on the ground and giving a direction by scanning the environment. So it is up and going. I mean, it is up and running and developing each day. And each day, the accuracy of the accuracy and the resolution of the models and the accuracy of our relocation on the ground is developing. I would say it's a good advancement.
Why
to
are
be
we
honest.
so behind? I mean, is it a matter of just the hardware can't keep up with kind of the concept of it all? Is it is it the resistance?
People don't know the technology that much. First of all. And when they want to implement this technology, there is some resistance, internal resistance for change. I would give an example, a real life example to you. In Istanbul Grand Airport, when it was under construction, this tablet application was a lifesaver. They handed over like 150 iPads to the field personnel, and they avoided maybe 60,000 of clashes. So this is actually very important when you are dealing with a huge project, either if it is infrastructure or superstructure and a complex projects. It's even more more useful, I would say.
Okay, I mean, we focus a lot on VR and AR, but in general, what other really good tech that's been around for 5-10 years and is actually perfected now and is widely adopted? Is there anything in either of your experience that you've seen? Because you just hit on some of the things, Bora. So what else? Okay, let's forget VR and AR. Maybe VR is very disappointing. Very slow. Maybe we'll have some advanced lightweight material that we could use.
We can think of many others, many aspects. Design is one thing, but I would like to focus on the construction management and construction, quality assurance and documentation of the progress in the construction site. So there are 360 cameras, action cameras and drone technology, as you are very involved in that. So we have also advancements in the AI technology, especially in the image recognition and segmentation of the information which is collected by the cameras. And this is something up and running, and there are many startups on the ground. They are utilizing 360 cameras and laser scanners, especially SLAM technology, and they do build especially they play a role, a real critical role, as built surveys. So, and also snagging and also quality insurance. So anything that you document on the site is directly connected to a cloud system, and any feedback from the field is directly related to the issues and the topics that the responsible person who is who's responsible for addressing it and solving it. So it's a direct connectivity between the field and the design offices and the the users of the modeling tools. So direct technologies are there, and every day we are seeing the implementation of this kind of mindset is ongoing, especially for the complexity of the projects is rising.
Okay, Children, from a design point of view, I think because that's like where is tech has solidified itself in the construction industry. Is there anything that we've experiencing a revolution with today that didn't exist 5 years ago?
I'd say that the sort of the integration between the survey teams, the BIM team, the GIS team in construction, or looking at visual asset management or construction management, that's where you're using all of these technologies together. So the different reality capture technologies, so terrestrial laser scanning, drone-based LiDAR, photogrammetry, either ground-based or airborne, traditional laser scanning, and then all of your construction documents that you have, either 3D models or CAD plans. If you can integrate them together into a central system, for example, like Propeller, where you're doing it for earthworks management and construction management, where everybody can log into the same platform, you can track where muck is going, you can see construction progress, or with Zinc 360, where you've got laser scan data, CAD data next to each other, and then that can be used for asset management, say, in oil and gas or in marine, where people who would have gone with a piece of paper and walked out on site with a work order are now sitting at a desk, creating that work order, sending it digitally with the link to that asset, to the engineer, who then goes out to that geolocation without having to paper and follow a map. That efficiency you get by combining the reality technology with the design data and then being able to instruct people digitally, I think a lot of efficiency is coming, again, coming from top down, bigger projects, industries who are more cash rich, and then working that way down through the value chain. And that means you're not traveling to site as often, which is more sustainable, which means you're doing all your communications digitally rather than having in-person meetings. So then you're getting benefits of efficiency by using the data many times. There's something from Network Rail in the UK where they said, measure once and use many times. And having a central construction design environment or a visual asset management platform that allows you to do that. So it's using the data, taking it out of the special hands. I'm a land surveyor, so I can open point clouds, I can process photogrammetry, I can do laser scanning. But if you're not, and you don't have that special software, it's great to be able to have a web platform that you can log into, either a GIS system or a construction design environment or a visual asset management platform, find all the data that you need and get on with your job because you're not the geospatial specialist.
Yeah. I think I have to add, as far as tech's concerned, there's a huge, you both hit on drones, but from personal experience, drones really transformed. I would say disrupt a lot. They're not that new, but today they're getting better and better at doing things. So from real life experience, we've had one mega project designed in UAE with no drones in mind. And eventually, just before kickoff, a project manager decided, let's implement drones, mostly out of necessity because they were struggling with one equipment to move it around for laser accurate measurement. And they ended up finishing 6 months ahead of their schedule. So they started integrating step by step. First, they used for mapping. So we didn't come in early enough to do the cut and fill, but this would have also saved them time and money. But on the surveying, when we're talking centimeter level in X, Y, and Z, there's, I believe, outdated method where, when you don't need sub-millimeter accuracy, I believe that drones right now just taking that space in terms of speed and efficiency. And, the better the equipment and the better, obviously, the collection quality, the data quality you're collecting, how your entire process. We are seeing months or weeks cut off, depending on the size of project, removed from the life cycle of the construction site because of the integration of drones. And that's only the first bit of it. And then the drones stay there for construction monitoring. When you're monitoring the site, you have this added value of, I think the bigger thing is the comparison to as-built. So you have as-built and the drawing overlaid together. You can catch mistakes early. And I think we did a study a couple of years back that most of the money and time wasted is on reworks. So you bring a drone that gives you live feed on a regular basis, you integrate it with BIM, you can integrate it with whatever, but that, bird's eye view that the drone brings has just, it's been transformational, really. So I won't, push too much on drones. I think if I move to the second question, which I'm not sure, so, in any industry, there's a lot of tedious workflows and things that have to be done manually. Where do you see in this industry, in our industry, what we're involved in, what area we haven't really innovated? Do you still see where an area is overlooked or is time consuming? At least from my point of view, like I just mentioned, that there's things that we need to stop doing, like mobilizing 6 SUVs to a remote site just to do cut and fill, so this is definitely needs to stop and be replaced with one UAV and a guy on a bike. But do you guys have any other outdated methods that it's about time that we shelve these things and start using automation? And obviously, Shark already hit that. We big companies where the money is, people are looking forward, are innovating, but but a lot of the time as well, companies are like, oh, I don't want to do this, we're on a low budget. But really, some of these innovations are saving people money. So do you guys see in your area of expertise where people are using outdated methods in the name of saving money, but the reality is there's something out there that could save them money if they just innovate?
Yeah, would you mind to answer that first? So that's a very nice question, and it's a very general question actually. So it is getting us to the topic that how we adopt the technology in our daily workflows, right? So it's very important for us as data providers for any stage of the construction, as surveyors, need to adapt this change. And I really do agree with what you said earlier, Ravi, as an example. So in perspective of sustainability, we need to change what is done in construction sites now. And the most important challenge I'm seeing in the construction site is that some of the clients still, or the contractors still have a resistance to change. So there are some traditional methods ongoing, and there are some projects are started as a conventional way, and they follow the conventional rules. But the thing is that with the standardization and the developments in the BIM and GIS standardization and the regulations, now we are seeing the steps of the change. So actually, after ISO standards are released for BIM and ISO standards are released for the GIS, and the data is becoming more and more important nowadays to utilize. So my perspective, the most critical issue is on data creation and data share between the stakeholders. So if we can overcome this issue utilizing connectivity, like 5G or satellite kind of internet connection. And if we can combine all this information under one single source of truth, like cloud environment, and give the people to, as Charles mentioned, give the people to permission to reach the data on time and on site, or in the office, then these obstacles would be overcome easily.
There's
Okay,
a really,
Charles, you have
really interesting innovation. An interesting innovation here is that on most major construction projects, you're looking at joint ventures, and quite often you have a number of either a federation of companies or companies that are genuinely working together, but there'll be commercial barriers between subcontracting companies accessing the same system that the main contractors access. And maybe a commercial change in the way that you manage that data, a change in the way that you look at data security. If you had a central repository of geospatial data that could be used by all the stakeholders on the project, rather than it just being one company bought a visual asset management platform so they have access to it. If you could give access through everybody's smartphone, through everybody's tablet to the 3D data, whether or 2D, the GIS and the BIM data. If you could give that to everybody on a project, that would mean that you're capturing once and then using many times, which is more sustainable. But there's a real commercial barrier there, and there's a data protection barrier there. So if you can innovate in legislation, you can innovate on the commercial side and give everybody on a major infrastructure project access to the same data, I think that's really where you'll bring a barrier down and get a lot more value from the data. Because at the end of the day, the drone pilots, the land surveyors, people taking pictures on their phones, they're going to do the hard work of collecting the data and putting it into the system. But then if somebody can't log in because, oh, I work for this company, it's not paid for, or we're not allowed, you're then reducing.
Everybody must be in the same page, right?
So the cloud is taking the cake, at least in today's conversation, that, if we have a, secure cloud that everybody can connect to, joint cloud, all that stuff. So Bora, you really drove this. Okay, so we spoke about this. Let's talk about our regions. So in terms of innovation, so I think, Charles, you're between the UK and Asia, right? So in your area, how is the innovation in the construction industry going? So do you see it, and Bora as well, in your part of the world, I think you're based in Turkey, I don't know how many market you cover, but in your areas, I guess we can start with Charles. Do you see a lot of movement, and what are the challenges, or why not, if you're not seeing?
Yeah, I guess I'd say that it's probably the major projects where the implementation of a fully digital system is there. So on High Speed 2, Lot C1 that I was working on with Sir Robert McAlpine, we had a very, very well integrated BIS survey team. And so the data was fed in from external partners for the UAVs, from the survey team that I was part of, to the BIM and GIS teams, who integrated their systems and then allowed the different teams to use that data. The logistics team knew how many trucks were off their gates, then that was linked into the security cameras, and then the tickets was giving to the security guards. We had an in-construction progress monitoring, and the tickets, or whatever that was generating, were then pushed into the GIS system, and as was the survey data. So then the construction team could see whether the piles had been piled, whether they had been capped off, whether they'd been full of concrete, whether they were having the next stage added onto them. Everything was there and ready and available to allow you to fully use the data. It was democratized across the project from the hard work of the BIM, GIS, and survey teams. Then as you go down value chain, large residential constructing intelligent machines with digital ground models for their earthworks. It's much more efficient than doing things with batter boards and levels. Drone survey once a week, compare, change the design, update the ground model, manage your earthworks that way. But as you go down through the value of projects, you then find that there's less and less adoption and more use of traditional methods such as 2D paper plans or user setting out techniques. So I think that's probably cost-based. The smaller projects, they just don't have as much. I mean, the big projects, they don't make a wide margin, 2% or something like that, but it's 2% of a very large number. So although the margins might be slightly wider on the smaller projects, they only really see the cost of these additional systems. They don't see the benefit. And then if we take that to Southeast Asia, there are some mega projects, the Ho Chi Minh City Metro that was just finished with Japanese investment funding, all done in 3D, as built done in 3D. But then, you know, in residential or commercial construction here, laser scanning and 3D design are much less prevalent. However, the architects are all moving to designing in Revit rather than designing in CAD. And so from the top, that's been pushed down into more projects. So they're at least being designed in 3D, even if they're set out and compared to 2D plans.
So you think that, let's say, are you satisfied with the adoption rate, or do you think more and more people should do it? At least, you know, in your region, like, you know, in your line of work, are you frustrated? Like, why aren't we doing this enough? Because I can tell you, we are, from a drone perspective, that we don't see enough people adopting drones, even though the ROI has been proven for the last, you know, decade or so. So do you feel that frustration, or do you feel like, you know, it's on track, things are going, they're matching with the regulations?
That's a really good point with drone aircraft. Drones are more powerful than what the legislation will allow them to do. So it's been perfectly possible to fly a fixed-wing drone beyond visual line of sight and do a very large survey. However, because of interaction with general aviation, because of the very busy nature of the airspace in the UK and the rest of Northern Europe, the legislation will not allow you to work generally more than 500 meters away from yourself, and then that limits what you can do with the drones. Having said that, still, drones are really adopted in the UK. They're very widely used on major civil projects, in residential construction, for even going down to people saying, oh, I'll just call the drone guy and get them to inspect my chimney pot after a storm. So they are very widely used for a range of different tasks in the UK. I think drones definitely now, even in the wider population, people are quite happy to call in a drone service provider, and I think that's a really positive step.
Yeah, that's good. What about your region?
So I cover Turkey, partly Middle East and Africa. So I would say in my coverage, mostly the people, the private sector are very eager to adopt this change, and not because of the internal pressure, but the external pressure to compete each other. So the competition getting harder every day, and the margins are getting low, and the time pressure also is on them. So people need to find some ways to be more productive and more efficient in design stages and building stages. So what I figure out, there are the challenges. Maybe I can address two challenges here. The one is, even though the private sector is driving some change, but the government sector and the regulations of government sector are preparing after this technological advancement. So I mean, the competition goes fast, but the government regulations follow them. So that's why there's a mismatch between how the general contractors behave in government projects. So it's very effective. I mean, the government behaviors are very important on general contractors' behaviors or adoption of the change. This is one thing. The other thing is that as a surveyor, I am being in the middle of the many disciplines, I would say, urban planning, architecture, and MEP, all kinds of engineering departments. And at the end of the story, we are, as surveyors, are the guys who are putting the nail in the folding and do all the stuff real in the field and check it if it is correct. We are the data providers within these many disciplines. So in that perspective, we could say we are understanding the requirements from big scale to small scale. I mean, from GIS level, city scale to superstructure and building level, BIM level. So we are the guys in between and understanding all the needs, but there's this mismatch against these two sectors. So GIS and BIM should be more more integrated and more comprehensive. You need to have a more comprehensive way of looking the things, So there are some different standards in GIS, there's different standards in BIM, but when it comes to the, geospatial information, to me as a surveyor, it's all 3D information and geometrical information, which has the layers of other information after that, So what I struggle to explain the people around me that we need to get some kind of collaboration between GIS guys and BIM guys to understand each other. I mean the disciplines need to understand each other.
This is where you see
In
the biggest
certain level.
challenge
Yeah,
in pushing innovation.
yeah, in my region, because we are in a 3D environment, whether it is gaming, whether it's infrastructure projects or anything, cinematography. So we are in the same 3D environment.
So
We
out
gotta
of,
understand.
since you cover a wide region, where do you think it's the most, like from a tech point of view, private company view, it doesn't really matter, right? Because most companies are international, especially on the large scale. But from a regulation point of view, where do you see which region is kind of really pushing? Do you see the Middle East? Do you see, I don't know, the East, Saudi, Turkey, Africa?
I would say in adopting the technological advancement and putting them into the regulations. I would say Gulf region, UAE is one of the
it's a
important
thing
ones, and
because
also Saudi.
Charles already mentioned, I mean, drones are way ahead of regulations, but most tech is the case because, the innovators have the motivation of money. So I innovate fast because I make money fast, where the regulators have the motivation of a headache. Like, it's a new tech, I need to regulate it, I need to control it. So, there's a lot more work to be done to just keep up with us. So that's kind of a natural way of how
Rabi, I mean, UAE is the fastest changing countries in the world, right? One of the fastest changing countries. And it needs to be monitored, and it needs to be measured, and it needs to be documented. So that's why these regulations are fast enough, maybe should be fast enough to follow up this change, right?
Okay. All right, let's jump to one last question. Let's talk about the future. So we've discussed kind of what we have, what do you guys see as kind of the future of this industry? Like, what innovation in the next, I don't know, 5-10 years that would really shape, destroy, disrupt everything? So Charles, do you have an input on that from your area of expertise?
I'd say a really good example there would be autonomous drone systems. So drones in a box, which are then either remotely piloted or eventually where you've got collision avoidance with artificial intelligence and potentially radar or SLAM on them, so that you can fly in congested airspace and you can complete tasks automatically and get that data in. So
with live
you can imagine a company,
edge computing.
Yeah. And either automated taking pictures for photogrammetry, or automated picking up LiDAR, or automated checking the fences of an institution for holes, whatever. Completing a task at the moment takes significant human input. That robot's really helping out. And then also sort of connected to that as well as enhancements in computer vision. So at the moment, it's quite difficult to segment a point cloud. It is quite difficult to compare a point cloud to a 3D model. And as computer vision enhances over the next 5 to 10 years, that becomes a more automated process. Whether you're doing, at the moment, computer vision comparing imagery to design is better than comparing 3D data such as point clouds. So if you could walk around your site with a SLAM scanner in control every week, and then an automated process would say, hold on a minute, these are deviations from the design, go and remediate them. If you can automate that, whether a human is carrying a robotic dog, it doesn't matter, but if you can repeat that, the clashes or the as-builts and the deviations to design, I think that's a really important area. And then connected to that as well, if the computer vision is better at, say, finding doorways or windows or bricks or whatever thing it is, and it can say, well, that's a doorway, that's a window, that's a brick, it can then model those things in 3D, which then, at the moment, Revit modeling is a very manual process. There are some automations, of course, but if you could automate a lot, the very boring stuff that even the Revit modelers don't like to do. I think that means that it'll bring the price of that down. It'll allow us to more easily digitize infrastructure, especially a lot of legacy infrastructure, looked after by local government rather than national government or large projects. If they want to manage that, digitize it and manage it in a sustainable way, you're going to have to automate some of that stuff because it's unaffordable to do that with human skills. Then linked into that as well is then the connectivity and the access to project management systems. So if you can get the data in, there can be more automation, the digitization, and then everybody can access that more democratically. That is where the benefit can be found. And then lastly, on top of that, I think there's quite a bottleneck within geospatial education as well. So more surveyors or GIS specialists need to come into the market. People need to make that turn mid-career to say, okay, let's work on the digital infrastructure together. So I think it's a combination of technology and the human intelligence being enhanced as well.
Totally agree on that. So we need to get more people ready for future developments. And from my side, I would add, as AI is a new thing and good to talk about it, because depending on the advancements of latest technology, AI or levels of AI, like a machine learning kind of stuff, are very, very efficient. Could be very efficient, especially for monitoring the construction progresses. And other than that, the collection of the data, depending on we are now depending on laser scanners, mostly mobile or terrestrial laser scanners or drones, and and also photogrammetry. So there's two new things under development and being very, very good. So I can say it's also part of, one of them is also part of artificial intelligence. I mean, it goes along with artificial intelligence, which is called NERF, so neural radiance filters, and it is a really a breakthrough in imaging, and also Gaussian splattings. So these two methods and algorithms will be helping us a lot when we collect information from the construction site. Along with that, I also put a big importance in terms of maintenance and digital twin technology for infrastructure projects in particular, because infrastructure has to be maintained and to be monitored. So to achieve that technology, I mean, we need to look out for the technologies for Internet of Things and smart sensors, and this connectivity to the internet, and the central location for the management of the data coming from these sensors. So I would say in 5-10 years period, we'll be seeing more digital twins, more internet connected sensors, smart sensors, and more data collectors available, different kinds of data collectors available in the construction site. And of course, for design, we should also talk about the design a little bit. So in design, we also utilize generative AI nowadays. So we can give the parameters to the software that we are designing in, and then we can expect some alternative outputs from it. So generative AI is also a big topic for the next 5-10 years in all the sectors, not only for infrastructures but also manufacturing as well.
Okay, I think we reached our time. I don't know if Emily is listening or if there's any question, but I could build on that. If we have more time or leave room for questions, let me know, Emily.
Yeah, thank you again for sharing your valuable contributions, and it was really nice to hear that. And you have great covered today and the future for the geospatial side. And yes, I have questions. Yeah, there is no name, but I will share with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here. drones and VR being used in different areas, but they are really working together on the infrastructure project yet? If yes, what is the most benefits? I think you may jump in with Robbie. I think you have to say something about that.
All right, so I mean, drone and VR don't really need to come together. So I haven't seen it in real life, but the way it goes, so the drone is collecting data just like any other sensor. So we need to remember that drone is just a robotic that flies, right? So if the sensor on that bot, depending on what we want it to do. So if today it could be a LiDAR, tomorrow it's a sensor. So for me to use drone and VR together, the application I would imagine would be we're scanning an area, we're converting into 3D. It requires aerial data collection, and I would put this data in a VR, or in a VR environment, so somebody could, wear glasses, or put a whatever system on their heads and visit that. So, I mean, I want to bet that it has been used, but the benefits, the ROI, the money, the return, I don't see it that it's just a major contribution to the construction industry. But from a visual point of view, I just want to show you a nice place kind of environment, then yes, we've actually done a small scale a few years back, because VR isn't new, and we actually scanned a historical site, and we used it on an exhibition just for kind of a marketing value, if you like. So the two goes hand in hand, but like I said in the beginning, any sensor can collect the data, and then VR can broadcast the data. But I haven't seen an application where I can, let's say, monetize or save money to my client in the process. So I don't know if my fellow panelists have seen better experience yet.
Yeah,
there's quite a good example from recent. A number of different providers and went together and surveyed Alcatraz, so, Yellowscan, Emerson, both using handheld and drone-based aircraft, did a very comprehensive survey of Alcatraz, and that was on the behalf of the National Park Service. So all of that data is then going to be publicly available data. So whilst it doesn't necessarily have a direct commercial value, its historical value is very, very high. And that means that anybody around the world will be able to access all of that amazing historical site in a VR environment, because it's been captured in high quality 3D model from both drones and land-based technology. So if you think about other historical objects, not necessarily from drones, but say from laser scanning, if a historical building gets destroyed and it's been laser scanned, you can build it back the same. So Notre Dame Cathedral, Glasgow School of Art were laser scanned. Unfortunately, they burnt down, and then you can rebuild them to the millimeter because you had a digital model of them. And drone data, especially for things or complex structures up high, drones are the best way to capture that, as opposed to laser scanning. So bringing a combination of drone data and laser scanning together to make a VR object, that's really
okay. Bora, will you add anything?
Not in terms of infrastructure, no, but
Okay.
cultural heritage preservation, of course.
Okay, thank you again for taking time and sharing that insights. So now I have to jump to another session. So thank you again,
Been
Robbie,
a pleasure, Emre. Thank you.
And Bora. See you.
Our pleasure.
Bye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
Yeah, welcome back again. And the next session is ready. Next generation technology is shaping surveying and mapping. And I have again amazing guests. So let me introduce at first Rana Omran, Division Manager of GeoSmart Civil, and Georgia Rossi, Worldwide Sales Manager from Chexel, Lindsay Bell, Director Growth and Development from Urban Surveys, and Charles Jennings, Managing Director of Jennings Geomatics, and Hassan Alavi, he's from Surveyors. So, yeah, let's start with questions. And as you know, I will join again with the Q&A parts to bring them our followers' questions. So, Hassan, it's yours. You may start to ask questions.
Yes, yeah. Hello, everyone. First of all,
Hello.
hey. Hello. First of all, I just want to thank you, Survey Group News, for this opportunity. And just say welcome to you all to this conference, GeoSpatial Next 2025. My name is Hassan, and my role is to just ask 4 questions. So we have, I guess, 45 minutes to go through these questions. So first of all, I want to, if you want to present yourself, and we can continue with questions then.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. If you wanna, or I don't know, Lisa, if you wanna start or just. Hello, everyone. This is Georgia. I am the Jackson Worldwide Sales Manager, and I'm in the company since 17 years. We are specialized in 3D solution for management of 3D data and also solution for mobile mapping.
Yes, yeah.
Hi, I'm Lindsay. I'm from Urban Surveys and we are based in Dubai. We are a digital surveying company, so we specialize in 3D laser scanning. We also specialize in drone surveys and 3D modeling solutions.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
I'm Charles Jennings. I run a technical consultancy and we specialize in training companies to implement new workflows, either survey companies that need additional geospatial support, say in Revit modeling, or non-geospatial companies that are using geospatial equipment, such as total stations, levels, or GNSS models, and allowing them to bring more things in-house. So we provide services until they're ready themselves, give them the training, and then hand things over so people can bring that thing internally and reduce costs.
Yeah, thank you.
I am Rana Umran, the division manager for GeoSmart Civil based in Dubai. We are specialized for the 3D mapping, digital solutions from hardware and software, even providing trainings for our customers and after selling as a technical support. But we are mainly specialized for 3D solutions. From mobile mapping, drones, even handheld scanning, and for sure the software too.
Yeah, great. Thank you for your presentation. So as I said, we have just 4 questions, and I want to just start with the first one. The first question is, surveying and mapping technologies are evolving rapidly, with new innovation being introduced almost daily. How would you describe the current state of technological advancement in geospatial industry? Which recent development stand out the most? So this is the question. So I hope it is clear enough.
You want? I can start. So I think that we are facing a rapid evolution in the geospatial industry since many years, which is mainly driven by the advancement in hardware, software, and AI automation. And I think that today we are seeing a strong shift towards which is on one side automation and integration of multiple technology. And I think that if I do have to underline the key development, maybe that I could sum up 4 big families, which are, first of all, the integration of technology, because what we try always to underline is the combination of LiDAR photogrammetry and SLAM-based mobile mapping system, which enables to acquire faster, of course, the data, and also in a more flexible way that allows to map huge environment in real time and merge terrestrial, aerial, mobile data with a high accuracy and a high level of comprehensive mapping. On the other side, we have the possibility to, and also the research of automatize the data processing, I think. And one of the big things that people ask is, okay, I want to be more automatic, but on the other side, I want to have the possibility to control what I am doing. So people prefer to work on premise solution in which they can fully control what they are doing, how they are processing the data, and also taking care about the data security and what is behind all the activity on site. On the other side, of course, I think that another big advantage is provided by the cloud-based platform for the geospatial solution that allows to share in real time the result, but mainly also to give the possibility to access to the result of my survey, not only to technicians, experts like us, but also to ordinary, let me say, people who wanna discover and learn, for example, more information about a site. So not only for technical person. And on the other side, of course, one of the other key, I think, point is that the wearable and the mobile mapping solution, such as, for example, our Aeron solution, are making the survey and the job indoor, outdoor more dynamic, faster. Also increasing the efficiency of all the job on site and also in the post-processing phase.
Yes, yeah. So thank you. Maybe Lindsay, you want to continue or?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a dynamic industry and completely in agreement with what you've just said. We are seeing a shift towards more automated and integrated platforms so that people can operate, process, and access data from multiple sources in one location. And then you have the advancement of the hardware as well. You know, scanners are getting faster, they can acquire information more quickly, specifically mobile mapping, handheld devices. And then they're still maintaining an adequate level of accuracy, obviously project depending. And then we're seeing the automated, excuse me, the automated processing option as well. So it's making it more accessible, more streamlined. There's advancements all the time, and it's an exciting industry to be in at the moment.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
I'd echo what Lindsay has said as well. There's a number of different factors, a number of different bottlenecks in geospatial technology. How you control your data being one of them, use of satellite positioning to control data. Also, SLAM algorithms getting better and drifting less allows you to use them in more situations. The price of sensors going down, the price of computing technology or the computing power going down as well, so you can process more data faster. And then also having more efficient algorithms, so actually you're not using as much data to get to a usable solution for your clients. So if you combine that then with the increased use of robotics, so Surveyor that started using robotics, a lot of other people in construction with robotic total stations, a few years ago, because there was an obvious advantage for using those. And then we are another great user of robotic aircraft or UAVs or remotely piloted aircraft, being able to automate those their operations as well. Drones in a box, either with remote pilot or using artificial intelligence and either LiDAR or radar collision avoidance and avoiding general aviation. Advancing in that way where you can collect data in a more automated way for a lower price, process it with less human input. Automating those processes means that you can get more done faster, and then all of that data that's collected in a more automated way at a lower price all then goes into a visual asset management system or construction design environment, which can then be accessed by a much greater number of people. And then, as we say, keeping it at that silo. It's not just the surveyors that can open the point cloud, it's everybody on the project. So visual asset management platforms such as Sync 360, using for oil and gas or other infrastructure to be able to send people a work order to a location saying, go and have a look at this valve without having to go there physically first, or AVAG or Propeller, where you're putting a lot of drone data into a platform and you can see your construction progress over time without needing to have specialist software. That I think is a real positive direction that we're going in.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
I think I agree with all of you that already the geospatial industry has like a rapid transformation phase for in different applications. in different sectors, like not only for the hardware, software, but also for the data processing capabilities with most of the solutions providing in the market. I think is that the integrations that happened between the AI and between the machine learning, it's already increased the capabilities and accuracy, and for sure it's now faster than before with the data analysis. For sure, more accurate data already achieved. I think not only in one sector, as I mentioned, it will be now we can see this in digital twin technologies. Now we can create virtual reality or visualizing the geospatial data in a different way, not as before. But I think that the more accurate efficiency data achieved already across different industries in the market. For sure, also with I think the SLAM technology, now it's already increased the real time possibility for geoprocessing data, for geospatial data, especially using the Internet of Things, or as I mentioned, the AI. And this is really a big like rapid or big jump for the technologies nowadays in this field.
Yeah, thank you, Rona. Actually, the next question is, which I like always, is about biggest advantage of these technologies. The question is, technology is advancing rapidly, and LiDAR, photogrammetry, and SLAM are widely used in surveying. What do you see the biggest advantage of these technologies, and how are they improving the industry?
I think firstly, like
Yeah.
all of those applications
Mm.
have got great benefits, but
Yeah.
I'm a big advocate for using the right tool for the job.
Mm.
So not every project, for example, needs a terrestrial laser scanner. You don't need that level of accuracy. Sometimes the project end goal is speed and efficiency, and you want to capture information quickly, where you would maybe use something like a SLAM handheld device. Or maybe you want a detailed visualization, and then photogrammetry would be the better option. So I think all of these can be used in parallel to achieve optimal end results. And it really just depends on what the client's end goal is, and ensuring that you're not just using one of the technologies just for the sake of it. You're actually creating a methodology that is going to give you the best end result.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Lindsay, because I think that one of the key point is the integration of this technology, especially because, of course, we are always, I think that we have always to think that we are approaching a survey. And so every survey is a case by case, and it depends on what I have to achieve, the needs, the goal. And so in this way, I do have also to choose the right technology. But the main strength is the combination of this technology, because a TLS cannot substitute a UAV, or a SLAM cannot substitute a TLS. So really the key point is the combination of all of these technologies, so that the professionals can work in different scenarios, and they can move depending on what they have to need, and what they have to do and to achieve, from small scale to big scale. So definitely, I think that the integration is really the key point if we think about how this technology can improve the industry.
Yes, yeah. Any other?
Yeah.
Probably. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Carlos. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. It's okay.
I was going to say probably the greatest advantage that I see from photogrammetry and LiDAR is in topographical surveying. So if you're doing, as I have done, if you're walking around where there's going to be a solar farm, I am going to have to measure where the gate posts are. I'm going to have to measure the tree width. I'm going to have to pick up ditches. But the rest of it can be filled in with a photogrammetry survey. So that saves a huge amount in topography. And if you use LiDAR, you may also be able to save more time again or potentially a SLAM scanner connected to GNSS on a backpack, you can fill in some areas as well where you wouldn't get with the airborne LiDAR. So it's using these mass data capture methods to save a lot of time for the people who are the boots on the ground. So what might take you a couple of months, you can do a week with your GPS pole, and then also fly within the same day with a fixed wing or rotary wing drone, and capture the remainder of the data you need, and then digitize it in the office.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that nowadays the SLAM technology already has like something new in the market, and this is already, it's a game changer for real-time data capture while it's already in a moving or in move action, and this already increases a lot of time while capturing the data and even in processing the data. And this for sure it's not the best for all the applications. And integration, as all of you already mentioned, is that it's very important for different applications to achieve high resolution results, and for sure the time and the good decision making during this data capturing and even data processing for like best results on the best time for the customers, and for sure the consultant and all the involved team. I think that all of them together, it's already like improving the industry by like decreasing or reducing the data acquisition time, and for sure it enhances a lot of accuracy. And this will help in most of the applications in the market. Not only the SLAM, but SLAM has some features already added, some value added in the Geospatial in different applications. Also LiDAR and photogrammetry, each one has like some value adding to the project. For sure, each one from each one, it's already the best solution for some applications.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Rana. So the next question is about biggest hurdle. The question is, while innovation creates new opportunities, companies still face challenges in adopting next generation technologies. What are the biggest hurdle in your region? Additionally, which industries, such as construction, mining, surveying, mapping, or digital twin, are leading this investment, and why?
I don't know if it's specific to our region. Obviously, historically, there are industries that are slower to adapt. But I think one of the key hurdles is that a lot of the clients who are requesting these surveys are drowning in data. And it's almost like providing too much with not enough understanding. So to give you an example, we may receive an RFP with someone asking for a 3D laser survey with no other context. So does the end client have the capability to open this point cloud? You know, do they have the relevant software? Do they have someone who can extract the key information that they need? Sort of what problem are you trying to solve by asking for this information? And then I'm sure you'll all agree, we can hand over in this industry some extremely heavy and rich data sets. And if we give that information to a client without them being able to extract the value from that and not see the potential ROI, where is the incentive for them to want to put the budget in for this type of service for their next project? Or if they're going to do it in-house, obviously the initial buy-in for them to purchase kit, which can be quite expensive. So I think really understanding, again, as we mentioned earlier, this sort of end goal, and not just providing information for the sake of it, but more of a broader understanding in the region of the problems that they're trying to achieve, to make sure that the details and the information that they receive is relevant.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Ryan. Yeah.
Okay, Georgia, no problem.
No, you can go on. Absolutely.
Okay,
No
okay.
problem.
I think one from challenge that already it's a big challenge, as Lindsay mentioned, it's the skill. skill for the customers or professionals for the 3D solutions, or the integration between this combination from the data. And also the data integration or data combination from these different resources, like you are providing the customers the data from photogrammetry and from LiDAR with SLAM technology, and how to combine all this data in one solution to visualize the data or to see what is the results, what impression results you already provided. And this is still the big challenge in the market for the data integration. And for sure, all this data, it's with terabytes from data management, and this is one from the big challenges, even for the customers that has big knowledge for this one, because how to manage this terabytes from the data, or this powerful data. It needs some powerful computers to just start to manage this one. I think that this is most of the challenges in the market or in the geospatial data, how to handle, how to visualize, how to start processing. Yeah, it's a big challenge, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. This is one of the challenges, of course, and also the one that Lindsay say, I think, that is the education, of people in terms of educating people. This is what I feel not only in UA region, but also worldwide, because I'm taking care about the worldwide market. So it's something that is like a common, a common feeling. And this is first of all, a sort of resistance in change, okay? And this is something that is also in our daily life. So change means that is difficult, okay? And so the first things is, okay, why I do have to start using other technology when I can do all my job with the traditional technology? The other thing that I think it has also been discussed in the previous version, in the previous session, where Charles took part, is also, I think, representing by the cost, of course, because most of the company, especially medium and small size company, of course, sometimes hesitate to invest in new solution, because they say, okay, I have an initial cost, but I am not 100% certain that I can have the return of my investment. And the other thing, I think the other challenge is that all this big amount of data that I have to, first of all, store, I have to process, but I have also to store them. That means having a cost in which in investing in server or device where I can, store my data, is also, I think, pretty joined to the security of this data, okay? Because I have a big amount of data. Of course, I have a confidential issue that I have to take care. And so when we start thinking, okay, where we store, how we manage, everyone wants to keep local, this data without putting them in cloud or in server. And the other thing, I think that there are some industries that are, of course, much more keen in investing in this new technology, because perhaps they already better understood the benefit of this technology. Like I am thinking about construction and infrastructures, okay? From my experience, the need of having the possibility to survey in real time the site, or even to keep in real time control and under monitoring the site, allows this company to invest more in a mobile mapping solution, in digital twins, or also in much more automated solution. On the other side, for example, also the mining industry, they understand pretty much the benefit from remote sensing and automated 3D analysis, because on one side, of course, there's the knowledge of the site, but on the other side, there is also the safety of the employees, because of course you can start keeping under control and under monitoring the site without being on site, but remotely control and having a remote access to the technology that you can put on site. So this is the things that I see as challenges, and also how some industries react to this new technology and new things.
Yes.
Yeah. To echo
Charles,
what
do you
Georgia
want
said
to add
there,
something?
the mining, yeah, because the mining is the highest risk because it has some of the highest operational expenses. They have lent into fully integrated and automated technical risk, all the way right through to you've crushed the rock and how much energy it took to do that, and then how much productivity you got out of that, how much of your final material, all the way back to your geotechnical investigation. So that in mining, it is driving that. Probably in Australia is probably the best example of that, although the mining companies are global. In the UK, there isn't really a mining industry to speak of. There are a few small mines, so that they're not quarrying is probably more prevalent, but the margins are not big enough to have those fully integrated systems, so they're doing a lot of things manually. And as you go down through the value chain, yes, large civils projects, manufacturing, they will use the top technologies that they can. But then your challenges come as you go down further in the value chain. So once you get to, say, a large residential construction site, they maybe use intelligent machines and a digital ground model to do their earthworks. But then you'll tend to have one single person in one company who's doing all the modeling, and it's siloed. So that data is then just one specialist on one computer. There are systems available for visual asset management, AVG, AG, or Propeller, for example, where you can put all that data into the cloud and then do your earthworks management through a central platform, and then everybody can log into that and democratize the data. But then quite often that's just seen as a cost and not a benefit. So the small as well then probably don't have access to that system. There's a commercial problem as well and a data management problem where, because you don't have vertically integrated companies, everything is siloed in the individual companies, and so the data isn't shared because it cannot be because of data protection. So there's a commercial innovation there where people need to be able to sign multi-company agreements to access the same data. So people aren't just redoing the same surveys over and over again because they can't access what anybody accessed before. But until you get central construction and design environments or visual asset management platforms, which are central and used by everybody on projects, you're still going to have that bottleneck. So these bottlenecks and silos, they're pretty much the hurdles that I see people suffering with, even people on the same project not having access to the same data.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Charles. The fourth and last question is reality capture, and of course, highly accurate data collections are the core of geospatial solutions. With advancement in the hardware, software, and AI-driven automation, what improvement or breakthrough do you see shaping the future of data acquisition in surveying and mapping industry?
Well, I think that the future of reality capture can be driven by three things that work together with our automation, multi-sensor integration, and AI. So AI, in a certain way, is streamlining the data processing, reducing manual intervention, and so enhancing also real-time decision-making, especially in very big, complex environment. The SLAM technology, on the other side, is improving and make also the mobile mapping much more reliable and accessible. And on the other side, I think that one key challenge remains the data processing and ownership. So the possibility to process its own data on premise, saving and trying also to guaranteeing all the security and all the safety, but on the other side also providing the accessibility to this data in order to make them easily shareable and easy accessible to everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, I think definitely with the data acquisition getting faster and then the integration of AI that automates the processing, like you've just said, it enables real-time information almost. So where we've seen a lag before, where we may be processing for a few days after doing the data acquisition, if you're on a fast-paced site, you're not seeing the benefit there at all. So if you integrate these technologies and you have platforms where the data is combined, then that makes it just so much more useful for the client on site. As well, the scanners are getting faster, more compact, more accessible. They have more powerful payloads. You know, they're able to scan and capture data in more challenging areas where you couldn't before. So, you know, you can mount it to a drone, a helicopter, a Boston Dynamics dog, you know, areas where we would have considered before inaccessible and a blind spot for the information. We can actually capture that now. And then with AI, process it in real time and extract that important information on site.
I think if we take the
Yes.
next step as well and we go past the reality capture, we think about the way that the data is used. I think enhancements in computer vision, so specifically machine learning models being able to better segment and classify point clouds. You can capture data, process it in an automated way, segment it in an automated way. That then means you could do either clash detection or as-built analysis to see whether you've got deviations from design, and then also potentially doing some automated modeling from point clouds as well, which are things that take up a huge amount of time at the moment. So that's where I'd see the advantage coming. I would say though, you're going to need surveyors. So education, professional base of surveyors is really, really important, so you can really get the benefit from the technologies as they come online.
Yes.
I think that the breakthrough now is the development for the real-time data processing. And for sure, this will enable by the edge computing and for sure the 5G network nowadays. This is already improved and advanced the solutions for the SLAM technology, increases the efficiency, the accuracy for the data that will be captured from these solutions, practically not only in outdoor, but again for the indoor. So now this is like some breakthroughs happened, and for sure I think that there will be something will be added in the future for this specifically technologies in the geospatial technologies. And another thing with the augmented reality and virtual reality, I think that this will open a new opportunities and the possibilities for data visualization and the data collaboration between the clients and between already between the clients itself. This will like keep the message for them, or the data visualization will clarify more what's their approach will be. I think that the improve in the accuracy, the efficiency, data acquisition for all these solutions in the geospatial technology, it for sure like interact and utilize the geospatial information in the field.
Okay, thank you. So this was all questions. So my
Yeah,
part is done, and we can continue with Emre.
Yeah, thank you all again. It was really nice to hear your insights. And now I just want to check the chat box for the questions. And yes, there is one thing. Yeah, I'm sharing now too. Yeah, with SLAM and the mobile mapping technologies, do you think traditional survey methods like total stations will eventually be replaced, or will they always have a place in the field? Yes, I can say yes shortly, but also I would like to hear more about your thoughts. Yeah, Rana, maybe.
Well, I think that
yeah. Oh, okay, Georgia, you may continue.
No, well, I think that we have already discussed about that, and the goal is and one of the challenges, the integration of this technology. So I think that the key point is integrating the SLAM and mobile mapping technology with the total station one. Of course, depending on the needs, depending on the job, depending on the survey on the site, and blah blah blah. But the main thing is that we can really combine these technologies. So I think that the SLAM and mobile mapping system, as well as another technology like the TLS, can substitute the total station, or vice versa, the total station can substitute the SLAM and the mobile.
Yeah. So Rana, go ahead. What do you think?
I think that with total station integration at the moment, it's not that too much, especially with the latest technologies like SLAM technology or LiDAR or like AI. I think most of like integration happened with GPS for the like georeference data to be georeferenced from site real time, and no need to go to the office and start to georeference your data and so on. And also for the data amounts that you will capture using the total station, separate or like an integration between all this like combination from the solutions. I think that with GPS or RTK system with SLAM technology or with like mobile mapping, photogrammetry and so on, it achieved more than total station. And I think that most of the solutions nowadays not focus on total station integration with the system, but to find like some other ways to increase the speed of the data capture and for sure the data results extraction.
So yeah, thank you. Lindsay, do you want to say something about it?
I think that the traditional survey methods will always be applicable dependent on the use case. Like we've discussed this before, it's the tool for the job and each job is different. I don't think it will be solely that people will be using total stations, but I don't think that they'll be replaced. I think that as long as the integration is available, then they will still have a place in surveying.
Okay. Charles, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I think that you got to think that in your shed you have lots of tools, and just because you buy a lawnmower, you don't throw your hammer away. So it depends on what you're doing. You know, it's going to take you a long time to cut the grass with a hammer, but you will do it really quickly with the lawnmower. However, if you need to put a nail in somewhere, you definitely need the hammer. So if you think about what total stations do, is they measure angles and distances, and by measuring angles and distances multiple times and using mathematics afterwards, a least squares analysis or a Bowditch adjustment, you can then get very, very precise points around your site, and that defines your coordinate system. And that means your SLAM scanner, your mobile mapper, your laser scanner, other total stations can all use that coordinate system, and that coordinate system is then the basis for your project. If all your points get destroyed, it doesn't matter how many times you SLAM scan it, you cannot complete your construction project. You cannot manage it. So you're always going to need traditional surveying methods. Leveling has not changed. If you look at the surveying mapping textbook from the 1950s and you look at the surveying mapping textbook from 2025, the chapter on leveling is exactly the same. So technologies will come along and they will be very useful and they'll allow us to work faster, they'll allow us to work smarter, but you still don't throw away your hammer.
Well, thank you again for sharing insight, and it's really nice to having you all. So now we have to jump another session if you don't have anything to add before close.
Thank you.
Do you want to add something?
Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, it's great to see you again. So when I say thanks for your participation.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, again. We are here with another amazing topic, geospatial solutions for resilience in natural disasters. And we have amazing guests. Let me introduce at first Sarat Raj, Project Director, Amity Dubai Satellite Ground Station and AMISAT from Amity University, Dubai. And Mustafa Quaik, CEO of Space Guardian, Merve Farooq, Managing Geospatial Consultant, Ordnance Survey, and Sona Gulieva, researcher in urban and regional development, Politecnico di Torino. Welcome all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Sona, we may start with questions, and now it's yours. And I will join again with the Q&A part. So let's start.
Hello everyone. Hi Emre, and thank you for introduction. And thank you so much. It is a pleasure to moderate today's session about how geospatial technology shape disaster resilience. And we have a panel of great experts in from various backgrounds. And let's start with our first discussion point. So. Today, in a world with increasing number of disasters, natural disasters, geospatial tools are more critical. And I would like to start with the first question: and how are geospatial tools revolutionizing the detection and management of geohazard? Maybe I will start to address this question to Mustafa. From your experience as a GIS and AI expert, how do you think geospatial technology, especially with AI-driven solution, improve disaster prediction and response?
Yeah, thank you, Sana. Can you hear me well? All good?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you are hearing me also well.
Yeah, all good. We can hear you well.
Thank you.
So yeah, thanks for asking this question, and yeah, I will also welcome my fellow panelists here. So the thing about geospatial tools is a wide term that goes across many definitions. There's technology, there's science, there's cartography, there's art, there's a lot of aspects that goes into that specific term. And when we think about geospatial stuff, especially geospatial tools, we need to take all those considerations into account. And like, and just to answer your question about how geospatial tools can help in disaster recovery and resilience. Um, Also, we need to project and map those terms from science, technology, and art into three different categories. The main categories into disaster recovery is preparedness, which is planning, which goes into simulations, gathering data, situational awareness, and the second part is when a disaster happens, when critical stuff happens, we need to act, we need to understand where do we stand. And unfortunately, in most of the cases, we don't know where the disaster will strike. However, we might collect some information before, during the planning stage, but in mainly most of the cases, we don't know when the nature will do its thing. So that brings us to another domain where we need to gather more information in real time. But at the same time, we don't necessarily have all the tools that will generate those real-time information into our systems, into our geospatial systems, let's say. And the third part is how do we recover? And this also will bring us to the same activities that we might be doing during the planning stage, which is reassessment and comparing before and after situations and scenarios in order to understand the size of the disaster, the size of the impact that we have after an event that happened. And if you think like, what are the tools, what are the systems, what are the things that we need to do across all these three domains, we need I believe the most important tool is is a geospatial tool, or let's say geospatial systems, not only tools. And I think because it gives us different perspective on interpreting and understanding the situation from the information that we can collect. But the most important thing is the location, which is very important and very critical in these situations.
Indeed. Thank you so much for sharing your insight. And so geospatial technology together with AI is so important tool to consider in all stage of disaster management cycle. So if you have any additional comment, Marwa and Dr. Sarat, I would like to ask you, maybe to start with the Marwa, from your work at Ordnance Survey. Have you seen how geospatial data effectively used maybe in national disaster resilience strategy today? Like maybe you can share.
Yeah, thank you, Sona, and
Thank you.
thank you for moderating this panel. And it's a pleasure to be with my colleague panelists. So whenever we talk about geohazards, the first thing that would come to my mind, according to all the practices we have went through in Ordnance Survey or in previous work, is the risk assessment and mitigation. This comes usually before the early warning system. So in the context of disaster management and risk mitigation, start first where you involve proactive measures taken in advance of any specific threat to reduce the overall threat, to reduce the overall risk. So the outcome of this will be something like suggesting levees, for example, to prevent flooding, or reinforcing building codes to make sure that the building can stand or withstand earthquakes. In this phase, usually it is geospatial technologies that facilitate comprehensive risk assessment by integrating various data sources, whether it is topographic maps, climate data, historical hazard records. All of these, the power of integration, overlaying, and doing analysis on different data sets coming from different sources. This indication or this integration helps us identify high risk zones, and according to this, understand the possible impact and start taking some policies or strategies that can reflect in national building codes or in national strategies to mitigate the risk. There is a lot that can be said on the early warning systems. A lot of risk knowledge should be there, and monitoring and predicting when the risk will happen and so on, until the dissemination of information. All of these can leverage the capabilities of geospatial technology. Another bit that sometimes we forget to talk about is community engagement and education. So now maps are quite easy for people to read and understand and comprehend. Geospatial tool can play a big role in educating and engaging communities about geohazards, about any type of hazards. I would say it's not only geological hazards that can leverage geospatial technology to mitigate or to manage. It's different type. If you are talking about air quality related hazards, it's biological hazards. All of these hazards, they happen in a space or in a place, so they are definitely potential to be supported or managed using the geospatial technology. So again, the awareness, the community awareness bit is crucial. It will foster the culture of building community resilience and make sure people are prepared to respond and recover from disasters. Like my colleague said, the post-recovery phase is quite important as well. And in this part, we can leverage high-resolution satellite imagery and aerial surveys. The presence of high-quality data that is recent, up-to-date, will help in evaluating the extent of destruction and identifying where exactly you need immediate intervention or immediate attention and so on. Even after this, when you are talking about reconstruction plan, ensuring that wherever building efforts you are putting it in a less vulnerable area and a place that is less exposed to risk. So allocating and identifying where the rebuilding or reconstruction activities should be as well can use the geospatial technologies in it. So yeah, thank you, and passing to Dr. Sarah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for so detailed answer, and for I totally agree with the point of that it's critical to make awareness. And thank you. And Dr. Sarat, You have a background in aerospace engineering. I am just wondering, like, how do you think, like, today's satellite technology, like the existing satellite technology, how it's evolving for real time, like, monitoring of the disaster? What is like today's current situation regarding to satellite technology?
Thank you, Sona and Engineer Marwa and Mustafa, for being in this panel. And it's my pleasure to be here and to discuss about the geospatial technologies and its application in the real-time world. So, as Engineer Marwa has clearly mentioned, and I resonate what she has mentioned, the risk assessment is something which is basically we will be looking at it at the early stages of the before the early warning systems. And I would like to bring up the aspects of machine learning technology as like AI technology, which has been integrated into the GIS currently. So for the early warning systems, we can basically looking into the ground deformations and land anomalies, or you can say the atmospheric anomalies, which we are using. One is the LSTM, that is the long short-term memory networks, which can be easily deployed to get the early warnings. For flood susceptibility, we can use that. In terms of risk assessment and mapping, I prefer to go ahead with the YOLO. YOLO is the you only look once network. That is also one of the newly developed network systems which can be employed. And in terms of what do you call it as the disaster response systems, where we basically use the random or the forest one or the fire trees, which we can be basically employed, and we can get the data from the data very easily. As well as for the post recovery, what she has just mentioned, it is very, very important, because we need to understand that how much is the affected area, how we are planning to go ahead with the urban planning, and for this aspects we can use the integration of convolutional neural networks for image segmentation and classification. So that is basically helping us to do more in terms of spatial management as such in general. So in terms from the early warning system, then the risk assessment and mapping, then we go for the disaster response systems, and then we go after the recovery. So there are different ML tools which are basically available currently. And as Mustafa has clearly mentioned, we need to educate the society on the requirement and the need of these geospatial tools, because the government authorities are needed to train the officials into these technologies, so that the response rate and we can reduce the latency on the aspect of any kind of a disasters happening in this world. That's my take on the first aspect of improving the or addition of AI into the geospatial management aspects.
Thank you so much. And I think we can move to the second point regarding to the like happened one of the disaster 9 months ago in severe flooding, and which highlighted the critical role of geospatial technology. So I would like to just highlight this event and how the role of geospatial solution has been highlighted in disaster preparedness and response. And I would like to address a question to all of you, and how could satellite and also at the same time aerial imagery can be used more effectively during this event? I mean, like, what lesson we learned from the severe flooding in Dubai, and how geospatial technology used? And have you faced any notable application or any successful case study in recent months, and including the example of Dubai flood?
Yeah, if I
And
may start, Sana.
yes, sure. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, just also to add to the first topic, like yes, like geospatial tools are a lot, not a lot. Like they are very, and you can use a lot of methodologies. You can use a lot of techniques. And when we talk about the satellite technologies, where it brings us to Earth observation aspect, the domain of Earth observation, this is one of the I believe most interesting things that we can that people and the countries and the investors are developing in recently in our at least in our region in the Middle East. We've been seeing a lot of activity, lots of initiatives in that domain. The community engagement and community awareness is a big thing, is a big topic. We know that there is a still gap in the skill set of the people in our region in terms of remote sensing, image processing, AI, artificial intelligence, but there's a lot being done. And just to jump into your next question, which is the Dubai flooding that happened last year. So in terms of what we did as like Space Guardian, we had a very successful use case in that domain. We helped identifying during the event where are the water bodies forming using different AI modules, and by collecting also imagery data from different data providers, from satellites. We didn't do aerial imaging, but this is another thing very useful in doing so. So what we were able to do is identify the change detections, but moreover, just to go one step inside that change detection at a larger scale is to go and identify what are the changes that happened and classify those changes into categories. And in that case, it was water bodies that were forming because of the rainfall. And during that event, we were able to I won't say generate information in real time, but it was almost near real time to understand what's happening on the ground. But that's not enough. Actually, we go back to what Engineer Marwa and Dr. Saraf mentioned. Risk assessment was very critical in that stage in order to compare between what's going on now and what we did have before the disaster happened. So we were able to generate not what if scenarios, comparing scenarios before and after, and at the same time, this information was used to mobilize the emergency response teams on the ground based on what we are gathering. I want also to mention that it was really because we read the news. I live in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh, and we read the news. It was really impressive how the government in deal with those critical situations and the response aspect, but at the same time, and after the disaster, and how they were able to help people in very residential areas. And talking about also residential areas, the AI model that we used where
I think there is a kind of technical connection issue with Mustafa. We lost him. So meanwhile, I think while waiting, he will rejoin us. Maybe you can share your. Oh, so you are here.
Yes, sorry,
Nice.
sorry, I got
You
disconnected.
came
So
back.
yeah, yeah. So I was almost at the end of my answer. So I just wanted also to highlight that the AI module was able also to detect the land use, whether those are commercial, residential areas or greenery areas, and that helped a lot in order to identify where are the critical areas that needs high priority in the response stage to save lives. And that's where it's very critical to use such technologies.
That's very interesting point. I am just wondering, like with the spatial planning, if it will be possible to predict the flooding, like to make it much more, like to 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 be prepared for this flooding. What do you
Or
think
active
about it?
stage. Yeah.
Maybe.
I'll hand it over to my fellow panelists so they can also elaborate on that aspect.
Thank you.
So to answer your latest question, so definitely yes, it is possible with some machine learning models and looking at historical data to understand or assess where are the possible coming events that will take place and what are the vulnerable areas to flooding. I love the question, but for me this long question is like 3 in 1. So talking about Dubai, during the flooding or before even that, Dubai did establish a very sophisticated control and command center that involves collaboration between Dubai Police and Roads and Transport Authority and Dubai Municipality. This center leveraged geospatial intelligence big time, big capabilities based on the technology was there to enhance the city operation and disaster management with all these 3 agencies on board to manage the operation. I wasn't part of it, although we have been working with Dubai Municipality for a long while, but I guess all of us in the region, we have heard about this. In theory, when you are talking about a control and command center concept, it is using the real-time data, integrating the real-time data that are coming from different sources. If we are talking about updated satellite imagery that they have access to or aerial surveys that they could conduct with drones or with something else, or even ground sensors, all these cameras or sensors or IoT devices that you see in the streets, these are all bringing real-time data. So just imagine bringing all this data from different sources in one city operation room with monitors, servers, machine learning models, and amazing, brilliant stuff on board to try to manage the crisis immediately and allocate resources according to this. real-time monitoring capability is very important and very critical to detect and respond to an incident promptly. Data integration is a complex part that is managed or is can be addressed using geospatial technologies and again predictive analytics, which you were mentioning. If we're talking about how these capabilities can help geospatial in intelligence play a crucial role, if we are talking about before the event, for example, if you have high resolution satellite imagery and remote sensing data that can come from drone, aerial, or whatever, this can be used to monitor weather patterns together with weather data that you have, identify the flood areas, and issue timely warnings to prepare all organization and community to take preventive or protective measures. During the event, real-time imagery that are coming from drones or other IoT devices can provide a comprehensive view on where are the affected data. We can even talk about sensors that are in street that might give you some information about the level of water, how much is this flood has reached, and feedback to the operational room. After the event, like my colleague Mustafa was mentioning, like having satellite imagery of before and after is incredibly brilliant to understand where the changes took place, where is the damage concentrated, and act or plan your action according to this. If we're talking about lessons learned in general about what happened in after any flooding event, I wouldn't say only Dubai, but for any city, it's crucial to understand how the timely and accurate data is needed. You need detailed data on everything and up to date about the building heights, about the elevation of the roads, how high the roads are, how connected they are to understand the flow of the water and assess the possible damage. To run comprehensive risk assessment before getting into a risk or into a geohazard or any other type of hazard. So we have to try to be all the time proactive rather than reactive. And a big chunk of the work and saving our resources and our assets is being prepared with the risk assessment. And then effective communication. Geospatial technology like other can facilitate communicating to people where are the blocked areas, where is the more affected areas, and so on. So it's limitless when you are talking about how technology can spread the word. If your third part is about what we have been working on in earnest survey related to geohazard assessment or management and so on. So I would say that smart cities and digital twin is a big thing. So at Ordnance Survey, we had been working for many years with Dubai Municipality on various programs related to supporting and empowering the implementation of Dubai Digital Twin, which I guess everybody knows about. Why Digital Twin? The concept of smart cities and digital twins is revolutionizing disaster management and many other areas. A digital twin, as you know, is a virtual model of a city, integrating real-time data from various sensors or IoT devices or others to create a real model of what is the city like now. Okay, so if we talk about this, and it's important to simulate the risk of any hazard, flooding or others, you are having a copy of your city on the machines. You want to run risk assessment or visualize, simulate risk. You run it effectively. You understand the risk. You are really ready for it before it happens. We have also worked lately with in Kinshasa in DRC. Congo, which focus on flood protection. This is a current project we are happy to work on. It's related, or it's about disaster risk reduction related to flooding, especially. In connection or in collaboration with local authorities. We are trying to implement a series of measures to mitigate flood risk. This includes identifying vulnerable areas. Where are the most vulnerable areas? Like again, my colleague Mustafa mentioned, identifying where are the land use distributed, where are the critical infrastructure, where is the green space which has a big and good role in absorbing and mitigating the risk of flooding. So all of this is part of our work in DRC Kinshasa. The third project or the third case study, it's a little bit different. It's related to the financial sector and disaster assessment or disaster understanding. This is a study that we did for the UK Space Agency. And it leverages geospatial intelligence, or it tells the financial sector how they can leverage geospatial intelligence to protect and evaluate the assets by integrating satellite data and other geospatial data and information into financial decision making. This approach will help in assessing or understanding the value of the asset, the possible risk which directly influence or impact the financial decision. So yes, in summary, the integration of smart city technologies and digital twin models and spatial finance is transferring the disaster management from different perspective, from the municipal to the crisis management to the financial sector. Yeah, it is. Thank you, and passing to Dr. Sana.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing too much detail and for mentioning too huge amount of the work what you are doing. And I would like to ask also Dr. Sarat, and
Yeah,
maybe
I
from the
echo
perspective, yes, the
Yes,
data.
thank you. Thank you, Sona.
Thank you.
I echo Dr. Engineer Mawa, and basically this, and being an academician, I can see that, what they have mentioned in a segmented way by saying that, how it's happened in the pre-event and during the event time, and what is the flood susceptibility and flood extension, and then how these federated learning approaches. So that is what Engineer Mawa has mentioned about accommodating with the RTA, accommodating with Dubai municipality and different first responders. So that is a federated learning approach by having different types of remote sensing data, whether it could be in the form of aerial data or satellite imagery that could be used for transferring the information to the first responders who are actually on the grounds where the flood is there. So that federated approach is what basically Dubai has taken, and we have success stories to mitigate these flood in very approximately within a week time. We could able to regain the original roads and other things. However, I would suggest that we to have a better flood analysis of flood susceptibility, every country should focus on high resolution terrain modeling along with the hydrological simulation. So that is basically a combination of civil engineering work is basically on the urban planning department. So they also looking in the waste water management and hydrological simulation, so that we will be able to understand beforehand, which are the locations where the water susceptibility will be more. And then we move on to the real-time monitoring data, where I suggest to have more of a synthetic aperture radars data, along with some of the deep learning networks, example like ResNet, or we can use the UNet models. So that will help us to understand how the flood extension will be about. So as I previously mentioned, the susceptibility, you can use the decision trees. That will give you the flood susceptibility, but how much is the extension? So for that, I suggest to use an SAR, or synthetic aperture radar data, along with the ResNet. So that will get you more in terms of flood extension. And then comes to post event, when it comes, how we can able to mitigate that. We can use, as I mentioned earlier, we can integrate AI in terms of various convolutional neural networks, CNNs. Examples, we can use the Lab V3 network model. That is a very successful model we have employed very recently for the Himachal Pradesh flood recently happened in India in the month of, I think, in the August. So we have done that, and we have success that model in a better manner, and we could able to present that to the authorities in Himachal Pradesh. So that is something which I also suggest that, these ML techniques or ML networks could be employed, and then we could able to achieve the flood mitigation strategies for the country. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saraj. Indeed, to be talk about the model, what you mentioned, like with also AI and machine learning algorithms, I would like to move to the next question regarding like we are living in the era of AI, and how do you think is there a modern application more deeply to go like with the lesson learned, and which AI algorithm and application connected with the disaster management can help us with preparedness with the response phase of the disaster. So
Yes,
maybe
if I can
thank you,
start, yeah.
Mustafa.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, please.
So we maintain the round methodology of answering questions. Yes, actually, it's interesting, Dr. Sarat, how you're bringing your academic perspective into this technology booming industry these days with the ML and AI. And I think this is where I believe this is the most value of AI today, is bringing the academic perspective into the practical perspective, and what we can do and what we cannot do, and bringing this scientific aspect of the technology and the time to apply it in real life is the main thing about AI. Looking on machine learning and AI modules and how they can play a significant role in disaster recovery goes across also multiple things. Engineer Mawa talked about those command and control centers where they connect lots of IoT sensors and different type of sensors. And one of those are computer vision, where satellite imagery is part of the computer vision on that aspect. So if we think about this huge amount of data that is being ingested in real time and not real time at the same time, we have archive data, we have legacy systems that we can take benefit of this data, where we can identify patterns and predict scenarios. All this is not possible to do and identify without AI and machine learning. We can do that through high performance computing, but at the same time, doing this with AI is something that will enhance the performance, get better results, and identify things that are not previously possible to do. But I prefer just to focus on my domain.
Thank you so much.
Engineer Mawa, I think there's something from your end.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I was lost for bad connection for a little bit. So
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, we
Oh,
can hear you.
I can't hear myself.
Mm.
Actually, there's a noise. I just need to refresh and reconnect. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
So I think he's reconnecting, and Mustafa mentioned different AI and importance of algorithm for disaster management. Just to continue this topic, so I guess did you finalize with the
All good.
answer?
All good. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
we can
welcome
hear
back.
you.
Yes, thank you. So the thing is, I was just recapping on that answer that if we focus on the satellite imagery, which is the computer vision of the geospatial remote sensing AI stuff, um, it's very important to have AI models within this computer vision technology, because if we rely just on the traditional way of doing remote sensing and imagery processing, we're losing a lot. Uh, uh, there is a lot of things that we can extract out of imagery data using remote sensing and traditional imagery processing, but with the use of AI models, there's like a new edge that we can open and so we can understand what's going on. Just imagine this imagery on a larger scale. How much information is there? How much activity is being done there? And without AI, I don't think we can extract the most out of it. Uh, and that also brings us to the other part where you, Sona, you asked about it, about the historical data. From imagery, we can also extract a huge amount of historical data, up to 10 years, for instance, and use that imagery data in order to identify patterns. And that's all also only possible with using machine learning and AI modules in order to identify specific patterns and be proactive and get more information on what's happening, where are the critical patterns, where are the normal patterns, and where are the unusual patterns, unusual behaviors. Uh, but at the same time, it's very important because we're talking about machine learning, we're talking about AI. It's very important to have the right AI modules with a high performance. And that also brings us to the topic where we need to have diversity of data. And when we say diversity of data, I mean like from different environments of the world. It's not only that we collect satellite imagery from the western part of the world or from the eastern part of the world and then apply it in our region in the Middle East. Uh, Previously, there was not too much imagery data for this region, unfortunately, but for the past 3 or 4 years, we can see that there's a lot of imagery being collected for this region specifically. And that's where AI modules also can be trained more and enhanced to uh, perform better in this region in the Middle East. And I mean specifically in Saudi Arabia because previously we used to have challenge times where we don't have like full coverage of Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia is a huge, like it's a continent by itself. And just imagine if we need to rely on just IoT devices without Earth observation. How challenging it will be to build the right infrastructure in terms of connectivity, sensors to be spread all across Saudi Arabia. It's not like a small city or a small country. It's a continent by itself, and there's a huge areas that lack connectivity because of the desert, because of the terrain, because of the nature of the country.
It is so it is too much interesting information you shared, and I am just being involved in the topic as a PhD student in digital twin city of Italian city. I am just wondering, like, having a huge amount of the data, how this AI can help us, like, to integrate them and to help us with the predictive analytics. You shared a lot of information about, and I would like to maybe to address this question to Marwa and to ask you, like, maybe to share your experience, how AI helped you with disaster management in your project where you've been involved.
Um, well, I can answer you generically. I wouldn't say that any of the project was related to directly the disaster risk management. It's basically risk assessment before the disaster. But when it comes to operation, I wouldn't say we worked a lot on this. But in theory, yes, AI and machine learning, like Engineer Mustafa was mentioning, is revolutionizing the way we process and analyze vast amount of data. This number of data cannot be done with classical techniques. AI is making it possible and opening many opportunities using it. If we talk about disaster prediction, extensive data sets are needed to say that there might be a disaster here. So this includes satellite imagery, this includes weather and climate data, historical data. All this amount of data, AI help you to overlay it and analyze it and help you to predict natural disaster with better accuracy and less time. Machine learning models can help you identify what are the patterns and anomalies that may indicate an impending disaster, maybe like understanding that there is a seawater level rise happening here or a seismic activity. If we talk about damage assessment and response operation in the aftermath of a disaster, AI-powered geospatial tools can rapidly assess the extent of damage by processing high-resolution satellite imagery with aerial imagery, with any inputs coming from sensors or drones or whatever source of data. All of these kind of data, to manage it without AI, it's really a very tough, time-consuming job. So AI is making it possible. The change detection analysis is much easier, faster to do it using AI. And eventually this will help you prioritize what are the area that were subject to damage more and allocate your rescue operations or rescue resources in this area. If we talk about the recovering planning, when you analyze damage assessment or you have all the data related to damage properly assessed, AI will help you prioritize again the rebuilding efforts and the focus area and the areas that you need to avoid or stay away from. In summary, it will boost the performance. It will give you better and high accurate data that will make things that were taking weeks and months that you can do it in hours or days. And I'm sure Dr. Sarah already has experienced some of these, so I will just hand it to him directly.
Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sona and Engineer Mova. So basically, AI has revolutionized the geospatial technologies currently. So as an academic perspective, so when I'm going to my class, basically we started with what is remote sensing, what is basically the different forms of sensors, and then to give them better understanding of what exactly the technologies are currently evolving. So I prefer to have them project based learning. So I give them different types of analysis assignments to do it in the class. Sometimes we may run it for a week time to understand more of deeper understanding on the susceptibility aspects. So according to me, there are I categorize them in terms of like prediction. So as I mentioned earlier, I prefer to use LSTM, that is the long short-term memory approach, which is basically a successful one. And we have many research papers published on the prediction aspect of LSTM. And in terms of like damage detection, I prefer UNet or ResNet. These two are, my students are coming up with some of the things which maybe I'm introducing in the unit, and tomorrow they are coming and telling me, sir, we have identified something which is better. that is how the technology is evolving in these aspects. So I mean, I asked them to do and run it and get more detailed aspects. So that there are different technologies are coming up. So for the damage detection, I personally prefer UNet, but students have come up with more technologies like ResNet. I'm not remembering something which they mentioned recently to me. And in terms of pre-event, like optimized resource planning, they have come up with a reinforced learning technology. And that is actually help us to understand more in terms of resource allocation. Example, like what engineer Mawa has clearly mentioned, after the flood or after any kind of a disaster, how you are able to analyze the damage assessed on a particular area and how much is the resource which you need to allocate for that particular region in terms of urban planning and development. So that is something which the technology is helping us to reduce the latency and to reduce the amount of time which we are investing on these type of assessments. So currently AI technologies are helping the geospatial engineers to come up with a more advanced prediction rates and the reducing the latency by having more of improvised techniques. And one of the major aspect of LSTM is that we can actually integrate the historical data. That's what Mustafa was explaining. So mentioning that we need to compare it with the historical data, and that historical data comparison and integration of the historical data with the real-time data is possible in LSTM network. So that is actually helping us to understand more in terms of prediction and risk modeling. So that's what I want to say in terms of how AI technologies are revolutionizing this geospatial world.
Indeed, and as everyone is mentioned again, like it is also important what you are doing, Dr. Sarah, to integrate science and industry, and I believe like in innovation through the research and collaboration, of course. And the last point about the future, like future innovation, what do you think, like how geospatial technology in next 5 years will have the biggest impact for disaster resilience? So
Yeah,
let's
sure,
start with
sure.
Mustafa, please.
Still, there's a lot happening in this industry, and like there's the more that we look at the industry, how it's evolving, uh, the more we get benefit out of it. And you can see now, like there is Elon Musk with his SpaceX thing. Is they are just shooting out the satellites during all over during the year. Now they own 1/3 of the satellites orbiting the Earth, and you can see that this will lead into more coverage about our Earth, which means more understanding on what's happening in terms of climate change, maybe earthquakes monitoring, maybe gas monitoring, environmental changes, greenery areas, vegetations, all those things. If we talk about the environment, there will be more understanding on our environment and how the earth is changing and how it will impact us on our daily basis. But at the same time, there's a lot of other things other than the environment, which goes beyond that, which goes into the security of countries, which goes into the security of the global industrial and economic activities, which actually we faced a lot of challenges recently in the region because of the events that happened. But like the more we collect information about our Earth through Earth observation and satellites, the more we will be able to do and innovate and create new stuff and generate more information in order to better understand our ecosystem and better understand our borders at the same time, and maybe optimally enhance our lifestyles if we do it the right way. I can say. But also, Sona, like back to your question about the digital twin and the things that you're doing in Italy. And the digital twin is a topic that was discussed in multiple sessions in the morning, I believe. It's a very broad topic where one of the good ideas that was discussed is we need to define what are the potential use cases that we need to get out of a digital twin. And then, and only then, we can understand what are the information that we need to ingest into a digital twin, whether those are coming from IoT devices, electromechanical systems, satellite imagery, 3D stuff, engineering stuff, GIS data, which is the foundation, which is the truth ground for any digital twin. So there's a lot going on in terms of innovation. There's a lot of things that are being created and made available to us. And again, like geospatial topic is a great topic because it combines between technology and science. And the more you look at it, the more you find that there is huge stuff that can be done with the geospatial tools. And it's also good to mention that we're talking about computer vision and satellite imagery, but it's also very important to highlight that there is the human vision, and the geospatial tools will actually what it can do to us as a human. It can help us interpret and analyze better. There's a lot of methodologies in order to do spatial analysis, in order to apply geospatial tools in our daily life. So yes, so there's a lot of interesting stuff coming to our way, especially in the technology and the science aspect of it.
Thank you so much. So we can move to the next, and please.
Yeah, so thank you, Sana, and it's such an interesting discussion. So if I would, I see Mustafa has already, shared lots of info, and it's really very good to hear from people who are working on the satellite industry. This is invaluable info and experiences. If I will talk to you theoretical about my understanding of what is the innovation coming in place in the 5 years, back to your original question, if we just talk about the high resolution sensors, and we have experts here who might have more detailed or more up-to-date info. If we are talking that the current standard, for example, is around 30 centimeter, 50 centimeter for normal satellite, excluding definitely the military satellites. I've read that expected future standards will be around 10 centimeters. This is very good because it will allow us to have more detailed and accurate monitoring of the disasters. The 30 and 50 centimeters gives you coarse data, so you can't really see much around the damage if you are talking on a building level. It's on a larger scale. So if it is 10 centimeter, it's giving you better or more accurate results that help you identify where the minor changes, minor ground deformation, impending landslides, and so on. If we are talking about innovation in faster data processing, while the current, we are saying that it takes several hours to analyze a case, or might take even days and weeks based on the size of the area and the complexity and size of the data you are inputting, whether it's weather data, satellite imagery, land cover, whatever. Expected standards will be that integration of AI and machine learning will be with the satellite and aerial imagery. This means that enabling AI-based processing on the satellite, on board of satellites, and there are some few global efforts and global projects and on this. I believe this is a game changer if the data will come to you live from the satellite, processed, instead of you getting the data and then running the analysis, classification, referencing, and all of this machine learning stuff. It takes lots of time and effort. Imagine it's coming to you straight from satellite, all of this done. This is a game changer, I think so. If we talk about predictive analytics, machine learning models can analyze vast data sets, so to identify patterns and predict natural disasters with greater accuracy. This is something that is continuously being developed and growing. So the future is saying that such models will come out with more accurate results and better predictions and so on. And definitely Dr. Stars can talk more about this. This is pure research and development, we would call. if we talk about the integration of drones and ground sensors, the current case is, yes, there are some ground sensors and drones, but their deployment is often limited by regulatory and logistical challenges. So they are not spread as much as we wanted, and the output is not as much integrated with the geospatial data or the digital twins as much as we want. They expected in the future that these challenges will be resolved, inshallah, and that the use of drones will be equipped even with advanced sensors and will become more widespread, providing detailed views of the affected areas that satellites might miss, because satellite data, it's not coming to you every hour. Yani best case scenario will be coming to you every day if it is a bit of course output. So yes, ground sensors will be more extensively deployed and overcome the current challenges to be continually monitoring urban and environmental challenges and feeding you with this. If I go back to the last bit of your question, which I think is the most impactful of these, again, I think that the AI-based processing directly on board of satellites will revolutionize the disaster resilience by enabling real-time data coming to you filtered, compressed, and ready to use and ready to be an actionable information. So yeah, I think these are my thoughts around this, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And considering our time, and I would like to ask Dr. Sarat for his input. Otherwise, I have a lot of questions to discuss all the day. So please, Dr. Sarat. Thank you.
Yeah. The thing is, more of changes which I'm mostly expecting in the geospatial technologies, basically in terms of what Engineer Mawa has mentioned about that, you need to have 10 centimeter apertures, and then that is basically the granular disaster assessment that is actually happening, and there are more companies are mostly running into more of a payloads into getting it of 10 centimeter things, and more of 10 and 5. There are certain companies which are currently doing the research into that field. Examples like graph neural networks, which we have not heard about that, and that will help us to understand more in terms of a disaster relationship between the countries, and more in terms of, we have discussed this approach earlier when we talk about the Dubai's flood, that is about the federated learning approach. It is not like Dubai municipality or the urban planning department or the geostationary or the space agency which will be having the satellite imagery information. It is not like that. It is to have a collaborative effort between the federated government bodies, which will help them to integrate this information and to have more of advanced prediction things. That is what's going to happen, and especially UAE is more focusing in terms of having more of federated learning approaches in almost all fields. And moving further, we can have integration of IoT, which has been mentioned by Mustafa and Engineer Mawa, which is basically of not only on the satellite, which I would like to prefer in this. Sometimes we need to use the social media streams also needs to be integrated, because on ground we are not able to get such of the data, because some of the people which are on the ground may have released some of the data, so that can also be integrated into the data which we are having, so that we can have more of ground-based research, and that we can help us more accuracy into our data integration. So that is what mostly I'm expecting more in terms of higher resolution imagery, which has been about 10 centimeter, or else which I can say mostly in terms of a granular disaster approaches or the assessment. That's what I'm expecting in the recent coming years.
So yeah, thank you all again, and I think you covered very well, because I don't have any question. Thank you again. So it was really nice to hear that details, and thank you again for your valuable contribution. So now we have to jump to another session. So thank you again for timing and
Thank you.
participation to GeoSpatialNext. So
Thank you, everyone.
thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you all.
Thank
Pleasure
you.
meeting you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Hey, hello again.
Hey.
From GeoSpatialNext. And now it's time to talk about women in geospatial. And I have amazing guests. Let me introduce at first Gauri Monehari, Associate Consultant from Info CS, and Farhan Kanum, GIS and Sustainability Specialist from the Must Adam, and Helen Jean Martin, Associate Director from the World Geospatial Industry Council, and Nina Young from the Surveyors UK. Welcome all again.
Thank you. Hi. Hi.
Yeah, everybody can hear me, right?
Yes. All good.
Perfect. We also hearing you. So, Nina, we may start now. And as you know, I will join again if we have any question at the end of the session. So I'm really excited to hear your answers. So let's start.
Okay, no problem at all.
Okay.
So hello everybody. Well, this is going to be an interesting discussion, I think, on women in geospatial and driving change. So we've got some sort of 4 high-level questions that we've been given before the session. And so what I'm conscious of is that we actually don't have much time, and this I think is a subject we could talk a lot about. So what I'll do is I'll just dive in with the first question, and then I'll leave it open to you who wants to maybe go first or who wants to contribute, and I'll keep an eye on the time. And if I feel that we're running over and we're not getting enough, I might just then preempt the next question, if that's okay. So, I'll crack on with the first question. So, women have been making remarkable contributions to the geospatial industry, yet gender diversity still exists. Over the past 5 years, do you think there has been a noticeable shift in gender inclusion and opportunities within the industry? If so, what key changes would you think have made the biggest impact? So, does anybody would like to start with that question?
I'm happy to jump in there if that's okay.
Great, Helen. Great.
I just wanted to kind of frame this conversation.
Sure.
Thankfully, we are all strong women and we have been in this industry a long time. But I think that anytime you bring visibility to a topic, you end up improving it, right? You know, if we're talking about this now, we're looking at measuring it and trying to see where we're at now and how we might improve. And I really believe, and I've been very fortunate in the careers that I've been in, and with Hexagon, I know they really put a lot of strength behind leadership roles. So I think it is, for me, there has been a noticeable shift in gender inclusion and opportunities at leadership level as well as entry roles. We know that geospatial is a wide topic across many, many industries. I don't think there's any industry that doesn't have geospatial technology or use geospatial data. So my experience has been increased visibility, and attending things like this helps for sure. But increased visibility from myself, I've had in leadership roles in the industry. And opportunities like this, I think, where we can all discuss it and improve it. And maybe the opportunity is to kind of let other people know really how we've kind of gone through the industry, why we're here, why we're passionate about it. And I think that's really the opportunities that I'd like to bring for the next few years. I think where we've been and where we're going are 2 different things.
Okay. Hi, Lindsay. Lindsay, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, brilliant. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, I think over the last few years, there's been recognition overall of gender diversity as a strategic advantage. That's not specific to geospatial, maybe just overall. And in geospatial specifically, we are seeing more women in leadership positions. We're seeing female-led businesses, but we're not equally represented just yet. So specifically in Dubai, there are a lot of women's networks, women-led conferences, women awards, and while they provide a fantastic platform to celebrate our achievements, I think it does beg the question that does that mean that there is more work to be done? So I follow a fantastic lady on LinkedIn. She's doing amazing things in her field, and she posted something a few days ago that just really made me think. So she said, for example, would there be a best man in geospatial award? That would never be a category. It would be just best in geospatial. So by creating these separate categories and pitting women against women, are we actually forcing more to go into the one category to make sure that we're equally represented. Just sort of playing devil's advocate a little bit there. So while I do believe that it's great to bring awareness to the subject, like I don't think that we should wash over the fact that there is still a little bit work to be done.
If I just chip in there quickly, Lindsay, I think that's a really good point.
Yeah.
I see across, Surveyors UK, we basically are bringing together and connecting surveyors across all the disciplines, including geospatial in the UK. But the one thing that I see a lot of, and there are a lot of initiatives such as Women in Surveying, Women in Property, Built Environment in the UK, these kind of networks and events. But I think one of the things that I see, it kind of can go against the whole let's integrate, let's have equality, because I think you wouldn't have these just men in surveying events. And I think what we really need to look at, if we really want to help influence change, is we need the men on side as the ambassadors, as the spokes, at talking about these things and topics, and having more of their involvement. I think there is always a place for women-only events for support, but I think if we're trying to actually influence change and equality, I think there needs to be more men involvement and members being almost the spokesman, so to speak, of women in surveying generally.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Anything else on that particular question at the moment, or shall I move on to the next one?
Well, I just think to round this off, what we're all saying here is it's critical to promote opportunity for all. It doesn't matter, gender is not important in that, and to create diverse, inclusive, and effective teams that are able to communicate correctly. So I think that's, we've all been in the industry a long time. I know Lindsay and, I know you, but, we've been in the industry a long time. And I think that's what I'd want to see for the future of the industry, really across the board.
Okay, great. Right then, moving on to the next question. So, do you agree that new technologies are making it easier for women to enter and stay in traditionally demanding fields, such as construction sites and field surveying?
Who wants to poke that one first?
Well, Lindsay, you're on you're the boots on the ground, I think. So I think we'll let you address that first of all.
I think, again, coming from a sort of equality point of view, like advancements in technologies has changed so much over the past few years. So the way that we collect and analyze data now, sort of on the ground surveyors, it's changed quite a lot. Applications are more compact. They collect information more quickly. They're not as heavy. You can walk around with them. So it's sort of taken away the physical aspect of it. It's more easily maneuverable. And I'm not saying that specifically for women. I'm saying that opens up the opportunity for more people as a whole to enter the industry, because it's making the physical side of it a little more easier to do.
Okay. Anyone else want to chip in on this one?
But I think as part of that, I totally agree with Lindsay. We've all seen the transformation. And Lance's job now is completely different. They have more access to advanced technology, software, and insights, than they've ever had before, which makes it much more productive and effective. But we still need to remember that regardless of who's doing the job, we need studious and conscientious people coming into this field to do it. Lindsay and I had a conversation recently, and I was saying to her, I remember when data was the new oil. We're being told that at every presentation. But now, we're swimming in sensors and drowning in data. So I think, again, that's amazing opportunities where you might not be able to work in the field. There's plenty of opportunities back in the office in communicating that data into actionable insights for, climate, for environment, for agriculture, or across any of those industries. So I think that's a huge opportunity as well.
Yeah, and I think as well, there's like advancements in softwares. So it's allowing people to work remotely, collaborate more as a team. And, let's face it, it's not always, but it is 9 times out of 10, the responsibility of the mother or the female who has sort of family responsibilities. So allowing that flexible environment when you actually don't need to be in the office, you can be at home, maybe a little bit more flexible hours because you can work remotely and you can access something online rather than having to be in the office, definitely is an advantage as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that flexibility, working from home, I think that's facilitated so many things, and that's actually a really good point. Yeah.
And that's across the genders as well. I think the work-life balance since COVID, I think everybody wants that. I speak a lot to land surveying companies, and you know, that's really how they're going to retain their people, in really understanding that change, that mindset change.
And as well, it's just for productivity. Like, you know, who wants to commute for 3 hours a day when you can just start from the office? You're going to get more productivity as a business owner, as a line manager from your team, if they're focused and they're in work and they're not traveling for 3 hours a day.
Just while we're talking about technologies, just briefly, it's a topic I could talk a lot about because I'm very interested in it. But obviously AI, which is just now literally it's everywhere. You know, I think that's maybe something, I don't know if that's something we could very briefly discuss, but your experiences within AI, and obviously it's, you know, integrated with technologies, has that enabled things? Because that is literally now, with the likes of your ChatGPT, that's been made accessible to everybody. So there is nothing exclusive. So I think younger generations coming through, young children are going to be using your ChatGPTs, you know, male and female. It's not you know, exclusive just to male. I'm not sure. It's just something I thought I'd just throw out there. Any thoughts with AI and what you're seeing?
I think the AI applications is to streamline mundane tasks. That would be where it's going to see the most value. I think, you know, people still need to interact with the data, extract their insights. You still want people involved. And I don't think people should be afraid that it's going to replace them, because they should be having more time to be more productive with the information. So if we have AI that's going to help us process faster, that is going to classify the data for us, that gives us then more time to actually focus on the outputs and focus on the use cases for that information.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think we're worried about AI, not worried, but you hear this phrase, right? That's not the case. You know, where we're seeing AI playing a huge part at the moment in our industry, in the geo industry, is really in looking at those data sets that, I mean, the amount of data that we're collecting is huge, right? But actually the insights, giving people too much data is not good either. So we're looking at AI doing those mundane tasks. And if you're in a financial institution, you're looking at operations and different things. But I think it is an opportunity for us to shape where AI comes into the geo workforce. And so I think we need to do a better job, because, you know, we're talking about women here today, but you know, and we're all in the industry a long time, but it's how to get that future generation in and really tap in, as you said, Nina. You know, they're using AI in their daily life, and I think we need to kind of show how that informs them for the roles that we do in geospatial. I think everybody is interested in those topics that are causing so many issues around the world, climate change, whether you're in Dubai, in Ireland, in the UK. We're seeing real challenges for businesses as well, in what's happening. So I think AI, especially around mobile mapping, we see a lot of companies have come into the industry who are doing that. They don't supply hardware or software, but they are algorithms around data. And I think that's another opportunity for us to extend out our offering in this career and really explain what geo is and why it's important. It's in everything we do each and every day, but we mightn't even realize it. So I don't think it's going to take our jobs or change. I think we all have to have a respect for it and shape the way it enters into our businesses and into our lives.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll move on to the next area. So now we're going to look at it from an organizational perspective. What fundamental steps should companies take to create a more equal and inclusive environment in the geospatial industry? And have you faced any good examples in recent months? And if Faheen, can you Hello, Fahmi.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Nina, for the question. So definitely, I would like to add that a lot of companies are including actually women in geospatial technologies because it is actually taking the changes in the administrative level, not only that at the corporate level as well, to involve women in the geospatial technologies and taking a step and providing the you could say the platform for women to give their ideas and help in innovations and of course more importantly providing them some I could say I can give my example like hybrid works are quite really common after COVID as we all know and hybrid works really a good shift towards the work-life balance as well and a lot of companies are following those trends as well and as being part of some volunteer groups I see that women are actually having time to participate in the volunteer GIS groups as well across the globe and not only that but as I would definitely add a point to the Helen's insights, especially AI has helped a lot in that sense to bring out new ideas remotely as well as in the office. And at the corporate level, I could say like uh, women are giving a lot of insights in such a manner that it is helping the communities. If you see in the medical GIS and biodiversity or the environmental GIS, which we are working currently on, a lot of ladies are involved in such those domains which are really impacting the society and the communities as well.
Okay. Anyone else got any sort of examples? We got any good examples in recent months?
I think, I mean, I was at Geo Week in Denver last week, and I think, you know, you really see the shift when you're at those Geo major industry events, especially when you go on stage or panel discussions. And I definitely think that we are seeing more inclusive hiring and career advancement opportunities within large companies. And, you know, while progress is evident, I mean, we all agree there's still so much more to do in closing that gap and the gender gap, especially in technical areas and in leadership. And I think that's really where, you know, a seat at that table and a voice and diverse thoughts and that's really where we can make the difference. But the fact that there are so many opportunities for us to give something back in doing these kind of interviews and things. I mean, as you said, there are many people doing such a lot of work. Alison Watson is one of them. I know, as I mentioned, I've worked in Hexagon. They really are trying to drive the future because it's so important. And all of the larger manufacturing companies are doing the same. You know, they are trying to make those efforts, I believe, the ones that I've dealt with. So yeah, still a lot to do, but incredible, I think, to be part of this movement and to be asked to help.
Yeah.
Right. Anything else?
I would like to add a point over here that as we have multiple groups, like especially for women in geospatial from Israel, and that has brought a big change as well, including adding women into the Israel platforms and providing the mentorship and sponsorship programs. So those are really great. For example, I was part of one volunteer group, CASA Foundation. I would like to name them here because across the globe, a lot of ladies in technologies have participated in that, and I was and other ladies were also involved in that as geospatial technologists, and that programs are particularly meant for the women, and they have given a platform for the entrepreneurship and to mentor the youngsters and the interns in the technology, especially when it comes to towards giving the trainings and of course giving them some time as a volunteer. I think women are more forward in such groups, and they are really performing well there.
So that's the just to clarify, that's the CASA Foundation. Is that
Yes.
correct? Right. Okay. Thank you for that. Thanks.
My pleasure.
Okay. Any other comments around that sort of question at the moment, or shall we move on? I mean, I guess one thing I would add, and it's something I think companies generally need to do, and it needs to happen a lot more across surveying in the profession. There's a wider thing, is that encouraging those within companies, women in companies, that to have like a social presence and support that. For example, on LinkedIn is so powerful, and I think the more women that we encourage and support within geospatial surveying that have a presence on there, they have more reach, and that is supported by their employer. I think that's really powerful, because I think you're setting an example, and I know for a fact that the more women that you see, for example, through LinkedIn and on social media, leading these things, having discussions, debates, I think that is very powerful and has a lot of influence and encourages others to speak up and get more involved. So I think the more women in geospatial surveying that we have, but also I think employers need to encourage that. I know there's a lot of reluctance sometimes with employers not wanting their employees to be on LinkedIn, but I think we need to really, really challenge that, because some are really good and some aren't as good at supporting and encouraging it. But I think that's something that really should be encouraged.
Yeah, like we said before, the more visibility that we have to these issues, the more conversations that there are going to be, and then there's going to be more progress. So progress doesn't happen unless we have difficult conversations.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay. So generally speaking then, the geospatial sector, like many industries, has historically, as we know, been male dominated. What would you say are the biggest barriers women are still facing in the workplace? And let's be honest, every workplace has its fair shares of common men's lies, but you could call it. What's the most sort of cliched, overused, or maybe funniest thing you've heard from male colleagues in a professional setting? Something that, because it can be quite amusing, and you do hear things, and I'd be interested to see, any anecdotes or anything that you've come across, which I'm sure you all have at some point in your careers.
Yes, shall I start?
Yeah, please.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Actually, this one I also faced in my career. I started my career 5 years back, and during my work time, I faced like regarding this field work thing. They mentioned about, are you sure you can go? Or you are a girl, so is it okay for you to go out and do this field work? These kind of questions I faced, because
right.
nowadays we have all the technologies, drone surveys, everything is there, but still these kind of stereotypes and cliche questions are still there.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think it's improved? There's less of that, those kind of comments.
Yeah, nowadays it is decreasing, but when I discussed with my senior women, they told like we were not allowed to go to field work in their initial stages, because
Okay.
you can't do that, you can't travel this much distance, these kind of things. These were the most biggest barriers they faced, but nowadays it is decreased.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. Things are improving.
Yeah,
Anyone
I
else
think
want to? Yeah.
I'm quite fortunate. So our company is only quite small. It's male dominated, but we have a very sort of supportive and inclusive board. They're really big on work-life balance. They really advocate for us taking time for ourselves, not just as a female, for the whole team. So I think the only comments that I may have heard would have been from, I suppose it was more partners and clients. So I travel back and forth to Saudi, and I had a baby last year. And one of the questions I got asked was, "So what are you going to do now that you can't travel?" And I was like, "Oh, "Did I lose my passport? Like, why can't I travel?" And they're like, "Oh, but you have a baby now, so is your office going to send somebody else?" I'm like, No, I'll still be there. Like, I'm okay to travel. It's fine. So I think just because if you have a baby or if you're a female doesn't mean that there's parts of the job that you can't execute.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add a pointer here. I really appreciate you, Lindsay, for that. And of course, it's one of the responsibilities, the major responsibilities on ladies as well to carry forward this together with the work. And I did so during that phase. And fortunately, I had really, I'm fortunate in that sense that I have been having really great supportive colleagues with me, and the environment that I got. I would definitely like to mention that here, and I do really appreciate those who supported in that sense as well. Although all of things were there, but sometimes our surroundings doesn't support those actions. Like, for example, if like I work in construction industry as well, and as well as the corporate world, this is a dilemma in the sense that people have their own perspective in that sense. Taking side by side or parallel these things would not be possible for a lady to go forward with. But it's been, I think that women like you, the strong women, or women like us, we should change that perspective towards the people like you have answered. And definitely, I could say that I did also the similar thing, and I continued working in that situation as well, and I was handling both together. And I believe that if the women would want to do something, and they want to participate, and they want to add up their shares, they should have the willingness to do so, and they should be more competitive in that sense that they could go forward and take the steps on those things. So I guess we ourselves could make this change, and the other women, rather than taking this, like giving this opportunity to someone that it would be taking as granted, so they should take a step forward for that. And with this in the technology, we should be really competitive, and should be advanced, and should be knowledgeable, and that could take us to the lead, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I think now I'm slightly older, but I think for many companies as well, people at that stage of life, where they're entering into family life and things, the guys are absolutely taking a more active part than they did several years ago. And that, again, is a challenge for companies. So it's not just about women. We see that in Europe. For sure, paternity leave has increased, and that opportunity to go back to work and then, have your husband take over, your partner take over for a while is there. So I think some of this is really not about gender, as opposed to actually, how we communicate that and how we share that responsibility. And I think that is happening, when you're kind of in these larger companies, you see that, that is changing, that dynamic is changing. And it's something that, senior leadership have to get their head around. The business still has to run, of course, but it is kind of a mindset, issue. But having said that, we wouldn't say to a guy, are you able to travel now that you have, we just wouldn't say that, because it just wouldn't come into our thing. So it is about communication, I think, because what they have to understand, and what we need to communicate better, is that all of us are connected to what we do, right? And finding new initiatives or finding new ways of doing it is just part of what we do. And probably as women, we're better at that in some ways, at jumping around things and being able to multitask. But therefore, I think in any of these situations, we're taking action towards something that's important to us and important to us achieving our goals, whether that's in our company or in our, professional or private life. But I think it is critical that we promote, you know, that we are very flexible, that, you know, as Lindsay said earlier, I mean, remote working is here to stay. And actually, we're very lucky that we're in an industry where what's happens in the field is happening much more quickly than ever before. You know, we all remember those technologies that took kind of two people perhaps in mobile mapping, and now they're one. But actually what's happening at the office is you know, becoming almost more important in some ways, you know, so and they are opportunities as well for that remote working or for that balanced work life.
Yeah, because the barriers are real, but the opportunities are there as well.
Exactly.
So, you know, we need to enforce that as well. The opportunities are there. And I think the more women and men, as we said, that speak up to bring light to the situation, the better.
Absolutely.
Okay, there's one question that we haven't had, but I'd like to throw out there to get your opinions on, is regards to the pay gap. You know, the difference in pay. Is it something that you see across geospatial? Is there a disparity between salaries between men and women?
Well, I would like to answer it. I see that indefinitely there is some, but I believe like especially if we divide geospatial in multiple domains, if we go towards the IT sector or the developing side, if you go for the GIS developer, you would hardly find ladies working in that sector particularly. But as far as we are going into the AI and especially in the drone technologies as well nowadays, ladies are involved in that. I'm in UAE, so there is no certain gaps I have seen. Although I have seen that quite opposite of it sometimes. But definitely in some region of the globe is happening due to some of the, you could say, technical difficulties ladies are facing on that. So in that particular part, I would say that women need to upgrade themselves towards the IT more, to have more information and knowledge into that particular field to move forward. And once it comes to the salaries, I believe like the good companies or the good organizations where you are standing, that would be really an opportunity to have equity, you know, equal equity, and particularly the salaries could be matched. But of course, in some industries there are gaps. If you could see, those are particularly there.
Yeah, I think there is an opportunity, not an opportunity, but a need for current workforce to upskill and reskill, especially with the introduction of AI and how that's changing our roles. But I think when it comes to salary, we've got to remember that in the geo community, there aren't a lot of people. Like, it is quite a small industry, really.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like any industry. So quite often you come in at entry level, and then, you know, there's every flavor of the role as you move up from geospatial analyst to answer, you know, whatever you want to call it, many flavors of the role, and how you position yourselves in those companies and the value you bring, it should be where you get paid. So I personally haven't seen it.
Sure.
I have to say that just hasn't been my experience. I think like any industry, we hear from, you know, it's probably there, but there are some other factors that we need to consider.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you again for sharing your thoughts, and it was really nice to hear you all here, and also double thanks to Lindsay. This is our second session, and thank you again for your valuable contribution, and
You're
all
welcome.
you. Now if you don't have anything to add, we are moving to the next session. So, do you want to add something before closing?
Just thank you to all you ladies for joining on the panel. It's been great speaking with
Yeah,
you.
it was.
Likewise.
Yeah,
Likewise.
it's my pleasure, and I couldn't see any men in the chat box now, so they are not here. So thank you
They're
again
probably
for
too
your
frightened, I
contribution.
suppose.
Yeah, it was great. I think we have to do the second one, more detailed, more honest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very
you
much.
so much.
Thank you very
Thank you
much,
again.
Emre.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much,
See you.
everyone.
See you.
Bye
Thanks.
bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes, welcome back again. And wow, more than 7 hours we are live for today, and the last
What a
session.
day! What a day!
Yes, and one of the most interesting topic we have. Okay, we talk more trending topics, reality capture, BIM GIS, digital twin, and many more. But it's now to talking about more reality, real life of the surveyors. And so let me introduce at first my speakers again. Hasan Bora Yavuz, product sales specialist from Autodesk. Faiz
Hey, everyone.
Ongar, head of sales Middle East and Africa from Bringtra.
Hi,
John Taylor, chief operating officer of CITEC Gulf Global Positioning System, and Kent Grove from the GeoColleagues. We know them. We know him from the GeoColleagues, and welcome all again.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emre.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Now, and also we have another speakers. Hunar will join us in a couple of minutes. And now, Kent, the voice is yours now, so we may start the questions. And I will back to you again with Q&A session if we have any questions from the visitors. So, okay, let's start.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, we
Yes.
do.
Okay, perfect. So it sounds like many of you have already had a very long day. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona, so it's 6 a.m. where I am. So good morning, everybody.
Wow, good morning to you.
I'm super excited to be here. When I was asked to moderate this panel, I immediately said yes, just because, of course, I love talking about surveying and geomatics. At the Geoholics podcast, we have two objectives with every podcast that we do, and that is add value and make friends. So that's the plan for the next 45 minutes. We're going to add value. We're going to make some new friends, and we've got some really great talking points to get through here over the next 45 minutes. So if you guys are ready, let's just jump into it.
Let's go.
Yeah, ready.
Let's go. All right. I love, first of all, we're so lucky to be a part of such a cool profession. Things are advancing at such a rapid rate. And it just, every time I see like the promotional video that you guys just played, it just kind of puts a smile on my face, because there's just so much happening in surveying and geomatics. And it's an exciting time. So on that note, looking at the latest advancements in geospatial technology, which innovations do you guys find most exciting in the context of a surveyor's daily workflow? And this is near and dear to my heart, because I am a professional surveyor and have been for 30 years. So I'm curious to get your guys' take on this first question. Who'd like to go first?
May I?
Please, go ahead.
I seem to be youngest here, huh? Face?
Yeah, right.
I'm 25.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So I actually wanted to note that Faze and I worked together for Leica Geosystems a couple of years back. So we were ex-colleagues and know each other for a long time. So getting him here is very a big pleasure for me. And yeah, so what I like to talk about is let's split surveying in two different aspects. So one aspect is the gathering information from the field for further design purposes, and the other is getting the design data into the field to become real. So what I would like to say from both sides is automation is the big thing for both sides. I would say, especially for the when we look at the advancements in the drone technology and automation, like robots, like laser scanning, and all the SLAM kind of mobile mapping systems, etc. These are actually giving us a huge speed and rapid data collection in advance to the design, right? And the other way, when we consider the stakeout surveys or point layout surveys in the field, so it's the other way around. Also, it's giving us a very, very good um, good opportunity. It's providing a good opportunity to utilize automated system. So automate total stations and stakeouts softwares, and which is also 360 connectivity with the BIM. BIM softwares, BIM layout softwares, and also these robots can draw the floor layouts on the ground, and also, especially for the MEP and ventilation system, HVAC systems, we have these automated tools for drilling the hanger systems, etc. And it is actually giving our surveyors a huge advantage, I would say, as a start. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. John, Feist, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, no, but I do want to just emphasize that basically drones and LIDAR and the connected worksite are some of the innovations right now that are having the greatest impact. I mean, drones and LIDAR are not new. I mean, photogrammetry has been around for decades, but what I'm seeing is actually the improvement in the quality of the data from these items, as well as the better workflow of the data processing. Helps the surveyors to actually make these tools far more efficient today than they were just a few years ago. So again, and I reiterate, the connected worksite is something that's very interesting too, coming out with being able to push data into the field at the same time pushing field data back into the office, even if it's 1,000 miles away. That's kind of very interesting to me right now.
Yeah, cloud-based technologies, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm curious. Do you guys see these advancements replacing traditional methods entirely, or will there always be a need for a hybrid approach?
I think all these technologies are complementary nowadays, and I think there is not one which is going to replace the other one. I think it's every project has its own, I would say, needs in terms of technology. So I think at the end of the day, it's a complementary tools. It's also the way of bridging or create the bridge between the field and the office. And if I may just add, actually, from my side, which kind of latest technologies is really moving the geospatial world to the next level. Definitely, I do agree with what John and Bora said about LiDAR, drones, and so on and so forth. But I think data is the new oil nowadays. Facilitating the data access is critical. And even when we see now the 3D Gaussian splatting technologies and stuff like that, I mean, we are really pushing the boundaries super high, actually. And this is where actually I think really the profession is getting to the next level.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the data, and managing the data can be very challenging, especially for surveyors or geospatial professionals just getting into using these technologies. Who would like to talk on that? Like, talk about some of the challenges managing the data and what some of the solutions might be.
Yeah, for for connectivity, I mean, each and every stakeholder for a project, starting from the design phase to the end of the handover, I believe the data should be stored in the central location, which we call it common data environment. So common data environment is, as John mentioned, the centralization and democratization of the data is very important. And there are cloud-based solutions for that. And these cloud-based solutions could be also integrated with third parties. So imagine that you are having a cloud-based software, and then you have a cloud-based application for your drones, for example. So you can combine this data within your workflow and just skip the copy and paste of waste of time. You directly read and write the data from cloud to cloud or your local drive to cloud easily, and then you have a complete comprehensive workflow. This is one thing. The other thing is that there is this data being used for data analytics, of course, with the help of the intelligent artificial intelligence tools. So data analytics also is very important for us to keep up speed with the project speed, and also change the way we look at the construction site. So when you have a data-driven decision-making process, it is priceless, I would say.
Yeah, one of the objections that I get to with cloud-based data is several countries in our area restrict that. They don't want it to go up and be stored in Singapore. They want it stored locally. So you're going to have a local server to actually do that, which means you're going to have to combine IT with construction. And that's a step, right? I mean, construction generally lags behind in the technology. So now they're going to have to take a big leap and be able to integrate all these solutions. They're out there right now, but the amount of companies using them, as far as I see, is still limited.
Yeah.
Yeah, well said. So I'm curious, we were in Denver last week at Geo Week, and it's amazing, drones are getting bigger and sometimes they're getting smaller, and LiDAR units are able to collect more data than ever before. And, things are advancing at such a rapid rate on all aspects of data collection. What, of all these innovations that we have at our fingertips right now, which ones do you think will have the most significant, or which one have the most significant long-term impact on the profession of surveying?
For me, I have to think it's LiDAR. I mean, again, you see it on a drone, you see it on a tripod. Dubai municipality drives around in their Lexus with mobile mapping unit on top, mapping the entire city, right?
Yeah.
It's LiDAR is really coming. Again, the software side of things, the data, connected work site and things like that, are obviously huge. But the technology side of it LiDAR has to win, in my opinion.
I agree with John. Actually, we see more and more trends where LiDAR is getting accessible. And there are even startups working right now in special LiDAR that you can plug into an excavator, for example, or any engine on a site, who is going to collect the surroundings data even without any initial need. And this is actually where the beauty is. Actually, we are going to collect and create digital twins as a native approach on every project. And I really think LiDAR, either on the ground, on the air, or we never know, something else coming any soon, has a very good long-term, I would say, approach when it comes to changing the way we survey the world, actually.
Where do you think we're at right now? Because it's cyclical, it's like many times the hardware is ahead of the software, and then the software is ahead of the hardware. Where do you think we're at right now?
The hardware capabilities actually are more advanced than the software capabilities. Like I mentioned before, the workflow is getting so much better. I mean, 5 years ago, if you do a terrestrial scan, LiDAR scan, you're going to spend 2 days processing it, right? I've got software now, and I am aware of software. When you walk around, you're going to take it's real time information there in front of you. And then the processing, you're going to have very good data with a matter of hours, not days anymore. So again, that software is catching up, but I think we still have a lot of capability with the hardware yet that we're not fully capturing with the software.
Yep. Well said, Jen. I totally agree with you. So surveyors in general are many times slow to adapt to new technologies. What do you think are some of the key factors that slow down that adaptation for many surveyors?
Cost, I would say.
Cost,
so initial investment cost may be the biggest challenge for the surveyors, because when we see the services pricing and the amount that would be awarded by the owners or the people who give jobs to surveyors are not well justified. So actually, as a surveyor from the very beginning, I always had to say that, look, we provide you data, and which is accurate and which is useful for any kind of stages that you wanna utilize. And this is actually good data means good price. And if you want to utilize this data along your project, and you want to maintain this sustainable, you want to maintain this quality and sustainability, then we are a partner. We become a partner. So whenever we survey something for somebody, we actually become a natural partners. It's a mutual thing. So you become a part of the project. So this could be, I mean, very well communicated with the owners of the jobs, and also the contractors. So we are not taking a service, taking your money. We are actually becoming your partner. So I would say this approach would be something.
It's the only way it's
to communicate.
successful. Is actually holding their hands and making sure they're successful with it. But one thing, a lot of the innovations today are marketed and perceived as labor saving.
Yeah.
Where in our region, we think labor is inexpensive. So then there's also risk management or risk averse people, right? So it happens in the U.S. too, but then you have the economic pressures that happen in the U.S. not being able to find people, and if you do, they're very high cost. Well, again, if you're perceiving that your labor is low cost, why take the risk of spending $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000, especially as a mid-level manager recommending it to your bosses? What if it doesn't work, right? And then I might be out of a job. Whereas if I keep on doing the same thing I've been doing for 10 years, 20 years, it's worked for me for that long, I'll still have my job, right? So again, you have to take a risk, and people don't like risks.
I think the main barrier to me is definitely not the technology, it's the behavior. And many surveyors nowadays still see the automation as a threat rather than an asset. So definitely the initial costs issue is definitely there, but I think the skill gap and the resistance to change is, from my perspective, the most challenging, I would say, factor. And also regulatory and compliance, like in the UAV space, we could do far more if we had a little bit more, I would say, the window open when it comes to regulation and compliance.
I agree that. I agree.
If I could expand on a personal experience here, working with an extremely large contractor that's actually not a large contractor anymore, we did a demonstration of technology for them on machines, machine control. Perfect, great example of it. We showed them how much money they could save. Surveyors gave me a bad recommendation, gave my company a bad recommendation to the management. And I sent a spy basically back in and asked why. And he goes, well, right now we have 3,000 surveyors on staff. If I would recommend your technology, I'd have 300. So he was worried about jobs. Exactly what you were saying.
Yep. No, that's all really good stuff. As I mentioned, I've been surveying for 30 years, and it doesn't help that surveyors in general are a really stubborn bunch of people in many cases. So that's another factor for sure. All really good stuff. It looks like we have Huner joined us.
Yeah, I joined. So welcome all of you. Thanks for accepting me as well. My name is Huner Nasser. I belong to Afghanistan. My home country is Afghanistan, and I'm working in this industry since 2000. I'm as a business person in the surveying instruments, optical instruments, precision instruments, all. And beside that, GPS and GNSS receivers. So
okay. Well, thanks
my pleasure
for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. You're here just in time. We're moving on to our next talking point. So, so there's a lot going on. At UAE, the large scale smart city projects, extensive construction, that everybody's aware of, massive infrastructure investments. This is creating a very dynamic environment for geospatial professionals. Do you see this as a strong opportunity for surveyors and geomatic engineers?
Exactly, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So as you know, as you said, that UAE is a really huge market for the surveyors and geomatical specialized people, this is a very huge market, and it's a very diverse market as well, because there are several types of any type of project that you are thinking about, there is. Even in UAE, let me tell you one simple experience. There are several fabrication companies, steel fabrication companies, that they are manufacturing steel structures over here in UAE, and they are supplying to the US and the Canada and all other regions. So it's a really diverse market. It's not just like in UAE, it's bought from the UAE as well.
Yep. Bora, you're shaking your head. What would you like to add?
Yeah, I really do agree with the scalability of the market in the Gulf area. I also wanted to add that in Saudi nowadays we are seeing a huge, I mean, gigantic projects ongoing, and there are many opportunities for the surveyors to prove their value to the owners, I would say.
Yeah,
Just
I like
just
that.
on that note, on the UAE, I don't know if you saw, but there is this Dubai 2040 urban master plan, which is actually coming. And actually the idea is that they want to position like 20-minute city initiatives, like 55% of the residents within 800 meters of a mass transit station, either metro or something like that. And this actually requires the notion of XYZ being super accurate. And I think surveyors will have no chance if they don't evolve with this data flow, providing tech-driven solutions, consultancy in almost real time. Because how come we can build such cities like from day to night with all the ambition, and that's only the small numbers that appears for this Dubai 2040 project, and there are many more. So I think it's super important.
And Faiz, this actually brings us to the topic of digital twins and smart cities. So as surveyors, we have a lot of tools that we can integrate with this new technology.
And AI will play a major role as well. I mean, either from LiDAR, UAV, drones, I mean, total stations and laser scanning.
Any information level, not only for the geographical, but any information level that we collect from the field is very important. So earlier this morning we had this discussion about integrating BIM and GIS. So there is this opportunity for smart cities and digital twins. So there is this raising topic, and it's a hot topic around the world. BIM and GIS. So we are surveyors, we are the only guys in between.
Made a very valid point, though. The surveyors are going to actually adapt and learn and grow with the industry, the ones that are going to succeed. Those that don't want to adapt, they're going to be history. That's an extremely important point.
That's a very important point. I agree. Is there a shortage of surveyors?
Depends
on what you call a surveyor.
Good point.
Yeah. So, and
I think there's
in this part, let me add something. As the need of the market and as the requirement of the market for the surveyors, all these are there. But there is one thing missing, which is a single platform where surveyors can get a community. And UAE, we don't have a specialized community for the surveyors where we can gather or where we can link online. So this is a missing point. I by myself, I'm in contact with more than 3,000 surveyors over here in UAE, but we don't have a single platform where we can gather under our rules or regulation and facilities for them. So this is a missing point. And for that case, what we have planned, we want to make a surveyor community where we can meet these surveyors, to the contractors, to the people who need the surveyor services, and to the advanced technology manufacturers and developers, where they can bring their information and the usage of their advanced technology to the surveyors. So there, the thing which is missing, I think this part is not only missing in UAE, this part is missing all over the world, that we don't have a single platform where we can gather all the surveyors and we can have a single database for all the information of the surveyors. Whatever new is coming to the field or whatever the market have requirements, that we should have those requirements to deliver to the surveyors. So I mean the gap between the surveyors and the manufacturers, the gap between the surveyors and the contractors and the developers and all the other industries, as per our colleagues said, that all the information which is gathering from the ground. So all for the information which we are collecting from the ground, that there is no single platform where all surveyors can gather to connect with these industries. For example, we have surveyors, but they are very low scale. We should upgrade them their scale. And we have manufacturers that they are modifying new technology to every day, integrating one technology to another technology. So this is the thing, that improvements are coming in the industry very well and very fast, especially in the GNSS receiver, especially in the LiDAR, especially in the beam, in GIS, everything. We have improvements every day. But the thing is that all the surveyors are step back from those improvements. Very less surveyors have access to those things which is new to the market.
Yeah.
Isn't there an organization like Chambers of Surveying Engineers or community, as you said? It really sounds weird. I believe that UAE has kind of organization.
Even Dubai
I mean,
municipality has a
I will
GeoHub.
Is it Dubai?
Let me tell you. We have like all the professionals chambers. We are not single surveyors. There is engineers. There is the HEC people. There is
Okay. It's a mix. It's a mixed group of people,
mixed
different
people,
disciplines.
and they are just limited to the certification. They are just limited to certification, that people, when they graduate, they are getting their certification from there, and that certificates grades explains like proves their ability to be in a professional company, and a professional company requires those certificates even just to issue the license. That's just limited to that, not to the level where information can be distributed or where information can be gathered.
All right.
Sounds like, Hunar, we need to have a conversation offline. Maybe there's an opportunity to build the Geoholics community in UAE. So it's talked about everywhere we go, every interview we do. The same topic of conversation comes up about not having like a global community where everybody can benefit from being a part of it. So it's a very, very interesting talking point. Yep. I completely agree with that. Just got about 15 minutes left here and a couple questions to get through still. I think John and maybe Bora, you guys mentioned that, you know, how the role of the surveyor is evolving at such a rapid pace. And if surveyors don't get on board and start to adapt this new technology, they're going to get left behind. So with that said, in your opinion, and I'd like to hear from all of you on this, what skills will be most critical to the next generation of surveyors? And John, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, sure. I tell you, some things never change though. A surveyor first has to have a very good basic knowledge of our profession. They have to study the theories, the concept. They have to know a difference between a spheroid and a geoid, right? So that's where they need to start, is to get a very good understanding of the math involved. And then, of course, they have to move on to the latest technology. They can't be left behind. Always a key to success is understanding the latest trends in the market. So they really have to make the effort to go to trade shows, to attend webinars like this, and of course, to use the advantage of Google. I started surveying in 1981, and I got my first GPS receiver in 1990 in a box with a manual, and I had to figure it out.
Yeah.
Today's surveyor has Google. They have the world's information at their fingertips, and they make sure to keep yourself relevant and research and learn everything that's coming out your way, and don't be left behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfectly said. So I also believe that in the university communities, I personally do some webinars and seminars at the universities, particular geometric programs or cadastre or survey programs. And what I would like to emphasize with the students is that first, think multidisciplinary. So to think multidisciplinary means that you are going to work with urban planners, architects, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, plumbers, civil engineers, all kind of geo information. I mean, geospatial information. You gotta have an idea of. And also, I give that advice to the students that please be aware of the BIM concept, because once we go to the students and have the discussions with the architecture students, civil engineering or construction engineering students, they have an idea what BIM is and how it is applied, etc. So they are in the curriculum. But once we go to the surveying engineers here, at least in my region, I don't know how the other regions are, but in Turkey, it's obvious that we need to put additional lessons in the curriculum to introduce more things about BIM. And of course, because we have this advantage of knowing and combining the geospatial information with the different information layers from GIS background, I would say for a surveyor, getting the knowledge of BIM would be just that easy because of the GIS background they have. So I believe this would be the second thing I would suggest for the students, for the young generation. And the other thing is that, of course, the AI.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, anything not related to AI will not stand. For example, we were having a discussion about photogrammetry, and I just told about neural radiance filters, so NERF methodology, and Gaussian splatting. Phase, you mentioned Gaussian splitting, right? So these two are really big things, even though it's not directly related to the surveying, but it is directly related to documentation. So as a surveyor, we have the roles for documenting the time slot of the earth, so certain slots of the earth. So it is going to be a huge thing. And also programming,
Yeah.
understanding the algorithm, at least in the programming, so that you can give the correct prompts to the large language models and etc.
I think I would add on that. Yeah, I would add on that I mean, being tech savvy is definitely the minimum nowadays, and being up to date on all the technologies, the AI applications, the GPT automation possibilities as well. I mean, there is a lot of things that can be done on a daily basis. But I think where I see somehow a small lack as well is that the old way of getting projects is over. Surveyors actually who got biggest projects are the ones who are able to pitch. And actually, that's the thing also which I think is missing from a business perspective. We are all surveyors. I am as well. I mean, but at the end of the day, no one is teaching you how to pitch and how to sell the value of your expertise when you have a service company. So I think that's also important. And today, I mean, there are a lot of online MBAs now who are actually getting this advantage of AI as well. So I think surveyors will have to grab a bit of tech and a bit of finance and business capabilities as well.
Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation, right? The business side of surveying. Stereotypically, surveyors are not very good business people. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Hunar, last word on this particular topic. What skills do you think are going to be most critical for the future generation of surveyors?
So the thing is that, as our friend said, everything is that you should learn the concepts. Sorry. You should learn, be attached to the concepts, and you should work on more. So, for example, I mean, surveyors should work more and more to reach to the exact and correct information, and to be updated. So again, I will come to that. There is no single platform where everybody can meet and reach to these informations. I am totally agree. Webinars and trade shows and everything is putting their efforts and values to this matter that surveyor can be upgraded. But again, a single platform where surveyor can be upgraded and surveyor can be not more challenged. So this, from my opinion, again, that if that platform is going to be globally, or even that platform is going to be national base of Turkey, national base like UAE, like that. If everybody start to work together under a one roof or on a one platform, even that is why not to be a LinkedIn profile or a LinkedIn group. Where professionals can gather and where professionals can get more information, access to the more information, and where professionals can meet to the networking as well. So the most important challenge for the surveyor is the networking. So surveyors are not connected as other industries are connected. For example, being a business person, I know all the people who is doing business in this industry all over the world, from China, from US, from Canada, from Turkey, from everywhere. Somehow I know some people. But surveyor does not know the surveyor of the next district. The country and the international and globally is apart from that. Surveyor does not have link to the next surveyor connection.
Yeah, this is a good point that we have International Federation of Surveyors, FIG, and there are these programs of ISPRS, International Students of Surveyors, and there are many programs, and it's been almost 25 years they are there, and many people had the chance to network from the different countries, from different departments of universities. It's there. I mean, it's already there.
Yep. All good stuff. All right, we're winding down here. The last question. So the title of this event is GeoSpatialNext, which I love that title. So let's end it on that. What's next? What are you guys seeing in the next 5 years, 10 years? And again, let everybody answer this real quick. John, would you like to go first?
Automation.
Automation.
We're already controlling machines. We already have robots that can survey under the water, above the water, and everywhere else. So a good rounded surveyor has to be aware of tasks that can be automated, right? And then obviously too, what goes with that automation is it'll be cloud driven or computer driven programming. So the surveyor actually has to be extremely well rounded in topics, which I think Bora mentioned as well.
Yep. Good answer, John. Hunar, why don't you go next? What do you see in the next 5 years?
I'm totally agree with his idea. Automation. The only thing we can integrate every software with the new device and new technology with another technology. So it's totally automation. So, for example, as per the career of the survey, the development that we had, especially after 2010. So 2010 till now, we had more massive developments. So I hope this development will not stop over here. It will go more up. So all of the manufacturers are working on automation, especially if you go to the Trimble or Leica. So they have introduced several technologies and several industries regarding the automations. So I see the only future is automation. So the surveyors should be ready for that to be the part of the automation.
Yeah, automation. Phase. I would like to pass it to you, but just to split up in two things. So automation in machinery and automation in data analytics and data processing. What would you say about it?
I do agree. I think I would say automation in data processing, and I would say even automation in real data on-site processing. I think surveyors have been pioneers since long time, mapping unknown lands. And I think we are at the dawn now. We're in a new era where AI and real-time geospatial data is critical. Projects are getting bigger and bigger, and if you don't have real data right now in the moment, I mean, you basically screwed. So, and this have a strong impact. So I would say real data on site is critical. And then again, coming back to this analytics and bridging the gap between the field and the office super quickly.
Yeah, all well said. There's definitely a common theme there, of course, that being automation. So I think we're at the end of our time here. Great job, everybody. We covered a lot in 45 minutes, and I appreciate all the interaction.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the information from all the panelists. It's been awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was really nice to hear you and having you all. And I think the surveyors got their homeworks, because I couldn't see any question now. I think they are noted. Yeah, many things. So,
is it a bad thing or good? Is a good thing or bad thing? I don't know.
They have to do something.
Or didn't listen. They didn't listen.
Yes. So thank you again for taking time and participation. It was really nice to see you together.
Thank you, Emre. Thank you all.
Thank you again.
Yep. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Have a nice day.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.